Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku explored the multiverse of heroes and villains. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. In the next universe, which was a significant one, Luke introduced the Marvel Cinematic Universe, specifically focusing on Avengers: Infinity War. He pressed a button on his remote, and the title appeared on the screen. The scene opened with an adult Izuku and Ochako walking together in a park in New York City. Izuku, sporting a beard and a jacket tied around his neck, had a glowing blue device attached to his chest. He explained to Ochako that he needed to clarify something, but she felt he was rambling. Izuku tried to illustrate his point by comparing it to a dream where one desperately needed to find a bathroom but couldn't. Ochako agreed, recalling how waking up from such a dream often revealed the urgency was real. Izuku then shared a vivid dream he had about them having a child, naming her after Ochako's eccentric aunt, though Ochako pointed out she didn't have an aunt by that name. Luke reminded them it was an alternate universe. Izuku continued, expressing how real the dream felt, leading to a conversation about the implications of such a dream. Ochako, however, was skeptical about the idea of them expecting a child. As they continued their discussion, Ochako untied Izuku's jacket, revealing the glowing device. She questioned its necessity, and Izuku insisted it was merely a housing unit for nanoparticles meant to protect them. Ochako sighed, expressing her frustration. Izuku reassured her that he wanted to ensure their safety, especially in case of unforeseen threats. They shared a light moment about having a nice dinner that evening, and Izuku promised no more surprises. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, and they turned to see an adult Ojiro stepping out of an orange sparkly portal, looking dapper with a goatee. He introduced himself as Dr. Masahiro Ojiro and requested their assistance, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He congratulated Ochako on her wedding, and Izuku, confused, asked if they were giving out tickets. Ojiro explained that the fate of the universe was at stake, and just then, an adult Sato appeared, greeting them warmly. The scene shifted to Izuku sitting on a couch, listening to Aoyama, who was explaining the origins of the universe. Aoyama conjured an image of the universe's creation, describing how the Big Bang sent elemental crystals across the cosmos. He introduced the Infinity Stones, each representing a fundamental aspect of existence, while Ojiro pointed out their powers: space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. Luke interjected, clarifying that the Infinity Stones did not exist in Izuku's universe. Sato then revealed the threat posed by All for One, a villain who invaded planets and sought to collect the Infinity Stones to wipe out half of all life. Izuku realized the gravity of the situation and inquired about their timeline. Sato explained that All for One already possessed the power and space stones, making him incredibly powerful. If he obtained all 6, the consequences would be catastrophic. Izuku, leaning on a cauldron, pondered a solution, suggesting they dispose of the Time Stone. Ojiro firmly rejected the idea, stating their oath to protect the Time Stone with their lives. Izuku humorously compared it to his own dietary restrictions, leading to a light-hearted exchange about ice cream flavors named after them in the future. Despite the levity, they understood the seriousness of their mission and the importance of their oath to protect the Time Stone. And this stone might be their best chance against All for One, Ojiro noted. Izuku acknowledged the concern, pointing out that it could also be All for One's best chance against them. Ojiro emphasized the importance of their roles, while Izuku jokingly questioned what Ojiro's job was, aside from making balloon animals. Ojiro retorted that his job was to protect their reality. Sato interjected, urging them to focus on the matter at hand. They had the stone, knew its location, and needed to find Vision, who was out there with the Mind Stone. Izuku revealed that Vision had turned off his transponder 2 weeks ago and was currently offline, prompting shock from Sato. Luke explained that in this universe, Vision was a robot with the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead, and he was with Momo in another country. Izuku insisted that he hadn't lost Vision, but that he was evolving. Ojiro asked who could find Vision, and Izuku quietly suggested that Eijiro Kirishima might be able to help. Luke added that in this universe, Kirishima was Captain America, which only added to Ojiro's frustration. Izuku sighed, realizing the difficulty of contacting Kirishima since they hadn't caught up in a while. Sato pointed out the urgency of their situation, reminding them that All Might was gone and All for One was coming. Luke noted that All Might was Thor in this universe. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku pulled out a flip cell phone with only one contact, Eijiro Kirishima. Just as he was about to call, the building began to shake, and a breeze swept through, tousling Ojiro's hair. Izuku joked with Ojiro, who confirmed he wasn't the source of the wind. They heard a loud rumbling from outside and rushed out to find chaos, with people screaming and fleeing. As Izuku navigated the windy street, he helped a woman who had fallen, but she merely screamed and ran away. He then spotted a man trapped in a car and urged the others to help him. Sato, Ojiro, and Aoyama quickly assisted in getting people to safety. Izuku donned a pair of stylish sunglasses and activated his AI program, Friday, who was working on assessing the situation. Izuku advised Ojiro to keep the time stone handy, and Ojiro created glowing energy rings around his arms, ready for action. They turned a corner to see a massive ring-shaped spaceship hovering above, creating a strong wind. The scene shifted to a teenage boy on a school bus, Kota, who noticed the spaceship and alerted his best friend, Ned, to create a distraction. Kota quickly equipped his web shooters while the other passengers were distracted. He shot a web at the emergency exit, climbed out, and stuck to the side of the bus. An elderly bus driver expressed confusion at the children's reactions to the spaceship. Luke became emotional at the sight of the driver, prompting Izuku to check on him. Kota, now in his Spider-Man mask, grabbed his backpack and leaped off the bridge, web-swinging toward the spaceship. Back with Izuku, he instructed Friday to evacuate anyone south of 43rd Street and notify first responders. Ojiro cast a spell to push back the wind from the spaceship. Suddenly, two aliens appeared on the ground. One was muscular, and the other was Kurogiri, who resembled Shirakumo but with pale skin and white hair. Kurogiri proclaimed that they were about to die at the hands of All for One's children, urging them to be thankful for their impending demise. Izuku interrupted, stating that Earth was closed for business and they needed to leave. Kurogiri addressed Ojiro as the Stone Keeper, questioning if he spoke for Izuku. Ojiro asserted his independence, creating two glowing shields with his hands. He warned the aliens that they were trespassing. Aoyama joined in, creating his own shields, while Izuku humorously compared Kurogiri to a character named Squidward, which elicited laughter from the onlookers. Kurogiri denied the resemblance, and Muscular communicated with him in an alien language. Kurogiri demanded the stone, and Muscular began advancing toward them, wielding a massive alien weapon. Izuku asked Sato if he was ready for a fight, but Sato admitted he wasn't feeling up to it at the moment, despite his Hulk persona. Izuku encouraged him, reminding him of their mission. It was good to have Sato with them, thought Izuku. Sato was struggling to concentrate, trying to transform into the Hulk as Muscular approached. Sato expressed his frustration, unsure of where his transformation was. Izuku reminded him that this was not the time for distractions, pointing at Muscular. Despite Sato's desperate attempts, he couldn't change. Luke noted that Sato and the Hulk weren't on speaking terms anymore, which made Izuku chuckle, though Sato felt embarrassed in front of their friends. Izuku reassured Sato, placing a hand on his shoulder, and instructed him to keep an eye on Muscular while thanking Ojiro and Aoyama for their support. Aoyama confirmed he had Muscular covered just as the villain charged at them. Izuku activated his suit, tightening his jacket and tapping a device on his chest. Nanoparticles swirled around him, forming a full suit of Iron Man armor, which startled Mei. As Muscular swung his weapon, Izuku created a nanotech shield to block the attack and countered with a punch. He then summoned two giant guns from his arms, with additional floating guns surrounding him. Muscular charged again, but Izuku fired a powerful blast of energy that sent Muscular flying toward Kurogiri, who used his powers to redirect Muscular into a car. The guns vanished, and Sato questioned where the technology had come from. Izuku explained it was nanotech when Kurogiri launched him into the air, lifting trees to throw at Sato, Ojiro, and Aoyama. Aoyama quickly created an energy shield to protect them. Ojiro then opened a portal beneath Sato, causing him to fall through with part of a taxi, landing in New York Central Park. Izuku flew down, firing a repulsor ray at a car that had been thrown at them, but Kurogyari effortlessly cut it in half. Izuku knew they needed to secure the stone and was determined to keep it away from the villains. Ojiro insisted it would stay with him, and Izuku took off toward Kurogyari, dodging chunks of stone thrown his way. Muscular hurled his weapon at Izuku just as he was about to strike Kurogyari, sending Izuku crashing through a building and landing against a tree in Central Park. Sato rushed to Izuku, asking how he was doing. Izuku responded positively, urging Sato to help him. Sato was still struggling to transform, and Muscular crashed through the building, throwing his weapon again. Izuku quickly moved Sato out of harm's way and flew at Muscular, firing an energy beam. Muscular blocked the attack with his weapon, causing the beam to deflect and damage a nearby tree, narrowly missing Sato. Sato urged the Hulk to come out, slapping his own face in frustration. For a moment, Sato's face turned green, and he fell back into the leaves. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to evade Muscular's attacks, flying around while firing repulsor rays. Just as Muscular prepared to strike again, Koda, dressed in his Spider-Man costume, intervened, stopping the attack. Ragdoll praised Koda for his timely save, and Koda greeted Izuku, who was surprised to see him. Koda explained he had come from a field trip when Muscular grabbed him and threw him back. Izuku fired at Muscular to distract him, and Koda asked about the villain's motives. Izuku explained that Muscular was from space and had come to steal a necklace from a wizard. Koda attempted to attack Muscular but was caught and thrown again. Izuku fired another energy beam, but Muscular blocked it and retaliated by throwing a piece of the taxi. Koda caught it with his web and sent it back at Muscular. Meanwhile, Ojiro and Aoyama were engaged in their own battle with Kurogyari, who was using his telekinetic powers to launch spikes at Ojiro. Ojiro cleverly redirected the spikes back at Kurogyari, but the villain managed to block most of them, though one struck him, leaving a mark that fueled his anger. Kurogyari retaliated by blasting Aoyama back with a fire hydrant. Ojiro then created an energy whip to ensnare Kurogyari, pulling him closer, but Kurogyari countered by lifting Ojiro into the air and slamming him into a brick building, trapping him beneath debris. Kurogyari remarked on Ojiro's powers, dismissing them as quaint. Kurogyari remarked on how popular Ojiro seemed with children, suggesting he would make a great birthday magician. As Kurogyari attempted to grab the necklace Ojiro wore, he felt a sharp pain as it burned his hand. Ojiro explained that it was a simple yet unbreakable spell. Kurogyari, frustrated, declared he would take it off Ojiro's lifeless body and forcefully threw him to the ground. Before Ojiro could activate the time stone, Kurogyari ensnared him with wires emerging from the ground, tightening them around him. Ojiro warned that removing a dead man's spell would be a challenge. Kurogyari retorted that Ojiro would wish for death as he constricted the wires around Ojiro's neck, causing him to lose consciousness. Kurogyari then lifted the chunk of ground Ojiro lay on, but Ojiro's cape unexpectedly freed him, allowing him to soar away. Meanwhile, Izuku and Koda were engaged in a fierce battle with Muscular. Izuku created a circular shield just in time to block Muscular's attack. As Ojiro and his cape flew past Koda, Izuku instructed him to pursue the wizard. Koda swung into action, but Kurogyari retaliated by hurling a billboard at him, knocking him back without causing harm. Koda, undeterred, continued his chase. Kurogyari manipulated nearby lampposts, causing Ojiro's cape to get caught, releasing him just before he hit the ground. Koda managed to catch Ojiro with a web, exclaiming his success. However, as they attempted to escape, a tractor beam from a ship began pulling them in. Koda desperately grabbed onto a lamppost, but Kurogyari uprooted it, drawing Koda into the beam as well. Back in the fight, Izuku urged Koda to hang on while he unleashed more repulsor rays at Muscular. Muscular retaliated by grabbing Izuku and slamming him into the ground, electrocuting him and leaving him unable to rise. Just as Muscular prepared to finish Izuku off, a portal opened above him, and he fell through, landing in the Arctic. Musculars spotted Aoyama and Sato through the portal and attempted to attack, but Aoyama quickly closed the portal, severing Muscular's arm in the process. Sato kicked the dismembered hand away in disgust. Izuku, having freed himself from Muscular's weapon, flew off to rescue Koda. The scene shifted to the spaceship, which was preparing to leave Earth's atmosphere. Koda used his spider abilities to climb the ship, while Izuku soared toward him, requesting assistance from Friday. A large thruster activated beneath Izuku, propelling him at full speed toward the ship. Inside the ship, Kurogyari approached the controls, ready to depart. Back with Izuku, he instructed Friday to unlock a specific setting. The scene transitioned to the Avengers compound, where a metal pod launched toward the ship. Luke explained that it was the Avengers' base of operations. As Koda climbed the ship, Izuku reached him and urged him to let go, assuring him he would catch him. Kota, struggling to breathe, removed his mask and expressed his distress. Izuku reminded him of the danger they were in, and Koda acknowledged the situation. Just then, the pod flew past them, and Koda lost consciousness, letting go of the ship. The audience gasped in horror, but a piece of nanotechnology emerged from the pod, attaching itself to Koda and forming a nanotech spider suit around him. He landed safely on a lower part of the ship and regained consciousness, now equipped with the impressive iron spider suit. Luke explained that Izuku had created the suit for Koda when he considered joining the Avengers, and though Koda had declined, Izuku kept it for emergencies. Eri complimented Koda's new look, causing him to blush, while he noted the fresh scent of his suit. Izuku wished him well and instructed Friday to send Koda home. A parachute deployed from Koda's suit, sending him back to Earth, much to his dismay. He protested, claiming he could help, but Izuku reassured him it was for his safety. Izuku then attached himself to the ship and used a laser to cut a hole, entering the vessel. Friday alerted him to an incoming call from Ochako, who expressed her concern for his safety and inquired about the situation. Izuku assured her he was fine but mentioned he might not return for a while. Ochako's worry escalated as she realized he was on the ship, and despite his apologies, she insisted he come back. The call began to break up, and Izuku's frustration grew as he found Koda hanging onto the back of the ship, having disobeyed his orders to stay on Earth. But Koda felt he might need to help. He began climbing into the ship. As he entered through an opening that closed behind him, he thought to himself that he should have stayed on the bus. Mandalay agreed with his unspoken sentiment. The ship then entered hyperspace. Luke mentioned that they would fast forward a little while later, showing Ojiro surrounded by spikes. He woke up to find Kurogyari standing before him. Kurogyari stated that throughout his time serving All for One, he had never failed him. He warned that if he reached their rendezvous on Titan with the time stone still attached to Ojiro, there would be consequences. The spikes began to inch closer to Ojiro, one piercing his cheek. Kurogyari demanded the stone, but the spell protecting it kept the spikes at bay. Meanwhile, Izuku stood on a platform above, observing Kurogyari and Ojiro. Ojiro's cape floated beside Izuku and tapped him on the shoulder. Izuku aimed his repulsor ray at the cape, only to realize it was not a threat. He remarked on the cape's loyalty as Koda lowered himself down with a web, hanging upside down. Koda mentioned loyalty, and Izuku, visibly displeased, expressed his frustration. Koda acknowledged that he should not be there and explained that he had thought about Izuku during his long descent. Izuku insisted he didn't want to hear it, but Koda continued, mentioning how he got stuck to the ship and how intuitive his suit was. Izuku muttered in annoyance, suggesting it was partly Koda's fault he was there. Koda quickly backtracked, realizing he was now in space. Izuku reiterated that this was not a casual outing and that he should not have come. Koda argued that he couldn't be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man without a neighborhood. Izuku stood in silence for a moment before Koda added that it didn't make much sense but hoped Izuku understood. Izuku urged Koda to focus on the situation at hand and pointed out Ojiro below, emphasizing the urgency. Koda crouched at the edge of the platform, trying to devise a plan. He stood up and asked if Izuku had seen the old movie, Aliens. Mina chimed in that it was her favorite movie. The scene shifted back to Ojiro, who was in distress as the spikes continued to close in on him. Kurogiri remarked on the painful nature of the spikes, originally designed for microsurgery, now turned into instruments of torture. Kurogiri's words were interrupted by a loud thud as Izuku appeared, aiming his repulsor rays. He clarified that saving Ojiro was more of a professional courtesy than friendship. Ojiro sarcastically thanked him. Kurogiri summoned a piece of metal, claiming Izuku had saved nothing and that his powers were insignificant compared to his own. Izuku retorted that at least the kid had seen more movies. He then fired a missile from his shoulder at the wall, causing Kurogiri to be pulled into the vacuum of space. Ojiro was nearly SGD out too, but his cape tried to save him. Koda shot a web at Ojiro and grabbed onto a piece of metal to prevent him from being lost to space, but the metal broke, and both Koda and Ojiro faced the same fate. Suddenly, four mechanical spider-like arms emerged from Koda's back, anchoring them to the wall and preventing them from being pulled into the void. Koda was surprised by the appearance of the arms. Mei began sketching blueprints as Koda used the arms to propel himself and Ojiro back into the ship just in time for Izuku to spray nanites and seal the breach. Kurogiri's lifeless form drifted through space, and Aizawa and Present Mike felt uneasy witnessing their friend's demise once more. Koda jumped next to Ojiro's cape, introducing himself, but the cape simply floated away, ignoring him. Koda shrugged it off. Izuku's nanotech armor retracted back into the device on his chest. Ojiro insisted they needed to turn the ship around, but Izuku sarcastically pointed out that Ojiro only wanted to run now. Ojiro clarified that he wanted to protect the Time Stone, while Izuku demanded gratitude for saving him. Ojiro questioned what he should be thankful for, and Izuku reminded him that he had just saved him from being blasted into space. Ojiro sarcastically commented on how Izuku managed to fit his head into his helmet. Izuku pressed Ojiro to admit he should have listened when he was told to leave. Ojiro countered that he didn't work for Izuku. Izuku pointed out that their current predicament was due to Ojiro's stubbornness, leaving them stranded in a ship far from Earth without backup. Koda, now without his mask, chimed in that he was backup. Izuku dismissed him, stating that the adults were talking. Ojiro, confused about their relationship, asked if Koda was Izuku's ward. Koda introduced himself, and Ojiro replied with his name, Dr. Ojiro. Koda then jokingly claimed to be Spider-Man, to which Ojiro noted that his name was not made up. In this universe, the protagonist was once a doctor, but after an accident and a series of events, they became the Sorcerer Supreme. However, Koda was unaware of their past as a doctor and mistakenly thought Dr. Ojiro was merely a superhero name, as Luke explained. Ojiro chose to ignore Koda and approached Izuku. Izuku informed him that the ship was self-correcting its course and on autopilot. Ojiro asked if they could control it and fly home, but Izuku remained silent for a moment before confirming he heard the question. He expressed uncertainty about whether returning home was the best idea. Ochako was taken aback by this uncertainty. Ojiro emphasized the importance of not bringing the Time Stone to All for One, highlighting the stakes involved. Izuku countered, explaining that All for One had been in his mind for 6 years and had previously sent an army to New York. He was unsure whether it was better to confront him on their own turf or his, but suggested that attacking him where he least expected it could be advantageous. Ojiro agreed to go after All for One but made it clear that if it came down to saving either Izuku or the Time Stone, he would not hesitate to make a difficult choice for the greater good of the universe. Kirishima commented on the darkness of Ojiro's statement, while Izuku, trying to lighten the mood, patted Ojiro's arm and reassured him that they were in this together. Izuku then turned to Koda, tapping his shoulders gently. He declared Koda an Avenger now, and the Avengers theme began to play, prompting Koda to smile and straighten up as the crowd cheered for him. Later, Luke expressed his frustration about the jokes being made, while Bakugo challenged Izuku to call him by his real name. Tsu's surprised exclamation added to the chaos, and Luke lamented the absurdity of their world. Bakugo shouted about being teased, while Fuyumi noted that they had experienced a similar situation, albeit without Tuya. Momo expressed her concerns about the terrifying nature of their experiences, and Bakugo recounted a humorous incident from a restaurant. He insisted on calling a character by a nickname, and Izuku asserted their superiority over Mineta. All for one pondered the foolishness of anyone discovering his base so easily. Luke reassured Bakugo that Izuku could defeat him at full power, and Momo revealed that she, Tsu, and Eri had tried on Bakugo's costume in his absence. Mitsuki shared a memory of a similar experience with Izuku and Katsuki, while Shoto questioned the nature of Tuya's latest schemes. Dabi dismissed the concern, and Luke shared another meme he had created. Ida scolded Kaminari for theft, while Bakugo insisted his squad was cooler. Luke debated the merits of expelling Mineta, and All Might confirmed that Kirishima's parents were indeed human. Ochako expressed determination, and Todoroki made a comment about a certain individual needing to run. Luke then teleported the group to a cafeteria adorned with purple and white birthday decorations. He wished Shinso, Natsuo, and Kaminari a happy birthday, tossing a present to Kaminari. Shinso expressed a desire to sleep, and Luke magically placed him in a cozy sleeping bag with a built-in heater. The party continued as everyone celebrated, eventually waking Shinso to blow out candles on their cakes. Endeavor promised to improve as a father, but Natsuo remained skeptical. Afterward, they returned to the theater for a brief chapter celebrating the birthdays. Luke teleported them back to the cafeteria, now decorated for a My Hero Academia anniversary celebration. Izuku noted they had just celebrated Shinso's and Natsuo's birthdays, but Luke explained that it was the 7-year anniversary of the series' publication. He announced a special guest, Kohei Horikoshi, the creator of My Hero Academia, who stepped through a portal. Izuku was honored to meet Horikoshi, who expressed surprise and delight at discovering his characters existed in another universe. The group then enjoyed a lively party filled with games and questions for Horikoshi, celebrating their shared connection to the beloved series. Luke announced that it was time to say goodbye to Horikoshi, who needed to return to his universe. The cast of My Hero Academia joined in, bidding farewell to Horikoshi, who expressed his gratitude before stepping through the portal. Luke then revealed that the next universe they would visit was based on a show from his childhood, but he decided to keep it a surprise as he pressed a button on the remote. The scene shifted to a 10-year-old Izuku sitting on the beach one summer night. He felt disheartened, reflecting on how Kaken always bullied him and how everyone mocked him for being quirkless. He lamented that he would never become a hero. Ochako encouraged him not to think that way. As Izuku looked up at the night sky, he spotted something flying above a shooting star. Excitedly, he made a wish to become a hero. To his astonishment, the shooting star seemed to be heading directly for him. He barely managed to jump out of the way as it crashed into the sand, creating a large crater. Curiosity piqued, Izuku peered into the crater and discovered a large metal ball at its center. Ida speculated that it might not be what it appeared to be. As Izuku slipped and fell into the crater, he decided to investigate the mysterious object. The ball opened up, revealing a watch inside. Izuku wondered what a watch was doing in outer space. As he reached out to touch it, the watch sprang onto his wrist, causing him to panic and try to remove it. Despite his efforts, the watch remained firmly in place. Frustrated, he climbed out of the crater and searched for something to pry it off, but a stick he found broke in his hands. Determined to see what the watch could do, he pressed a button, and a ring in the center popped out. Mei expressed her excitement about the watch, while Luke encouraged patience. When Izuku pressed the ring down, he was suddenly transformed into a creature made of diamond. Ochako was shocked by Izuku's transformation, and Luke explained that he had turned into one of the aliens stored in the watch. Izuku was bewildered by his new form and rushed to a nearby body of water to see his reflection, marveling at his diamond-like appearance. Spotting a pile of garbage on the beach, he aimed his hand at it, and tiny diamond shards shot out, striking the debris. Overjoyed, Izuku realized he had superpowers and felt a surge of confidence about becoming a hero. Bakugo remarked on Izuku's transformation, suggesting he seemed unconcerned about being a crystal creature. Luke reassured him that it wasn't permanent, emphasizing that Izuku was simply happy to have the ability to help others. Suddenly, an explosion echoed in the distance, prompting Izuku to rush into town, where he discovered a group of villains robbing a bank. With no heroes around, he knew he had to act. He boldly declared himself as Diamond Head, much to the villains' confusion. When they fired their weapons at him, the bullets harmlessly bounced off his diamond form. Izuku created giant diamond shards from the ground, trapping the villains until the authorities arrived. Afterward, he slipped into an alleyway, where the symbol on his chest emitted a beeping sound, and he transformed back into his human form, much to his dismay. Realizing the watch was low on power, he hoped it would recharge soon. Minutes later, back at the beach, the watch beeped green again, indicating it was ready for use. Excited, Izuku turned the ring and saw silhouettes of other creatures. He decided to try one out and transformed into a blue and black alien with a long tail. As he sprinted at super speed, he exclaimed his new name, Accelerate, though Ida pointed out the misspelling. Luke teased Ida, claiming that the new alien was faster than him. With some power still left in the watch, Izuku transformed into a creature made of black goop with green tech lines. He spotted an old washing machine nearby and, upon touching it, transformed it into a walking machine that shot out junk. Afterward, he returned to his human form, excited about his new abilities. Next, he transformed into a creature made of charcoal and fire, marveling at his fiery powers as he blasted fireballs and soared into the sky, thrilled by the adventure that lay ahead. Izuku excitedly declared that he would name the fire-shooting, flying alien, Heat Blast. Todoroki commented that it was a better name than Endeavor's. Endeavor, overhearing, called out to Todoroki. Izuku then transformed into a super tiny alien, only 6 inches tall. He felt a surge of intelligence and decided to call this one gray matter. Next, he morphed into a black alien covered in plugs. He noticed an old watt generator nearby, turned it on, and used the plugs on his head to absorb electricity. With a burst of energy, he launched the generator into the air and released a powerful shock from his fingers, causing it to explode. He excitedly named this new form Feedback, as he realized he could absorb and release electricity. Next, he transformed into a blue alien with a cloak that turned into wings. He blew ice from his mouth, freezing some junk, and then flew through the debris. He decided to call this one Big Chill for its freezing abilities. Then he transformed into a massive dinosaur-like alien. He marveled at his size and strength, crushing a pile of garbage with his bare hands and tossing it into the sky. He named this powerful form Humongousaur. Next, he became what resembled a walking furnace. He fired a beam of energy from his faceplate, melting the ice around the frozen junk. Feeling confined, he opened the faceplate and emerged as a creature made of pure energy, naming himself NRG. Afterward, he returned to the metal suit and transformed into a red alien with a tail and wings. He flew at high speeds, thrilled to discover he could shoot lasers from both his eyes and tail. He named this alien Jet Ray. After trying out all the aliens the watch had to offer, Izuku reverted to his human form. He felt ready to be a hero. For the next 5 years, he operated as a vigilante known as Deku-10, protecting the innocent and battling villains. Despite his good deeds, the authorities were after him for vigilantism. One day, now 15 years old, Izuku stood atop a building when a large ship descended and landed before him. 2 aliens emerged, one resembling Diamond Head and the other looking like gray matter. Izuku questioned their identity. The Diamond Head lookalike introduced himself as Tetrax, while the gray matter lookalike revealed himself as Azimuth, the creator of the device on Izuku's wrist. Azimuth explained that the device was called the Omnitrix, and he had been searching for it for 5 years. When Izuku asked if Azimuth intended to take it back, Azimuth shared that he had seen how Izuku used the Omnitrix to help others. He had sent it to Earth to keep it out of the hands of an evil alien named Vilgax, intending for Izuku's grandfather to have it. Izuku learned that his grandfather had been part of an intergalactic law enforcement agency called the Plumbers and had been friends with Azimuth. Unfortunately, his grandfather had passed away, but Izuku's DNA was the closest match, which is why the Omnitrix had chosen him. Azimuth expressed his concern about a child wielding such power but acknowledged Izuku's good intentions and offered him access to more aliens. Excitedly, Izuku learned that there were millions of aliens stored in the Omnitrix, and Azimuth unlocked 10 more for him. Tetrax advised Izuku to stop his illegal hero work, as it was only a matter of time before the authorities caught up with him. Izuku revealed his intention to take the UA entrance exam the following month, which pleased Azimuth and Tetrax, as the plumbers could help clear his name. After the plumbers secured a pardon for Izuku, he prepared for the entrance exam. On the big day, he stood outside UA, mentally gearing up to become a real hero. As he took a step forward, he tripped over his shoelace. Just as he braced for a fall, he found himself suspended in midair. He opened his eyes to see a girl with brown hair standing beside him. She apologized for using her quirk without asking, explaining that it would be bad luck to fall on the first day. With a gentle gesture, she returned Izuku's feet to the ground. Izuku stood there, blushing and stuttering, as she introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka. "Nice to meet you," Ochako said cheerfully. Izuku stood there, still blushing and stuttering. Ochako waved goodbye as she headed inside the building, leaving Izuku in a daze. Suddenly, a loud voice called out to him. Bakugo appeared, looking furious. He shouted that he thought he had told Izuku not to come there. Izuku, feeling annoyed, told Bakugo to leave him alone and walked away. The presentation began, led by Presentation Mike, and soon they gathered outside the training area. Izuku spotted Ochako at the front and was about to approach her when Ida stopped him, questioning his intentions. Ida accused Izuku of trying to sabotage Ochako, but she quickly defended him, saying that Ida didn't need to be so rude. Ida apologized, but before they could continue, the entrance exam commenced. Izuku transformed into Jet Ray and soared into the arena, switching between different aliens as he took down numerous robots. Near the end of the exam, the ground trembled, and a massive zero-pointer robot loomed ahead. While everyone else fled, Izuku noticed Ochako trapped under rubble. Realizing he needed to act, he activated the Omnitrix and transformed into a giant alien he hadn't tried yet. "Way big," he declared in a booming voice. He charged at the zero-pointer, delivering powerful punches that dismantled it. Then he transformed into Humongosaur, lifted the rubble off Ochako, and carried her back to safety. He asked if her leg was okay, to which she replied that it hurt a little but she would be fine. Recovery Girl approached and healed her leg with a gentle touch. Ochako looked up at Izuku, still in his giant form, and asked who he was. Izuku transformed back into his human self and introduced himself as Deku-10, holding up the Omnitrix. The scene faded to black, hinting at more adventures to come. Luke emerged from a portal dressed as a ghostbuster. Izuku questioned his outfit, and Luke explained that it was Halloween in his universe, and he planned to show them a very scary world. However, it was too frightening for the younger kids, so he would send them to another room. Curious, Ochako asked what the universe was about, and Luke teased that it was a surprise before pressing a button on his remote. The scene shifted to the city of Muzutafu, now eerily empty with abandoned cars lining the streets. Bakugo, Kirishima, Ida, Tetsu, Mineta, Kendo, Awaze, and Setsuna were seen running from an unseen threat, all wearing their hero costumes reinforced with armor and weapons. Setsuna appeared to be missing her left arm. Tetsu questioned their post-apocalyptic appearance, while Setsuna wondered about her missing arm. Luke urged them to keep watching. They entered an abandoned building and barricaded the door, hoping it would hold. But the door suddenly burst open, revealing Izuku, Ochako, and Todoroki standing in the shadows. A hint of green lightning flickered around Izuku's arm, suggesting he had just used one for all. As they stepped into the light, it became clear that they were zombies. Ochako exclaimed in shock at their transformation. Luke explained that this universe was known as Earth Z, a world overrun by a mysterious zombie virus that had spread rapidly, turning most of humanity, including Class 1A and 1B, into zombies. Zombie Izuku lunged at them, but Bakugo quickly blasted him away. Zombie Ochako attempted to ensnare Kendo with a rope from her gauntlet, but Kendo overpowered her, throwing her against the wall. Zombie Todoroki unleashed a blast of fire, but Kirishima and Tetsu activated their quirks, charging at him and landing multiple punches. Todoroki struggled to bite them, his teeth unable to penetrate their hardened skin. Luke explained that Kirishima and Tetsu had not been infected because their quirks allowed them to harden their skin, preventing the zombies from biting them. Aizawa inquired about the others, and Luke suggested it was pure luck that Bakugo and the remaining students had avoided bites. Setsuna asked about her situation, and Luke revealed that during the initial outbreak, she had detached her arm to fight, but it had been bitten, leaving her with a zombie arm while the rest of her remained unaffected. Mineta panicked, urging everyone to escape. Bakugo devised a plan, blasting a hole through the wall and instructing Mineta to hold the zombies in place with his quirk. Mineta threw his ball at the zombies, but it wouldn't hold them for long. They rushed outside, only to find the rest of Class 1A, Class 1B, and their teachers transformed into zombies, standing ominously before them. Zombie Zero unleashed a grotesque display, and Luke noted that the virus had altered some of their quirks in unexpected ways. Instead of firing tape from his arm, Luke explained that Zero could unleash his own organs. Zero then wrapped a ways up and pulled him closer to himself and the other zombies. Tetsu, Kendo, and Setsuna screamed Away's name in desperation, while Class 1B echoed their cries. The zombies then overwhelmed Away's, leaving the survivors haunted by his cries for help. Bakugo urgently asked Four Eyes if he had any energy left, to which Ida responded that he had just enough to get them all out. Bakugo climbed onto Ida's back, Mineta perched on his shoulders, and Ida lifted both Kendo and Setsuna. Kendo pointed out that there was no room for Tetsu and Kirishima. Tetsu reassured them that he and Kirishima would stay behind to hold off the zombies. Kendo protested, insisting they couldn't leave anyone behind, but Kirishima insisted they would be fine and that the zombies wouldn't be able to bite them. They promised to meet back at the hideout and urged the others to go. Ida and the others sped away, soon reaching their underground bunker hidden beneath an old building. Upon entering, they were greeted by Mei, Shinso, Recovery Girl, Eri, Kota, Katsuma, Mahoro, and some civilian survivors. Mei asked where Away's, Kirishima, and Tetsu were. Bakugo grimly informed her that Away's didn't make it and that Kirishima and Tetsu had stayed behind to fight the zombies. Luke explained that Mei, Shinso, Recovery Girl, Eri, Kota, Katsuma, and Mahoro were also survivors who had rescued each other from various zombie threats. Ida then presented the supplies they had gathered, which included food, medicine, and other essentials. Luke noted that their initial mission was to find these supplies. Bakugo inquired about the progress of the cure. Recovery Girl admitted that there hadn't been much success, although Eri's blood had shown some potential to reverse the effects of the zombie virus. Luke elaborated that Eri's blood might be the key to creating an antidote, despite the painful memories it brought back for her. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. Bakugo asked who it was, and they heard Kirishima's voice respond. Mineta opened the door, only to find Kirishima and Tetsu standing still with blank expressions. Concerned, Mineta asked if they were okay, but the familiar faces vanished, revealing zombie Kirishima and Tetsu instead. They lunged at Mineta, who was quickly overwhelmed. Bakugo was taken aback by the shocking turn of events as the zombies flooded into the room, including Zombie Aways and Zombie Kami. The realization hit that the initial appearances of Kirishima and Tetsu had been an illusion created by Zombie Kami. Kendo questioned how Tetsu and Kirishima had been infected, recalling Luke's earlier statement about their skin being impervious. Luke explained that they couldn't maintain their hardened skin forever, and eventually, the zombies had managed to bite through. Zombie Tetsu lunged at Kendo, and the sight of his alternate self attacking the girl he loved disturbed him deeply. Just then, a hole burst through the ceiling, revealing the Zombie League of Villains. Among them were Zombie Shigaraki, Zombie Dabi, Zombie Toga, a horde of Zombie Twice, Zombie Spinner, Zombie Kurojuri, and Zombie All for One. Zombie Ochako attacked Mei, biting her and beginning her transformation into a zombie. Ida rushed to protect Mei, kicking Zombie Ochako away, but it was too late. Mei had already succumbed and turned on Ida. Shinso attempted to fight back but was quickly overwhelmed as well. Setsuna was distracted by her own zombified arm, which emerged from the crowd and grabbed her, allowing the zombies to overpower her too. The zombies continued their assault, consuming Recovery Girl and most of the other survivors until only Bakugo, Eri, Kota, Katsuma, and Mahoro remained. Bakugo instructed the kids to stay behind him as he prepared to defend them. He unleashed a powerful blast, taking down many zombies, but more kept coming. They fled into another room, and just as Bakugo was about to close the door, zombie Izuku bit his arm. He managed to shut the door and barricade it. Mahoro asked if Bakugo was okay, but he warned them to stay away as his skin began to change. Realizing he would soon turn into a zombie himself, Bakugo urged the kids to escape. Luke then appeared through a portal, explaining that he had come to help. He instructed the kids to follow him to a safe place in another universe without zombies. Despite their reluctance, Bakugo insisted they go with Luke, knowing his time was up. The kids, with tears in their eyes, bid farewell to Bakugo as they stepped through the portal, which closed behind them. When the zombies broke down the door, they found Bakugo had transformed into one of them. The scene faded to black as Luke brought Eri, Koda, Katsuma, and Mahoro to a zombie-free universe. In a universe where they were never born, so they wouldn't have to share it with alternate versions of themselves, Luke explained his thoughts. All Might inquired if Luke had gone back to rescue any other survivors. Luke responded that he couldn't risk the virus spreading to other universes. He mentioned that saving the children had been an exception, as he couldn't bear to see innocent kids harmed. He then decided to change out of his costume before they watched the next universe. Luke emerged from a portal, sharing that he had seen another My Hero Academia movie titled World Heroes Mission. This movie featured the adventure of Izuku and his friend Rody Soul, which reminded him of something important. With a snap of his fingers, a portal opened, and Rody Soul, his bird Pico, and Rody's younger siblings stepped through. Izuku greeted Rody warmly, and they embraced, expressing their happiness to see each other. Rody mentioned hearing that Izuku had a girlfriend, to which Izuku proudly revealed that he also had a daughter. Luke invited Rody and his family to join them in watching the Deku-Verse, encouraging everyone to take their seats as they prepared to start the next universe. The next universe would continue the story of their children and their adventures at UA. Luke pressed a button on his remote, revealing the new Class 1A and the original Class 1A fighting the League of Villains at the USJ. He explained that after 20 years, the League of Villains had returned, led by a revived cyborg Shigaraki. Izuku confronted Shigaraki, questioning how he was still alive. Shigaraki revealed that All for One had secretly granted him extra protection quirks, allowing him to survive. He had been in a coma for 2 decades until recently. Izuku expressed his disbelief, pointing out that Shigaraki had repeatedly tried to kill them. Shigaraki shrugged, admitting he didn't know why he had awakened now, but hinted that a mysterious doctor was a greater threat than Izuku could imagine. All Might felt uneasy about this revelation. At that moment, Katsumi charged at Shigaraki, prompting a comment from Masaru about her resemblance to Mitsuki. Bakugo interjected, insisting that Katsumi got her looks from him. Katsumi unleashed an explosion at Shigaraki, but when the smoke cleared, he remained unharmed, which shocked her. Shigaraki taunted her, noting her recklessness, before using an energy-blasting quirk to send her flying. Toshi rushed to Katsumi's side as Izuku confronted Shigaraki about All for One. The two clashed, their powers illuminating the battlefield. As Toshi carried Katsumi back to safety, Bakugo checked on her, but she brushed him off, prompting a heated exchange between father and daughter. Momo urged everyone to focus on the task at hand, while Shoto expressed concern about their strategies against the League, noting that it had been years since they last fought them. Luke reassured Shoto that his beard was only for when he was fighting crime and explained the family dynamics in this universe. The group realized they needed to stop the League once and for all. Toshi, along with several others, rushed to help, but suddenly someone swung in using a grappling gun, grabbing him and taking off. Ochako shouted for Toshi as they were ambushed by more villains and Nomus. As Toshi was swung high into the air, he landed on the roof of a nearby building, facing the hooded young man who had captured him. Toshi demanded to know who he was, suspecting him to be another member of the League. The hooded figure silently regarded Toshi for a moment before drawing a katana with a blazing hot blade. Kaminari commented on the impressive sword, while Inko observed it closely, finding it odd. "What do you mean, Mom?" Izuku asked his mother. Your father fought with a very similar weapon as a pro hero when he was alive. But I'm sure it's just a coincidence, Inko replied. The young man expressed coldly that he wanted to say this wasn't personal, but it was. He swung his sword at Toshi with such speed that Toshi barely managed to block the attack using his quirk. Toshi retaliated by launching the young man back, but the young man stabbed his katana into the floor to slow himself down, then charged at Toshi again. Toshi narrowly dodged and blocked the young man's blade attacks. Eventually, he found an opening and used his quirk to disarm the young man, sending the katana flying from his hands. The young man then unleashed a flurry of quick kicks and punches, and Toshi noticed that the fighting style was strikingly familiar, resembling the moves he had learned while growing up. In a swift motion, Toshi grabbed the young man by the shoulders and slammed him onto the edge of the roof, pinning him down with the young man's head dangerously close to the edge. Toshi demanded to know what the young man wanted from him. As he looked closely at the young man's goggles, recognition washed over him. Toshi's grip tightened on the young man's shoulders, his anger palpable. He asked where the young man had gotten those goggles. All Might, observing the scene, questioned the significance of the goggles, but Luke simply replied that they would see. The young man remained silent, prompting Toshi to shout for him to talk as he pulled him up and slammed him down again. It was then that the young man's hood fell away, revealing messy brown hair with a familiar green streak. Toshi's eyes widened in shock as he realized the resemblance. "Who are you?" Toshi asked, his voice trembling. The young man finally spoke, expressing his disgust at having once wanted to be like Toshi. Before Toshi could respond, he heard his father screaming and turned to see Izuku being overwhelmed by Shigaraki, who was poised to deliver a final blow. With no time to spare, Toshi released the young man, pulled out a grappling hook from his utility belt, and swiftly descended the building. As Shigaraki prepared to finish off Izuku, Toshi used his quirk to restrain Shigaraki, shouting for him to get away from Izuku. Shigaraki smirked, seemingly unfazed by the telekinetic grip. Suddenly, a massive portal opened before Toshi, and a large gray arm emerged, grabbing him and breaking his hold on Shigaraki. In horror, Toshi recognized the hand. Katsumi, witnessing the scene, gasped in disbelief. Shigaraki laughed maniacally, revealing that the individual who had once tried to kidnap her and Toshi was part of the League and had saved his life. Izuku was stunned, realizing they had searched for that man for years without any leads, only to discover he had been working for Shigaraki all along. Shigaraki clarified that while he didn't work for the man, he didn't work against him either, promising that the truth would soon be revealed. The giant hand then hurled Toshi into the air, launching him through a hole in the ceiling of the USJ's roof. Katsumi screamed his name as he ascended higher, panic setting in as he began to fall back down. In a moment of desperation, Toshi recalled a time from his childhood. 11 years earlier, he had been in his backyard trying to fly but failing repeatedly. Izuku had come outside, encouraging him to relax and reminding him that he had plenty of time to learn before UA. Toshi had expressed his determination to train hard and protect Katsumi, but Izuku had advised him that being a hero was about more than just rank, it was about helping others and doing what was right. He urged Toshi not to rush and to take things slowly, sharing his own experiences of loss and growth. With renewed determination, Toshi took a deep breath and managed to levitate a few inches off the ground, though he quickly fell back down. Excitedly, he shared his small victory with his mother, who had come out to witness his progress. "That's great," she exclaimed, celebrating his achievement. Ochako felt immense pride as she hugged her son tightly. Toshi released her embrace and gazed up at the sky, determination shining in his eyes. He declared that when he grew up, he would become the #1 hero, just like his father, and the ultimate gravity hero, just like his mother. Ochako chuckled, affectionately cupping his cheek and calling him their little green gravity, which drew a collective awe from the audience. In the present, Toshi closed his eyes and took a deep breath as the music swelled. He encouraged himself, feeling the rush of excitement. Soon, he was soaring through the air, laughter bubbling up as he reveled in his newfound ability. His joy was infectious, prompting Kaminari to cheer for him. However, Toshi's exhilaration quickly turned to focus as he spotted Shigaraki, who was about to attack his father. With a fierce shout, Toshi flew at Shigaraki, slamming him into the ground. Shigaraki sneered, questioning Toshi's confidence, but Toshi stood firm, asserting that he knew he could succeed. Just as Shigaraki prepared to retaliate, Toshi used his quirk to disable Shigaraki's robotic arm, causing the villain to scream in frustration. In a sudden twist, a warp gate opened beneath Shigaraki, allowing him to escape, along with several other villains. Panting heavily, Shota Shinso questioned if it was finally over. Toshi flew back to the roof of the fake building, only to find that the young man he had confronted was gone, leaving behind a message burned into the surface that read, "We'll meet again some sunny day." Toshi stood speechless, whispering that it couldn't have been him. Ochako, filled with concern, asked if the person who had tried to harm Toshi was indeed who she suspected. Luke confirmed her fears with a nod, prompting Izuku to question the possibility of it. Luke assured them that they would understand in due time. Toshi then descended from the roof, landing gracefully on the ground. A familiar voice called out to him, and he turned to see Katsumi, tears streaming down her face. She rushed to him, burying her face in his chest, expressing her fear of losing him. Toshi smiled warmly, and soon his parents and friends joined them, enveloping him in a group hug. Ochako, in tears, expressed how worried she had been, while Izuku looked at Toshi with pride, acknowledging the lives he had saved that day. All Might remarked that young Toshinori would indeed make a fine hero, to which Aizawa agreed. After the authorities apprehended the remaining villains, the students returned home for the weekend. As Toshi left the dormitory, he spotted Katsumi leaning against a tree, gazing at the sunset. He approached her, asking if she was heading home to her family as well. Katsumi mentioned that she was taking the weekend off to enjoy a moment of peace, aware that it might be the last for a while. Toshi reassured her that their parents and guardians would stop the League, just as they had before. He promised that if they had to face the villains again, they would be ready. Katsumi, however, expressed her fears about the past and the potential threat posed by Shigaraki and his allies. As she began to tear up, Toshi wrapped his arms around her, vowing to protect her and everyone else. Katsumi looked up into his green eyes, surprised by his use of a childhood nickname. Toshi smirked, stating that he would call her that again if she didn't mind. She smiled, wiping her tears away, and they shared a moment of connection. Suddenly, Izuku and Ochako appeared, interrupting their moment. Toshi blushed, quickly explaining that they were just saying goodbye. Katsumi echoed his sentiment, both teenagers flustered. Izuku and Ochako exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscing about their own youth. Izuku then urged Toshi to head home, and Toshi turned back to Katsumi, bidding her farewell. As he walked away with his family, Katsumi whispered a soft goodbye, adding a playful nickname. Mina, observing from a distance, commented on how cute their nicknames were. In the family minivan, Ochako teased Toshi about not using the nickname for years, playfully suggesting he might ask Katsumi out soon. Toshi blushed deeply at the thought, and the scene faded to black. The narrative shifted to a new adventure, introducing an adult Izuku clad in silver Mandalorian armor, wielding the darksaber alongside a tiny, green Eri. They were bringing Overhaul, dressed in an Imperial Moff uniform, to the bridge of a Star Destroyer. Adult Kendo and Yui, also in Mandalorian armor, accompanied them, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. An adult and more muscular Momo stood in Rebel armor, alongside adult Toga in a bounty hunter outfit. Luke remarked that Toga was a sort of good guy in this situation. Kendo inquired about what had happened, and Momo explained that Toga had brought someone in alive, which meant the New Republic would have to double the payment. Overhaul interjected, clarifying that this was not what they were discussing. Izuku and Momo turned their attention to Overhaul, who suggested that Momo should kill the captured individual and take the reward. Momo reacted by shoving him to the ground. Overhaul then addressed Izuku, stating that the darksaber now belonged to him. Luke added that whoever wielded the darksaber ruled Mandalore, the homeworld of the Mandalorians. Kaminari excitedly noted that Izuku now owned a powerful black lightsaber and a planet. Izuku switched off the darksaber and approached Kendo, attempting to hand her the weapon. However, she merely stared at him, unable to accept it. Overhaul explained that the dark saber must be won in battle, and for Kendo to wield it again, she would need to defeat Izuku in combat. Izuku, prioritizing Eri's safety, yielded the weapon to her, but Overhaul chuckled, stating that it didn't work that way. He stood up and emphasized that the dark saber itself held no power, it was the story behind it that mattered. Without the blade, Kendo would be seen as a pretender to the throne. Kendo agreed with Overhaul, leaving Izuku urging her to take it. Kendo remained silent for a moment, prompting Kaminari to comment that Izuku had spoken too soon. Suddenly, a computer began beeping, and Toga announced that the ray shields had been breached and they were being boarded. Kendo asked how many life forms were detected, to which Toga replied there were none. The screen then displayed dark troopers landing on the ship, accompanied by energetic music. Jiro noted that the droids had good taste in music. Overhaul warned Izuku that he had faced one dark trooper before, but now he would have to contend with a platoon. More dark troopers continued to board the ship, making their way toward the bridge. Kendo alerted everyone that they were headed this way. Momo pushed Overhaul back down, unaware that he had hidden a blaster pistol under his cape. As the dark troopers advanced, Izuku placed Eri behind a computer console, assuring her that he would get her out of there. As the dark troopers approached, Toga commanded to seal the blast doors. Yui pressed a button, and the doors closed just in time. They could hear the dark troopers pounding on the metal doors from outside. Overhaul commented on the impressive fire team protecting Izuku, but he ominously predicted that after a valiant stand, everyone in the room would be dead, except for him and the child. The dark troopers continued their relentless assault on the doors, causing significant damage. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the computer beeped again. Bakugo asked if more dark troopers were coming, but Luke smiled and said no. They looked out the bridge window to see an X-Wing flying into one of the hangars. Yui ran to the console, and Momo sarcastically remarked about their savior being just one X-Wing. Yui called out to the incoming craft to identify itself, but there was no response. Eri began to sense a familiar presence and made cooing noises, causing the dark troopers to stop their assault and draw their blasters. Overhaul's confidence began to wane as epic music played in the background. Toga wondered why the droids had ceased their attack. Kendo checked the security monitor, revealing the dark troopers forming a battle line as a man in a black hooded cloak walked down the hallway, effortlessly dispatching multiple dark troopers with a lightsaber. Izuku turned to the screen, recognizing the figure, while Overhaul grew increasingly anxious. Luke smirked, teasing that they would soon see who it was. The Jedi continued to dismantle the dark troopers with skillful precision, using both his lightsaber and the Force. Eri stood up, captivated by the scene. Overhaul, in a desperate move, grabbed the hidden blaster and shot at Kendo, but her armor protected her. He then aimed at Eri, but Izuku leaped in front of her, taking the shots himself. Toga ordered Overhaul to drop the weapon as she aimed her rifle at him. Instead, he attempted to shoot himself, but Momo swiftly knocked the blaster from his hands and incapacitated him with her rifle. The scene shifted back to the Jedi, who was still defeating the droids. Eri watched intently from the security console, placing her hand on the screen as Izuku observed the footage. The Jedi entered an elevator leading to the bridge floor, while the dark troopers outside turned to face the elevator, guns at the ready. The elevator dinged, and the Jedi emerged, annihilating the dark troopers with his lightsaber and Force powers, finishing the last one by crushing it. Standing outside the bridge, the Jedi awaited someone to open the doors. Eri looked at the screen, then at Izuku, who realized what needed to be done. He picked Eri up and carried her to a console, insisting that the doors be opened. Toga questioned his sanity as Izuku set Eri down in a chair and pressed the button to open the blast doors. As the doors opened, the Jedi stepped into the room, ready to assist. He shut off his lightsaber and secured it at his side, then removed his hood, revealing himself to be none other than Luke Skywalker. The room erupted in excitement as everyone recognized him. Luke expressed his disappointment about how his character had been portrayed. Eri peeked from behind a chair to catch a glimpse of him. Izuku, curious, asked if Luke was a Jedi. Ciro pointed out the obvious, noting that Luke had just defeated a group of droids using his lightsaber and the Force. Luke confirmed his identity as a Jedi before turning his attention to Eri. He gently invited her to come closer. Eri glanced at Izuku, who expressed his concern, stating that she didn't want to go with Luke. Luke explained that Eri sought Izuku's permission. He acknowledged her potential, emphasizing that raw talent needed guidance to flourish. He pledged to protect her but insisted that she would only be safe once she mastered her abilities. Izuku picked Eri up and brought her to Luke. Ochako whispered her apprehension. Izuku encouraged Eri, assuring her that she belonged with Luke, someone of her kind. Ida remarked on Izuku's decision to let her go. Izuku promised he would see her again. Eri placed her hand on Izuku's helmet, and emotional music filled the air. He removed his helmet, allowing her to touch his face with her tiny, green hand. The scene stirred deep emotions among those present. Izuku gently stated that it was time for her to go. Eri made soft, sad sounds, and he reassured her not to be afraid. As he set her down, she hugged his leg and looked up at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, a familiar beeping noise filled the room as R2-D2 rolled in. Eri turned to the droid, cooing at him, and he responded with cheerful beeps. Luke exchanged a nod with Izuku, who returned the gesture. Eri then lifted her arms, wanting to be held by Luke. He picked her up and turned back to Izuku, offering a heartfelt farewell. He wished him well, saying, "May the Force be with you." Luke and R2 walked back to the elevator with Eri as the emotional music swelled around them. Eri glanced back at her father, who had tears welling in his eyes. They entered the elevator, and Izuku nodded goodbye to her. The door closed, and the screen faded to black. Many people were still in tears, including Bakugo and some of the villains. Kirishima noticed Bakugo's distress and asked if he was crying. Bakugo hesitated before admitting the truth. Kaminari reassured him, saying it was okay because they were all feeling the same way. Eri and Izuku embraced each other tightly. Ochako, wiping her tears, wondered if they would ever see each other again. Luke explained that they did reunite, but it was much sooner than expected. Boba Fett, who was a clone of Twice in this universe, received his own spin-off show. In the final episodes, Izuku and Eri took center stage, and their previous storylines were resolved quickly, leaving Luke uncertain about watching future seasons of The Mandalorian in his universe. Luke expressed his thoughts, acknowledging the emotional weight of the moment. All Might emphasized the strength of family, which surprised Izuku and Ochako. They were reminded of their own journeys and the challenges they faced while obtaining their provisional licenses. Ochako questioned why fans seemed focused on her desire for money, to which Luke suggested it was an excuse for negativity. Bakugo reflected on his past, admitting he regretted how he treated Izuku, while Dabi and Shoto reacted to the conversation with disbelief. Inko expressed her concern for Izuku, who reassured her that he could defend himself now. Luke explained that these versions of them existed in alternate universes. Mirio lightened the mood with a playful introduction, making Eri laugh. Ida suggested that using tape was a better alternative to vaping, which Siro playfully dismissed. Aizawa, observing the antics, questioned the absurdity of the situation while Ms. Joke and Present Mike found it amusing. Luke shared a humorous memory of Izuku attempting to moonwalk, recalling how it almost led to a mishap with Present Mike. As Luke wrapped up his collection of memes, he warned everyone not to read the next chapter if they hadn't caught up with the manga, as it contains significant revelations. Emerging from a portal, Luke delivered some troubling news. He had sent the villains away to prevent them from overhearing. He revealed that the identity of the UA traitor had been disclosed in the manga, and it was someone among them. The revelation shocked everyone, especially when Aoyama stood up and admitted to being the traitor. Bakugo reacted angrily, but Aoyama explained that he had been forced into this position to protect his family after receiving his quirk from All for One. Tears streamed down his face as he expressed his regret for the pain caused to his classmates. Though the students felt anger, they also understood Aoyama's motivations. Nizu proposed a plan to use Aoyama's insider knowledge to their advantage, allowing him and his family to avoid jail time. Aoyama expressed his gratitude, and Luke suggested they return to the Deku-Verse, hoping everyone had heeded the warning before diving into the revelations. "Alright, everyone, there's something I need to tell you all. In another universe, one very similar to mine, there's a version of me that doesn't have god powers. He's an ordinary person who writes fanfictions. In fact, he's writing what's going on here right now as a fanfiction, Luke explained. Ochako was puzzled and asked what he meant. Luke continued, explaining that in their universe, My Hero Academia was real, while in his, it was fictional. He had brought them all to this pocket dimension to watch different versions of themselves. In this alternate reality, everything happening was part of a massive fanfiction being written by that other version of him. He mentioned that the readers of that fanfiction were asking them questions, and he thought it would be fun for them to answer. Izuku was eager to know what the questions were. Luke pulled up a holographic screen displaying the questions directed at Izuku. The first question came from a user who wanted to know how Izuku felt about other boys trying to flirt with Ochako. Izuku responded that he would have a word with them. Another question asked if there was ever a moment when Bakugo was intimidated by him, to which Izuku believed there had to be at least one time. A question about which of his friends inspired him the most led him to declare that it was Ochako, as she was always strong and determined. When asked about his crush on pro heroes, Izuku admitted he had never really had one, stating that the only person he loved was Ochako. A question about an alternate universe where he had a quirk called fusion intrigued him, but he noted it was up to Luke whether they would see that universe. Luke quickly dismissed the idea. Another question asked who his favorite teacher was after All Might and Aizawa, and Izuku chose Present Mike. One user asked what he would do if someone tried to hurt Ochako or Eri. Izuku's response was firm: he would ensure that person faced consequences. When asked about a moment when he was truly angry, Izuku recalled the time Bakugo nearly harmed Ochako during the sports festival or when Overhaul hurt Eri. He affirmed that All Might felt like a father figure to him and expressed hope that he could defeat his villain counterpart once he fully mastered One for All. Curiosity led to a question about the Black Whip quirk, and Izuku explained that he had only managed to use it for a few things so far. Reflecting on his bond with Eri, he noted that she started feeling like a daughter to him when he gave her a candy apple at the cultural festival. Luke then moved on to questions for Ochako. One user asked how she could be the cutest thing to ever exist, to which she humbly credited Eri but appreciated the compliment. Another question inquired about what she would do if girls were flirting with Izuku, and she playfully declared she would send them to space. When asked about her favorite things beyond Deku and Japanese cooking, Ochako mentioned her love for Eri and her parents, while villains were her least favorite. She reiterated her affection for her family and Eri when prompted again. A question about her permanent blush led her to explain that it was something she was born with, a trait that ran in her family. Another user asked if the rainbow and sparkle effect she experienced was real or just Izuku's imagination, and she confirmed it was indeed real. When asked about her reasons for loving Izuku, she noted there were so many it would take forever to list them all. Lastly, she pondered what kind of equipment she would like for her hero suit, suggesting perhaps a utility belt and fingerless gloves. Luke then turned to Bakugo, starting with a question about whether he knew Izuku was using only 8% of his power during their fight, to which Bakugo acknowledged he had figured that out eventually. Another user asked why he was always angry, and Bakugo simply stated it was in his blood. A question about what he would do if he could restart his life was left hanging, as Luke prepared to move on to the next character. Will you try to change your past self, or will you remain the same? Bakugo thought he would definitely be a better person. Someone asked when he would start anger management classes, and he replied that it would be soon. Another person inquired if he would date Todoroki or Midoriya, to which he expressed that he would rather not date either of them. When asked about his persistent anger, Bakugo admitted he had issues to deal with. Someone questioned his height, and he muttered a small measurement under his breath. Another question came about his pride, which he acknowledged was tied to his personal issues. He was also asked about a missed opportunity for an undisputed victory in an obstacle course, and he reflected that he had been too consumed by anger to think clearly. When someone asked how he would handle a character named Yoru trying to silence him, he suggested he might let them. Next, it was Todoroki's turn. He was asked if he had ever considered using dry ice with his ice quirk, and he thought it might be worth trying. When questioned about his feelings of hatred towards others, He firmly stated that he would never want to see a version of himself that hated Midoriya, as they were friends. Someone jokingly asked if he was a lost brother to another character, but Todoroki was unsure since they came from different universes. Todoroki was also asked about his old costume, which he kept as a backup. When someone checked on his well-being, he assured them he was getting better. He was asked if he would like to be trained by characters named Scorpion and Sub-Zero, but he was unfamiliar with them. Another question about manipulating fire and ice separately revealed that he had yet to try that. Momo was next. She was asked why she didn't use a costume similar to Mirio's that would allow her to utilize her quirk more effectively. She admitted she hadn't thought of it at the time. When asked if she collaborated with the support department to improve her quirk, she confirmed that she did. Someone inquired about her attitude and whether she would want to see a world where her perspective changed after meeting Izuku. Momo expressed that she found that idea less interesting with each mention. When asked about her feelings for Todoroki, she openly stated that she loved him and they were already dating. Next up was Tsu, who was asked if she believed she could have beaten the boys in a swimming pool race due to her quirk. She confidently affirmed that she could. Then it was Mina's turn. She was asked if she could teach someone her dance moves, and she happily agreed. When questioned about her appearance at birth, she confirmed she was born that way. Toru was asked if she planned to ask Mirio to connect her with the support company that made his suit, and she considered it. When someone suggested a rather inappropriate idea about sneaking into the boys' changing room, she firmly rejected it, finding it disgusting. Another person asked if a certain image was her when she was visible, and she replied that it might be. Jiro was questioned about her guilty pleasure song, but she honestly stated she didn't have one. When asked if she had ever spied on someone by plugging her ears into their wall, she denied it, citing privacy concerns. Someone asked her about the best song she had ever listened to, but she found it impossible to choose just one favorite. Ida was next, with someone asking about his habit of chopping his hand while scolding others. He explained that it was a habit from childhood. When questioned about his demeanor compared to his brothers, he attributed it to their genes. He was asked about his quirk and why he was running, and he explained that it was simply part of his abilities. Someone inquired about his hero name had the stain incident not occurred, and he suggested it would still be Ingenium. When asked about obeying a strict code, he was puzzled. Finally, he was asked if he thought he could beat Sonic the Hedgehog in a foot race, but he was unfamiliar with who that was. Kirishima was asked about his relationship with his parents, and he enthusiastically confirmed it was good. When questioned about his middle school money, he explained he had worked multiple part-time jobs. Someone asked who the manliest of men was in their universe, and he humbly stated he wasn't sure, as it wouldn't be manly to boast. Lastly, Kaminari was asked if he had ever tried to channel his lightning like Midoriya. He admitted he had attempted it but had not yet succeeded. When asked if he could condense and compress his electricity into a shape, he was still figuring that out. As Luke mentioned the electricity sword, Kaminari was still working on it. A question came from Kagesiryu, asking if Kaminari had ever considered training his quirk by using it to power daily appliances, like his computer, so that not using his quirk would turn it off. Kaminari admitted he had never thought of that and decided he might give it a try. Luke then turned to Tokoyami. Deku-Verse asked if it had been awkward with Dark Shadow when Tokoyami first manifested his quirk. Tokoyami replied that it was strange at first. Kagesiryu inquired about the nature of Tokoyami's beak, wondering if it was made of hard keratin like regular birds or softer tissue. Tokoyami explained that it was made of a material slightly softer than normal birds' beaks. SP00KY Spades asked how annoying Dark Shadow was on a scale of 1 to 10, and Tokoyami humorously rated it an 11. Luke moved on to Mineta. Actrix Squadras asked why he was so forward, to which Mineta simply stated that it was just who he was. Bistrato Anthony suggested he should stop being a nuisance to the girls, but Mineta firmly declared he would never change. Deku-Verse asked when he would be going to horny jail, and Mineta confidently claimed they would never take him alive. BD Chris 02 requested that he stop the perverted antics, but Mineta refused. Kagesiryu asked about his belief that all women were demons in disguise, and Mineta seemed confused by the question. Best Match 24 wondered if he could survive horny jail, and Mineta expressed hope for his survival. Next was Ojiro, who was asked by Kagesiryu if he had ever broken his tail while training. Ojiro admitted he had broken it a few times in the past, but it healed quickly. Luke then introduced Zero. A question from _loft_ asked if he was like Spider-Man, to which Zero replied he was not. Deku-I inquired about the material of his tape, and Zero explained it was made from the same materials as most strong tapes. Kagesiryu asked if he could get larger sizes for long sleeves or if he needed custom-made items, and Zero mentioned that sometimes he needed both. Luke moved on to Sato, who was asked by Deku-I how he managed to avoid diabetes. Sato explained that his quirk protected him from it. Kagesiryu asked if his quirk triggered from any form of sugar, even if diluted, and Sato acknowledged there had been a few side effects but nothing serious. Next was Aoyama, who faced a question from BD Chris 02 about his choices. Aoyama expressed regret for his past actions. Kagesiryu asked about his fondness for cheese, and Aoyama simply stated he liked it. Luke then introduced Koda. Big Chill 1 asked if his power would work on Principal Nizu, and Koda replied he didn't know but didn't want to risk expulsion by trying. Kagesiryu inquired about the frequent misspelling of his name as Koda, which Koda found annoying. SP00KY Spades asked if he had a favorite animal, and Koda enthusiastically declared he loved them all. Next was Shoji, who was asked by BD Chris 02 if it felt strange to see his quirk like that. Shoji replied he was used to it. Kagesiryu asked how many eyes he could create with his quirk before it became disorienting, and Shoji revealed he could make up to 8 eyes. Luke then turned to Shinso. Reading for a while asked him to rate his friendship with Midoriya, and Shinso quietly rated it a 10. Chocolate Lover Fave asked if he liked Kaminari, and Shinso confirmed he did as a friend. Deku-I inquired about his sleep schedule, and Shinso insisted it was fine. BD Chris 02 asked if he could control someone speaking another language, and Shinso admitted he hadn't tried that yet. Kagesiryu mentioned that friendship was inevitable in Class 1A, but Shinso reiterated his intent to escape it. Luke introduced Kendo next. Kumar 4198 asked if she knew she had helped Izuku during his tough times, leading to a relationship. Kendo clarified that while there were many universes where she helped him, there were also countless others where different girls did the same. Kagesiryu asked about potential couples among the first years, and Kendo speculated on several pairings, noting that those couples were already dating. Luke then moved on to Monoma. Big Chill 1 asked if he had rabies, and Monoma assured him he had his shots. Chocolate Lover Fave asked about his preferences in relationships, and Monoma confidently declared he was a top. Deku-I inquired about Toga being his sister due to their similarities, but Monoma vehemently denied any relation to a villain. Kagesiryu asked if he could copy Dark Shadow, and Monoma replied he had yet to try that. Best Match 24 posed a question about a hypothetical teacher, and Monoma was puzzled. SP00KY Spades asked about exceptions to his copy quirk, and Monoma admitted he wasn't sure. Luke introduced Tetsu next. Big Chill 1 asked if he was Kirishima's long-lost brother, and Tetsu humorously replied he might be. Ryunikalover 69 questioned how he ended up in Class 1B while Mineta was in Class 1A, and Tetsu speculated it was because they already had Kirishima. Kagesiryu asked if he had ever tried eating different metals to see if it affected his steel form, and Tetsu responded he had yet to try that. Finally, Luke introduced Mirio. _loft_ asked how it felt to live without his quirk, and Mirio admitted it had been tough. Kagesiryu inquired about how many people he had saved, and Mirio estimated about 100. Luke then introduced Nijire. Kumar 4198 asked if she would want a relationship with Izuku in an alternate universe, and Nijire stated she only saw him as a friend. BD Chris 02 complimented her cuteness, and Nijire simply accepted it. Kagesiryu remarked on her stamina, and Nijire acknowledged it was impressive. Next up was Tamaki. Chocolate Lover Fave asked if he liked Mirio, and Tamaki clarified he only saw Mirio as a friend. If anyone were to ask Tamaki about his romantic interests, he would simply say there were none. Surrounded by vibrant personalities, he often found it challenging to navigate through their brightness, but he managed to work his way through it. When asked about his favorite food, Tamaki expressed that he enjoyed many different kinds. Luke then shifted the focus to Aizawa. Aizawa was questioned about his relationship with Shinso, whom he considered like a son. When asked about his feelings regarding his problem students and the presence of a traitor in his class, Aizawa admitted to feeling very stressed and disappointed. The conversation then moved to All Might. All Might reflected on why it took him so long to realize he needed a teaching manual, admitting he hadn't thought it through. He was also asked why he hadn't consulted Gran Torino about helping Midoriya until after the sports festival, to which he confessed he was afraid of him. A concerned fan expressed frustration over All Might telling Midoriya he couldn't be a hero, and All Might offered an apology. When someone posed an inappropriate question, All Might firmly stated it was extremely inappropriate. He then clarified that a friend of his had created the aim to pass American Dream Plan. Next, Luke introduced Present Mike. Present Mike, while smiling, admitted he was not okay when asked about his well-being. He shared plans to eventually invite students to his radio show to help them get accustomed to the limelight. Luke then moved on to Midnight. Midnight was asked if she was a version behind her playful demeanor, to which she confidently declared she was not. When questioned about her preferences in partners, she deemed it a very personal question. A request for a hug was met with a playful response, indicating she would oblige if they were in the same universe. Luke then introduced Vlad King. Vlad King addressed concerns about the dangers of using his quirk on rusty objects or encountering poison quirks, assuring everyone he was prepared for such situations. Next up was Recovery Girl. When asked about her ban on healing Midoriya, she stated that he could suffer for all she cared. Regarding her potential successors, she mentioned that either Eri or Katsuma would be good choices. When asked how she liked to pass the time, she humorously remarked that it certainly did not involve healing Midoriya's bones. Luke then introduced Nizu. Nizu was asked if he would be up for a game of chess, to which he agreed. When questioned about his knowledge of everything happening at UA, he confirmed it was true. He also expressed enthusiasm for planning world domination over tea and mentioned he had candidates in mind for Recovery Girl's replacement. Next was Eri. Eri expressed that she idolized Deku infinitely and shared her love for her adoptive parents, friends, heroes, and candy apples. When asked about her height, she admitted she wasn't sure. She clarified that while Aizawa was not her father, Izuku was, and she considered Ochako her mother. Eri also shared that she loved wearing Izuku's sneakers. Luke then moved on to Koda. Koda echoed Eri's sentiments about idolizing Deku infinitely. He expressed that while he admired Deku, he missed his parents dearly. When asked about his living situation, he revealed that he lived with Mandalay, while the other pussycats resided nearby. Next was Katsuma. Katsuma also declared his infinite admiration for Deku and expressed a desire to be both a fighting hero and a rescue support hero. Luke then introduced Mahoro. Mahoro was asked if she thought she would get along with Kami, given their similar quirks, and she responded that it was likely. Finally, Luke introduced Kami. Kami was questioned about the realism of her illusions and confirmed she was making progress. When asked about the rumors surrounding her and Izuku, she expressed discomfort, clarifying that while she thought Midoriya was a decent person, she did not have romantic feelings for him. Luke concluded with Mei, who was asked if she ever thought about setting an alarm to remember to eat and sleep. Mei simply stated there was no time for sleep. There was work to be done. Mei expressed her desire to modify Tenya's costume, along with Midoriya's, Bakugo's, and Todoroki's, believing they would be the next top 3 heroes. She acknowledged that her quirk could make her a good sniper. When asked about branching out into medical applications or daily life improvements, she revealed that she had plans to do so. Luke introduced Yurashi, who eagerly stated that he would accept an autograph from Endeavor if offered. Next, Luke moved on to Melissa, who clarified that she only saw Izuku as a friend and intended to be the one to design all of his costumes. Rhodey shared that he didn't mind the fandom's ship between him and Deku, as he only considered Deku a friend. He described Hawks as an okay hero. Luke then turned to Inko, who explained that Izuku's father was Hisashi Midoriya, who had passed away when Izuku was very young. Inko noted that Katsuki had always looked up to her, which might explain his kinder behavior around her. When asked about her quirk, Inko speculated that with more practice, she might have been able to pull larger objects. Luke introduced Mitsuki, who reflected on how she would have taught Katsuki to be more polite if she could go back in time. She mentioned her plans to send him to anger management soon and hinted at having some embarrassing stories about him for later. When asked about motherhood, Mitsuki shared that it felt great initially, but she now had some regrets. Next was Masaru, who spoke about the many reasons he fell in love with his wife. He also shared that it took time to develop the patience needed to deal with his family. Luke then introduced Ochako's dad, who expressed pride in calling Izuku his future son-in-law and confirmed that he had had the classic father-meets-boyfriend talk with him. Ochako's mom mentioned that she and Inko had exchanged cute stories about their kids. David confirmed that he had fired Sam, who was now in jail, and shared that he was doing okay after the incident at Island, despite facing some potential jail time himself. When it was Endeavor's turn, he addressed questions about his past, clarifying that he abused his family due to his anger issues and pride, not because he had been abused himself. He acknowledged that his monthly expenses for covering collateral damage were significant and admitted that he was responsible for his actions. Ray shared that she and Endeavor were going to couples counseling and described her quirk as an ice quirk similar to Shoto's. She mentioned that she might consider divorce if counseling did not work out and reflected on her favorite family moments being when her kids visited her. Fuyumi stated that she would tell her mother, Natsuo, and Shoto about a potential boyfriend or girlfriend, but not her father or Tuya. She found all her students to be tough and clarified that she did not have a relationship with Hawks. Natsuo confirmed that one of his reasons for attending medical school was to care for his mother and help her distance herself from Endeavor's influence. Finally, Luke introduced Shigaraki, who fiercely declared that he would never give up. He expressed that he did not have an opinion on his appearance resembling AFO's brother and admitted to being tormented by his memories. He vowed that he would never be destroyed. Luke then turned to All for One, who stated that he had plans for the world and firmly denied being Midoriya's father. I have had a few children over the years, but I've kept tabs on them, and none of them are Izuku Midoriya. All for One had not heard about the man who speaks in hand and his followers. When asked if there was any quirk he regretted taking due to its unpleasant drawbacks, All for One stated that there was no quirk he regretted taking. He clarified again that he was not Izuku Midoriya's father. Next was Dabi. When asked if he would pull the overprotective brother card if Fuyumi found a boyfriend, Dabi remarked that he would likely incinerate him. He expressed concern for his siblings, stating that their boyfriends and girlfriends better not break their hearts. When questioned about what he would do if his father turned himself in and became a better man, Dabi coldly replied that he would still seek revenge. Now it was Toga's turn. When asked if she would have acted differently if someone like Midoriya were in her life, Toga insisted that she would still harm them. She clarified that she was not related to Bakugo or Monoma, and when asked if her quirk made her addicted to blood, she confirmed that it did. Toga explained that her feelings for Midoriya stemmed from his resemblance to her old idol who protected her from bullies. Time for Twice. He explained that his doubles had minds of their own, so he didn't always know what they were doing. When asked about meeting Deadpool, he seemed confused. Next was Kurogyri. When asked who his favorite kid was, he stated that he didn't have one, as they all caused him stress. He mentioned that Oboro was no longer present, only Kurogyri remained. When asked for a drink recommendation, he suggested trying some sake. Now it was Spinner's turn. He explained that the League of Villains was the only family he had, despite their differences with Stain's ideals. Next was Mr. Compress, who performed a classic magic trick by pulling a bunny out of a hat. Now it was Overhaul's turn. When questioned about his treatment of Eri, he claimed he needed as much blood as possible to create multiple bullets. He reacted defensively to questions about his actions and insisted he didn't need to explain himself. Now for Stain. He defined a true hero as someone who does the right thing regardless of fame or money. When asked about crippling ingenium, he stated it was because he was in his way. Stain expressed that he would continue his war on fake heroes if he broke out of Tartarus and named a few students he considered real heroes. Now it was Hawk's turn. He shared his love for various chicken dishes and assured that he would be careful not to cause trouble while working both sides. Next was Mirko. When asked about her hybrid nature, she mentioned that she sometimes experienced heightened instincts. She warned that anyone who touched her tail would face consequences and confirmed her incredible kicking strength. Now it was Best Jeanist's turn. He stated that he would have no choice but to change his hero name if he lost the next Best Jeanist competition. He explained that his costume was inspired by jeans and noted that all the color combinations suggested would go well together. Finally, it was Tensei's turn. He reflected on his past relationships, noting that they never worked out due to his busy hero schedule. But now that my days as a hero are over, the dating game might be calling me back. Luke turned to Tensei and asked what he planned to do now that he couldn't actively work as a frontline hero. Tensei replied that he intended to train Tenya and the others to become the best heroes they could be. Next, Luke moved on to Mandalay. He asked if she ever used her quirk to prank people when she was younger. Mandalay admitted that she did so all the time. Luke then shifted to Pixie Bob, inquiring if there was a story between the Wild Pussycats and Eraserhead. Pixie Bob explained that they had worked together many times in the past. When it was Ragdoll's turn, Luke asked if she could still take a more active part during the mountain rescue operations her group was known for. Ragdoll responded that the others had it under control. Luke then addressed Tiger, asking if there were any pictures of him prior to his gender change. Tiger confirmed that there were a few. Next was MT Lady. Luke asked her what she thought of Midnight, noting that she was just as beautiful. MT Lady remarked that Midnight had a high opinion of herself. Luke continued with Kamui Woods, who was asked when he would reveal his face. Kamui Woods replied that he would do so when he wanted to. Moving on to Gunhead, Luke asked where the idea to also be a martial arts instructor came from, noting that with a quirk like his, martial arts wouldn't be the first thought. Gunhead explained that he wanted to fight using more than just his quirk. Then it was time for Ms. Joke. Luke asked if she agreed that puns were the lowest form of comedy. Ms. Joke enthusiastically stated that she thought puns were great. Luke turned to Gran Torino next, asking why he didn't reprimand All Might for being a bad teacher. Gran Torino replied that he did. Luke also inquired about how long Gran Torino actively worked as a hero, to which Gran Torino replied it was for a few decades. Next was Fat Gum, who was asked if picking up insecure or formerly insecure badasses as interns was going to be his thing. Fat Gum confirmed that it was indeed his thing. Luke then addressed Ryuko, who was asked if, as a dragon, she sometimes fantasized about treasure, gold, and rubies. Ryuko replied that she didn't really think about those things, despite having the abilities of a dragon. Another question came about whether she went into heat unexpectedly, and Ryuko admitted that sometimes she did. When asked if the dragon was at max size when her quirk first manifested or if it grew as she got older, Ryuko explained that she wasn't that big of a dragon when she first got her quirk. Luke then moved on to Detective Tsukachi, who was asked about fans thinking he had the same quirk as his sister. Detective Tsukachi stated that he did have a quirk similar to hers. Finally, it was Luke's turn. He was asked when he started watching My Hero Academia for the first time. Luke shared that he began watching it at around 16, initially hating anime for reasons he couldn't recall. However, a friend kept encouraging him to watch it, and eventually he did, finding it hard to stop once he started. When asked who he thought would most likely sell out the league, Luke speculated it would probably be Dabi, as he believed his family would convince him to change sides. He was also asked about the most difficult character to write reactions for, to which he guessed that all characters were easy for his alternate self to write for. Another question inquired about other animes he liked, and Luke mentioned enjoying Sword Art Online, the first season of Danganronpa, the first season of One Piece, starting Fairy Tail, and beginning Demon Slayer. He also noted watching the first season of High School DxD for its plot and character development, but he was unsure about continuing due to its inappropriate content. As Luke wrapped up the session, he noted that those were all the questions. In a lighter moment, Luke mentioned memes, and Ochako hugged Eri, agreeing with him. Kirishima remarked on how well it defined them, while Bakugo humorously responded with a retort. Toga playfully looked at Izuku and Ochako, making them both uncomfortable, and Mitsuki found it quite accurate. Shoto and Rei expressed their disapproval, while Todoroki began jotting down notes. Shiro asked Bakugo if he actually played Animal Crossing, to which Bakugo lied and said no. Luke commented that it was probably the last time he would poke fun at Kachako, and he reflected on the cruel world and fandom they lived in. Izuku noted he had learned to stop crying so much, which Todoroki found to be quite accurate. Bakugo asked Luke if he did, and Luke responded with a laugh. Izuku clarified that it was their Netflix account, while Ochako admitted she had considered it. Mina confirmed that they did indeed have it. Luke expressed how relatable he found the situation, reminiscing that he had liked that show as a kid. Bakugo protested that his hair wasn't that spiky, and Luke concluded the session by sharing that it was pretty accurate. He then revealed that he had made a meme himself, which prompted a playful response from Endeavor. Bakugo expressed his understanding, while Izuku declared he was at her service. Todoroki suggested they should look less intimidating for public image, but Aizawa, Present Mike, and Midnight shouted that it was not funny. Mina remarked on true flirting, while Bakugo noted that she was legitimately terrifying, and most others nodded in agreement. Shigaraki screamed about where to get certain clothes, and Rodi summed up their friendship perfectly. Ida mentioned he actually liked the other person better without glasses, and Mirio shared that Night Eye had left a poster to Midoriya in his will just before he passed away. Bakugo and Kirishima agreed on a point, and Todoroki asked Aoyama if he had known they were in an anime all along. Koda mentioned that was basically what he did, while Izuku inquired about Doom Eternal, which Luke described as a very violent video game. Ochako warned Eri that she was too young for such games, leading Eri to whine in protest. All Might reflected that he had never thought of that before, and Luke concluded that those were all the memes he had for now. As Luke emerged from a portal wearing a different shirt than before, he appeared even older. His hair was almost completely brown, and he had facial hair growing. Izuku asked Luke how much time had passed in his universe. Luke replied that he was now 20 years old. Ochako then inquired about the shirt he had been wearing before, expressing that she really liked it. Luke, however, didn't want to discuss it and instead suggested watching Avengers: Endgame. The scene shifted to psychedelic music playing as Izuku and Mina sat at a table on board the Guardian's ship, the Milano, floating through space. They were playing a game using triangular pieces of metal instead of paper. Izuku flicked a piece of metal at Mina, who attempted to catch it, startling him. He reassured her that she didn't need to catch it since she was just holding the position. Mina then flicked a triangle at Izuku, which missed. Izuku commented that it was close, and when Mina fired another triangle it also missed, but the third one went over Izuku's fingers, resulting in a goal. They were now tied. Izuku expressed his desire to try again, while Jiro remarked on the absurdity of playing a game when half the universe had just perished. They continued to take turns flicking the metal triangles, with Mina eventually scoring again. Izuku congratulated her on the win and extended his hand for a handshake, which Mina accepted. Izuku asked if she had fun, to which Mina admitted that it was enjoyable. A few days later, the scene showed Izuku's Iron Man helmet, with the right side of the faceplate missing, resting on the floor of the ship's cockpit. Izuku activated the helmet's recording mode, and the eyes lit up. He addressed Miss Uraraka, asking her not to post the recording on social media, as it would be quite emotional. Ida questioned if it was the right time for jokes, while Luke noted that this was typical behavior for Izuku in this universe. Izuku expressed uncertainty about whether she would ever see the recording and hoped she was still alive. The scene transitioned to Izuku reflecting on their time in space, realizing they had been there for nearly a month. He noted that if it weren't for the overwhelming fear of the void, he might feel a bit better. The focus shifted to Mina examining Izuku's stab wound, explaining that the infection had run its course thanks to the Blue Mine, who was practical yet slightly sadistic. They were then seen trying to repair the ship's engine, with Izuku explaining that the fuel cells had cracked during battle, but they had managed to reverse the ion charge, giving them about 48 hours of flight time. However, the ship was now stranded in space, thousands of light years from the nearest convenience store. Izuku offered Mina the last of their water, but she insisted he keep it. He grimly noted that their oxygen would run out by the next morning. As Izuku gazed out into the vastness of space, he addressed Ochako, revealing he had hoped to pull off one last surprise, but it seemed unlikely now. He reassured her not to feel bad about the situation, suggesting that if she wallowed in guilt for a while, she could eventually move on. He then put his head in his hands, taking a moment of silence before deciding to lie down and rest his eyes. He whispered that when he drifted off, it would be like every night lately he would dream about her, because it was always her. After switching off the helmet, he put on a jacket and lay down next to it, falling asleep. Mina approached him to check if he was still alive, then sat him in a chair before leaving the room. Izuku, confused, exclaimed about the possibility of dying, but Luke assured him to watch the next part. A bright light then illuminated Izuku, who opened his eyes to see a glowing figure in front of the ship. The light cleared to reveal Itsuka Kendo, who confirmed her identity. Luke explained that she was Captain Marvel in this scenario. The scene shifted to Earth, where Kirishima was in the bathroom of the Avengers compound, shaving his beard. Suddenly, the building began to shake. Kendo was seen lifting the Guardian's ship and flying above the compound at night. Kirishima, Kami, Ida, and Sato rushed outside to witness the ship, while Ochako was already outside, gazing at it. Kendo gently placed the ship on the ground, and Mina and Izuku stepped out. Kirishima rushed to them, expressing his inability to stop the threat. Izuku admitted he had lost the child they were trying to protect. Kirishima confirmed their loss, and Ochako ran over to Izuku, embracing him tightly and crying on his shoulder. Izuku comforted her, and they made their way inside the compound. Mineta was seen sitting next to Mina on the steps of the ship's entrance, both holding each other's hands tightly. Ida remarked that it had been 23 days since All for One had come to Earth, as the scene shifted to the meeting room of the compound. Holographic screens displayed the faces of those who had been lost, including Ojiro, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Melissa, David, Mirio, Momo, and many others. Kami noted that world governments were in disarray, with the remaining ones attempting to take a census, confirming the devastation that had occurred. Izuku, sitting in a wheelchair with an 4-bag attached, stared at a holographic screen displaying Koda's image, reflecting on the reality of their situation. All for One had caused devastation, as Kami noted while Kendo observed a screen displaying Aizawa. The grim statistic of 50% of all living creatures lost hung heavily in the air. In another room, All Might sat with his gaze fixed on the ground, clearly troubled. Izuku, filled with concern, questioned where All for One had gone. Kirishima informed him that they had no leads, as All for One had simply opened a portal and vanished. Izuku's attention turned to All Might, who was visibly upset, feeling as though he had failed. Mineta remarked that this feeling of failure was common among them all. Izuku, trying to lighten the mood, jokingly mentioned that he had thought Mineta was a stuffed animal until now. Mineta responded with a playful suggestion that he might indeed be one. Kirishima reminded them that they had been searching for All for One for 3 weeks without success, despite extensive scans and satellite monitoring. Izuku clarified that he hadn't fought All for One. Rather, he had been overwhelmed in a previous encounter. Kirishima pressed for any clues or coordinates that Izuku might have, but Izuku struggled to recall anything useful. He shared a vision he had years ago, one he had hoped was just a dream. Kirishima urged Izuku to focus, but Izuku felt that his past needs outweighed the present situation. Ida commented on Izuku's lingering anger over the Avengers' disbandment. Izuku expressed his frustration, stating that what they needed was a protective force around the world, regardless of the impact on their freedoms. Kirishima pointed out that their previous plans had not succeeded. Izuku reminded them of their promise to face challenges together, but they had ultimately lost, and he felt abandoned. Despite Kirishima's attempts to calm him, Izuku insisted that they were meant to act after disasters, not before. Acknowledged Kendo, who was present, and expressed his belief that they needed her fresh perspective. Izuku felt lost, having no strategies or options left, and whispered to Kirishima about his lack of trust. In a moment of desperation, Izuku removed the arc reactor from his chest and handed it to Kirishima, instructing him to find All for One and use it to hide. As his breath grew shaky, Izuku collapsed. Kirishima rushed to his side, calling out to him, but Izuku assured him he was fine before losing consciousness. The scene shifted to Izuku lying in bed, unconscious. while Ochako sat beside him and Ida stood nearby. Ida informed the group that Rikido had given Izuku a sedative and that he would likely be out for the rest of the day. Kendo announced her intention to find All for One, prompting surprise from the others. Kami and Kirishima exchanged glances before following Kendo into the next room. Kami reminded Kendo that they usually worked as a team and that morale was low. Kirishima acknowledged that while they were aware of Kendo's expertise, this was their fight too. Ida inquired if Kendo had any leads, to which she replied that she knew people who might help. Mina then interjected, claiming she could reveal All for One's location. In the meeting room, she explained how All for One had spent time perfecting her and had often spoken of his great plan. She recalled asking about their destination once the plan was complete, and his answer was always the same: to the garden. Ida made a light-hearted comment about All for One having a retirement plan, but Kirishima pressed for more information. Mina displayed a holographic projection of Earth and the Moon, explaining that when All for One had unleashed his power, it had created a surge like nothing seen before. She revealed that he was now on another planet. Kami noted that All for One had used the stones again, and Sato pointed out that they would be going in with fewer resources. Kendo, however, was determined to retrieve the stones to bring everyone back. The group debated the risks, but Kendo insisted they owed it to those who were missing to try. Sato questioned how they could ensure a different outcome this time, and Kendo confidently replied that they had her on their side. Ida, curious about Kendo's absence from Earth, learned that she had been busy on other planets. Luke added that Kendo had not been on Earth since the 90s. In a surprising moment, All Might approached Kendo, and with a swift motion, Stormbreaker flew into his hand, showcasing his readiness to join the fight. Tetsu watched in awe as All Might and Kendo exchanged a knowing smile, solidifying their alliance in the face of the looming threat. He expressed his approval to the others as the Avengers theme began to play softly. Kirishima focused on the hologram displaying the planet where All for One was located. He was determined, ready to confront their enemy. The title, Avengers Endgame, appeared on the screen, accompanied by the theme song, prompting cheers from the audience. The scene shifted to the Milano soaring into the sky and then into space, its engines and boosters activating hyperdrive. Inside the ship's cockpit, Mina, Sato, Mineta, Kirishima, Kendo, Kami, Ida, and All Might were gathered. Mineta asked who among them had never been to space, and Kirishima, Kami, and Ida raised their hands. Ida inquired about their lack of experience, while Kendo laughed. Mineta jokingly warned that he hoped no one would get sick on his ship. Mina announced they were approaching their jump, and everyone braced themselves tightly. They flew through hyperspace, arriving at the planet where All for One was hiding. Kendo flew out from the ship to scout ahead. Kirishima stood in the cockpit, examining a compass that held an old photograph of a woman. Mina, feeling a twinge of jealousy, asked about the woman. Luke explained that she was Peggy Carter, Kirishima's love from World War II, noting that not every universe had them together. Kirishima closed the compass, expressing his belief that their mission would succeed, though he admitted uncertainty about what would happen if it didn't. Kendo returned, reporting that there were no satellites, ships, or defenses, just All for One. The scene shifted to the alien planet, where All for One's armor was displayed outside his home. He was seen walking through a field, the camera angle obscuring his face but revealing the palm side of the Infinity Gauntlet, devoid of its stones. All for One picked an alien fruit and placed it in a bag before heading back inside his house, where he was seen cooking. The audience noted the severe burns on the left side of his face. He questioned what had happened to him, and Luke ominously replied that he would soon find out. Hearing a noise, All for One looked up just as Kendo shot an energy blast through the wall. He blocked it with the gauntlet, but Kendo quickly engaged him in a headlock, keeping the gauntlet out of reach. Sato burst through the floor in the Hulkbuster armor, grabbing All for One's arm, while Ida flew in from above to seize his other arm. All Might then crashed through the wall, using Stormbreaker to sever All for One's left arm. All for One cried out in pain as Kirishima and Kami entered the house. Mineta rolled the Infinity Gauntlet over, only to discover it was empty. Kirishima demanded to know where the stones were, and Kendo pressed for answers. All for One coldly stated that the universe required correction, and the stones had served no purpose beyond temptation. Sato, furious, shoved All for One to the ground, accusing him of murdering trillions. All for One replied that they should be grateful, but Sato retaliated with a punch. Kami asked again about the stones, and All for One coldly declared they were gone, reduced to atoms. The audience gasped in disbelief as Sato reminded All for One that he had used the stones just 2 days prior. All for One explained that he had used them to destroy themselves, nearly costing him his life, but he insisted that his work was done and would always be. Ida insisted they needed to tear the place apart, convinced All for One was lying. Mina defended her father, stating he was many things, but not a liar. All for One, acknowledging Mina, thanked her and suggested he may have treated her too harshly just before All Might delivered a decisive blow with Stormbreaker. All Might felt a sense of satisfaction as he defeated his arch-nemesis, even if it was in another universe. Mina wiped her father's blood from her face, and Sato expressed disbelief at what had just happened. All Might explained that he had aimed for the head. Somber music played as the Avengers realized their loss. There was no way to bring everyone back now. Mina closed her father's eyes, and All Might exited the house. The screen faded to black, then revealed the words, 5 years later. The audience reacted in surprise. Luke explained that it had been 5 years since the snap. The scene transitioned to a foggy, desolate New York City, showcasing the Statue of Liberty surrounded by boats and the abandoned Met Stadium. A voice broke the silence, revealing an intervention circle taking place. A poster read, "Where do we go now that they're gone?" A man at the intervention shared that he had gone on a date for the first time in 5 years. He described sitting at dinner, unsure of what to talk about, while Kirishima sat beside him. The man recounted their conversation about how much had changed, their jobs, and their shared nostalgia for the Mets. As the conversation grew quiet, he admitted that he had cried during dessert, but he was hopeful about seeing the person again. Kirishima encouraged him, acknowledging the courage it took to take that step forward. The man reflected on the importance of moving on and finding purpose in a world that was now in their hands, emphasizing that they had to do something meaningful with it. Otherwise, All for One should have killed all of us, Kirishima remarked. Strong words, shitty hair, Bakugo responded. Later that night at the Avengers compound, Kami, with her hair mostly back to its normal color, was making a peanut butter sandwich. Mineta appeared as a hologram, accompanied by Mina, Kendo, Miruko, and Ida, also as holograms. "Yeah, we boarded that highly suspicious warship," Kendo pinged, Mineta said. "It was an infectious garbage scow," Mina added. "Thanks for the hot tip," Mineta said, looking at Kendo. "Well, you were closer," Kendo replied. "Yeah, and now we smell like garbage," Mineta complained. "Did you get a reading on those tremors?" Kami asked. "It was a mild subduction under the African plate," Miruko explained. "Do we have a visual? How are we handling it?" Kami inquired. "Cam, it's an earthquake under the ocean. We handle it by not handling it," Miruko replied. "Itsuka, are we seeing you here next month?" Kami asked. "Not likely," Kendo said, her hair now shorter and her costume a different color. "What? Are you going to get another haircut?" Mineta joked. "Listen, ballhead. I'm covering a lot of territory. The things happening on Earth are occurring everywhere, on thousands of planets," Kendo stated. "All right, that's a good point," Mineta conceded. Kendo turned to Kami. "So, you might not see me for a long time," she said. "All right, this channel's always active. If anything goes sideways or anyone's causing trouble, it comes through me," Kami assured. Miruko said something in her native language, and Mineta responded with an acknowledgement. "All right," Kami said. The holograms of Mina, Mineta, and Miruko turned off, leaving only Ida's hologram. "Where are you?" Kami asked. "Mexico. The Federals found a room full of bodies. It looks like a bunch of cartel members never even had a chance to draw their weapons," Ida reported. "Probably a rival gang," Kami suggested. "Except it isn't. It's definitely Shinso," Ida confirmed. "Me?" Shinso asked, confused. Keep listening, Luke urged. What he's done here, what he's been doing for the last few years. The scene he left behind. There's a part of me that doesn't even want to find him, Ida admitted. What am I doing? Shinso wondered. In this universe, you were formerly Hawkeye, with a wife and kids who were taken in the snap. This led you to become a vigilante known as the Ronin, who travels the world dealing with criminals harshly, Luke explained. Cammy sat in silence for a moment, closing her eyes. Will you find out where he's going next? She asked, picking up a slice of her sandwich. Cam? Ida said, sensing her distress. Please. Cammy pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Okay, Ida said before shutting off his hologram. Cammy set her sandwich down, on the verge of tears. Cammy and Shinso were partners and best friends before all this. Shinso even named his youngest son after her, Luke noted. You know, I'd offer to cook you dinner, but you seem pretty miserable already, Kirishima said, standing nearby. Are you here to do your laundry? Cammy asked. And to see a friend, Kirishima replied. Clearly, your friend is fine, Cammy said, resting her feet on the table. I saw a pod of whales when I was coming over the bridge, Kirishima mentioned. In the Hudson? Cammy asked, surprised. Fewer ships, cleaner water, Kirishima explained. If you're about to tell me to look on the bright side, I'm about to hit you in the head with a peanut butter sandwich, Cammy warned. Sorry, force of habit, Kirishima said as he walked over and sat down in front of her. They sat in silence for a few moments. I keep telling everyone they should move on and grow. Some do, but not us, Kirishima reflected. If I move on, who does this? Cammy questioned. Maybe it doesn't need to be done, Kirishima suggested. I used to have nothing. Then I got this job, this family. I was better because of it, even though they're gone. Cammy shook her head. I'm still trying to be better. I think we both need to get a life, Kirishima said. You first, Cammy replied. A hologram screen appeared in front of Cammy, and she swiped it. Oh hi. Is anyone home? A familiar voice said over the speaker. The large holographic screen showed Mirio Togata outside the Avengers' compound front gate with his van. Mirio? The audience reacted. This is Mirio Togata. We met a few years ago at the airport in Germany. I was the guy who got really big. I had a mask on. You wouldn't recognize me, Mirio explained. Kirishima and Cammy both stood up. Is this an old message? Kirishima asked. Ant-Man? I know you know that, Mirio said. It's the front gate, Cammy noted. I really need to talk to you guys, Mirio insisted. The scene shifted to Mirio inside the building, muttering to himself while pacing. Mirio, are you okay? Kirishima asked. Yeah, Mirio replied, covering his face with his hands before moving them away. Have either of you ever studied quantum physics? Mirio asked. Only to make conversation, Cammy answered. Alright, so 5 years ago, right before All for One, I was in a place called the Quantum Realm. The Quantum Realm is like its own microscopic universe. To get in there, you have to be incredibly small. Melissa, she was supposed to pull me out. Then All for One happened, and I got stuck in there, Mirio explained. In this universe, Mirio and Melissa were a superhero duo known as Ant-Man and the Wasp. They were also sort of a couple. Melissa and her parents, the original Ant-Man and Wasp, had sent Mirio into the quantum realm to retrieve some particles when they all got snapped. Thanks to one heroic rat, Mirio is now free, Luke added. I'm sorry, that must have been a very long 5 years, Cammy said sympathetically. Yeah, but that's just it. It wasn't. For me, it was only 5 hours. The rules of the quantum realm aren't like they are up here. Everything is unpredictable. Is that anyone's sandwich? Mirio concluded. Mirio felt a wave of hunger as he approached Cammy's sandwich and began to eat it. Kirishima, puzzled, asked what he was talking about. Mirio explained that time worked differently in the quantum realm, but they currently lacked a way to navigate it. He pondered the possibilities of controlling the chaos and entering the quantum realm at one point in time, only to exit at another, perhaps even before All for One's rise. Ochako wondered if he was suggesting time travel, while Kirishima asked if he meant a time machine. Mirio quickly clarified that it wasn't exactly a time machine, but Melissa chimed in, agreeing that it sounded like one. Mirio couldn't shake the thought, expressing his frustration over the impossibility of it all. Cammy, with a hint of humor, remarked that nothing seemed crazy anymore, given her experiences. Mirio then shifted the conversation, asking who they should consult about this idea. The scene transitioned to a large house by a lake, where Izuku stepped outside and made his way to a small tent. He clapped his hands, announcing it was time for lunch. Sitting down on a tiny chair, he called out to Nanako H. Midoriya, inviting her for lunch. A small child emerged from the tent, wearing a blue and gold iron helmet and holding a toy repulsor. She pointed it at him, demanding a definition of lunch, or else face disintegration. Izuku playfully admonished her for wearing the helmet, explaining it was part of a special gift he was making for her mother. He removed the helmet, revealing Nanako Midoriya as a little girl, no older than 5. Izuku, along with Ochako and Eri, expressed their surprise at seeing her. Luke confirmed she was another grandchild, and Ochako's parents admired how much she resembled Ochako, albeit with green hair. Izuku then asked if she was thinking about lunch, jokingly offering crickets on lettuce, to which Nanako firmly declined. Curious about the helmet, Izuku inquired where she had found it. She mentioned the garage, and he noted that he also enjoyed spending time there. As they walked back to the house, Izuku reflected on how his wife never wore the gifts he bought her. Just then, he noticed Kirishima, Cammy, and Mirio arriving in a car parked in front of the house. Stepping onto the porch, he exchanged nods with Cammy, though it was clear he wasn't thrilled to see them. The scene shifted to the front porch, where Izuku poured drinks for everyone. Mirio insisted they understood what it sounded like, while Kirishima questioned whether anything was truly impossible after all they had witnessed. Izuku explained the complexities of quantum fluctuations and the Deutsch proposition, leaving Kaminari confused. As he handed Kirishima a drink, Izuku emphasized that it meant they weren't going home. Mirio insisted he had returned, but Izuku corrected him, stating it was merely a cosmic fluke. He then questioned Mirio's plan, which he referred to as a time heist. Mirio defended the idea, suggesting they could retrieve the stones from the past and bring everyone back. Izuku, however, expressed skepticism, warning that their attempts could lead to disastrous consequences. Mirio argued that if they adhered strictly to the rules of time travel, they could avoid complications. Izuku interrupted, incredulous that Mirio's plan was based on a movie. All Might chimed in defending the film, but Izuku dismissed it, asserting that it didn't align with quantum physics. Cammy urged Izuku to take a stand, but he reminded her that they had already done so, yet here they were. Mirio, driven by his loss, pleaded for the chance to bring back those they had lost, but Izuku firmly stated he couldn't agree to the plan. In that moment of silence, Nanako approached her father, declaring that her mother had sent her to save him. Izuku lifted her onto his lap, feeling grateful for her presence. He expressed a wish that their reunion had been for a different reason, acknowledging his happiness to see them but also the weight of the situation. Kirishima reminded him that this was a second chance, to which Izuku replied that he had already found his second chance in his daughter. Izuku expressed his uncertainty about the situation. He mentioned that if they avoided discussing serious matters, they could enjoy lunch together as he walked away with Nanako in his arms. Kirishima, Cammy, and Mirio made their way back to their car, with Cammy commenting on Izuku's apparent fear. Kirishima agreed but pointed out that they needed Izuku's help and questioned what they would do without him. Mirio echoed the sentiment, expressing their need for a solid plan. Kirishima insisted on doing things correctly, emphasizing the importance of having a clever strategy. Mirio jokingly asked if they needed a brain bigger than Izuku's. The scene shifted to a restaurant where they sat at a booth with a large green man in front of them. The man, resembling the Hulk but dressed in ordinary clothes and glasses, was actually Sato, who appeared to be acting like his usual self. He encouraged his friends to join him in eating, prompting confusion from Mirio. Sato reflected on his past struggles, explaining how he had once viewed his powers as a burden but had come to see them as a strength after spending time in the Gamma Lab. A group of children approached Sato, asking for a photo. He happily obliged, taking their phone and directing them to smile for the camera. After the photo was taken, the scene transitioned to a new universe, where Luke announced a lighter story focusing on Eri during her time at UA, just months before Izuku's birth. Eri, dressed in a costume inspired by both Izuku and Mirio, wielded a large purple sword and fought valiantly on a battlefield, wearing Mirio's tattered cape. As Eri fought, she encountered her friends, including Koda, Katsuma, and Satsuki, who were also dressed in hero costumes inspired by their mentors. Izuku noted the influence he had on them, while Bakugo recognized some of the younger students they had once babysat. Luke explained that the children had been inspired by their older peers to pursue heroism, with some choosing to enroll in Shiketsu instead of UA. Eri reunited with Koda, who had been worried about her. Just then, they heard heavy footsteps and saw glowing red eyes through the dust, raising Izuku's concern. However, the dust cleared to reveal a giant training robot. Koda and Eri sprang into action, using their abilities to dismantle the robot in a training session. Aizawa's voice called them back to the control room, where he praised their performance, remarking on their strength as a class. Eri, excited by the recognition, returned to her dorm room filled with merchandise of her heroes. She sat on her bed, diligently writing in her journal titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 10. Just then, she heard a knock at her door, signaling that her day was far from over. She opened the door to find Koda and Katsuma standing there. Katsuma announced their arrival, prompting Eri to rush downstairs. She spotted Izuku and Ochako, who were holding 2-year-old Akito and Siko, along with 6-year-old Toshi, 4-year-old Nanako, the rest of the original Class A, and their families. Toshi and Nanako ran over to Eri, excitedly hugging her. Akito and Siko, once set down by Izuku and Ochako, toddled over to her as well. Eri greeted them warmly, embracing her younger siblings. Izuku and Ochako joined in with their own hugs, calling her Snowball, a nickname that would stick with her in the future. Eri reciprocated the affection, embracing her parents as well. The other next-generation kids rushed over, tackling Eri to the ground in a flurry of hugs. Toshi, Nanako, Akito, and Siko climbed on top of her, showing their affection. Luke explained to the audience that Eri served as a big sister role model for the younger generation. Koda then asked for some love, and Toshi and Nanako ran over to hug him and Katsuma. Koda wondered why Deku's kids considered him a big brother. Luke clarified that while Koda viewed Deku as a big brother figure, the kids saw Koda and Katsuma in that light, as they had become more like older brothers to them. Satsuki approached Eri and hugged her, while 6-year-old Tsubame and a 4-year-old boy resembling a young Fumikage with green hair rushed over to Satsuki for a hug. Luke introduced the boy as Kageto Koyami, Tsu and Fumikage's second child, who would later have a brother named Gyurimu. A teenage Mahoro entered the building, announcing her arrival with a playful remark about the little ones. 6-year-old Katsumi and a 4-year-old boy, who looked somewhat like a male Kami but with red eyes and spiky hair, ran over to Mahoro for hugs. Luke introduced the boy as Itsuki Bakugo, the second child of Bakugo and his partner, noting that he was quirkless. Mirio, Melissa, their 9-year-old son, and 4-year-old daughter soon joined the gathering. Mirio greeted Eri with a warm hug, and his children, David and Lucy Togata, followed suit. Luke explained that they were named after Melissa's parents and that both were quirkless but destined to become heroes, with David eventually becoming the world's first quirkless hero. Nijire and her 9-year-old daughter arrived shortly after, and Luke shared that she and Tamaki had a daughter named Jori Amajiki, who took after Nijire. Aizawa, Ms. Joke, and their 9-year-old son also made their entrance, with Ms. Joke expressing her joy while Aizawa appeared more reserved. Luke informed everyone that Aizawa and Ms. Joke had a son named Oboro, named after Shirakumo, and that he, along with David and Jori, would become the big three when Toshi and the other kids entered their first year. After the warm reunion, they all gathered for dinner. Ochako asked Eri how she was holding up, inquiring about a certain someone. Eri revealed that her biological mother was keeping her distance, and she was relieved about it. Luke explained that her mother had regretted abandoning her and had tried to reconnect, but Eri had firmly told her that Ochako was her mom now. Izuku then asked about Eri's biological grandfather, the former leader of the Yakuza. Eri mentioned that she still visited him occasionally, despite his past actions. Luke clarified that while he had brought Overhaul into the Yakuza, he was unaware of the harm that would come to Eri. Although she now considered All Might and Ochako's dad as her grandfathers, she still visited her biological grandfather out of respect. Koda pulled Eri aside for a moment, suggesting they tell their parents about their relationship. Eri was hesitant, fearing her father's reaction. Koda reassured her, recalling how Izuku had saved his life as a child. Eri remained skeptical but agreed to return to the dining area. When they rejoined the group, Eri announced that she and Koda had something to share. Toshi, standing nearby, chimed in, revealing their dating status. The room erupted in surprise, with Eri and Koda both shocked by Toshi's revelation. Toshi explained that he had overheard their conversation in the hallway. Izuku stood up, expressing disbelief at the news. Eri pleaded with her father not to hurt Koda, but instead, Izuku placed a hand on Koda's shoulder and welcomed him to the family. Eri and Koda sighed in relief, grateful for the acceptance. Bakugo commented on how Izuku wasn't as intimidating as he had thought. Izuku leaned closer to Koda, whispering a warning about the consequences of breaking Eri's heart, sending a shiver down Koda's spine. Bakugo quickly changed the subject, and Luke reminded everyone of how Izuku had reacted when Toshi and Katsumi had announced their relationship. Eri approached Toshi, scolding him for eavesdropping on her private conversation, to which he apologized. Toshi expressed that he didn't mean to be rude. The girl smiled and decided to let him off the hook this time, finding him adorable, and she kissed him on the forehead, which made him giggle. Just then, Aizawa entered the building with a serious expression. He informed Eri that they had some bad news. Eri's curiosity was piqued as she asked what it was. Aizawa revealed that Overhaul had escaped from prison. Izuku was taken aback by the news, exclaiming in disbelief. Luke explained that Overhaul had been broken out by loyal members of the Yakuza. Eri's expression turned serious as she looked down, clenched her fists, and her horn glowed faintly. She lifted her gaze and stated confidently that he wouldn't be free for long. The scene shifted to black for a moment. Luke reassured everyone that Eri had fought Overhaul and managed to get him thrown back in jail, so there was no need to worry. Izuku embraced Eri, expressing his belief in her bright future and his excitement to see her grow up. The narrative then transitioned to a new universe, one that was similar yet different from their own. Some individuals were born with superpowers, referred to as mutants, but they were fewer in number. Izuku, known as Izuku Xavier in this universe, possessed psychic abilities, allowing him to read and control minds. Bakugo had the power to manipulate metal, while Toga could shapeshift, albeit in a unique way. The story unfolded in 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis, where a powerful mutant named All for One sought to instigate conflict between Russia and America to increase the number of mutants. Izuku, Bakugo, Ochako, and their assembled team, who would later be known as the X-Men, were determined to stop him. The scene opened in a mansion one morning. Luke pointed out that this was Izuku's family mansion, indicating that he was wealthy in this universe. The scene shifted inside, revealing a closed door with a note that read, "Gone to the airbase, bring the crate marked X, Juroda." Juroda Shishida from Class 1B was surprised to learn he was part of this story, and Luke confirmed that he was a scientist. An adult Izuku removed the note and opened the door, only to find the lab inside completely destroyed. Accompanying him were an adult Bakugo, a teenage Aoyama, an adult Toga, a teenage Present Mike, and an adult Ochako. Present Mike questioned why he appeared as an adult while the others were kids. Luke explained that in this universe, Present Mike was Izuku's teacher, and his hero name was Banshee. Bakugo, speaking with a different accent, questioned what had happened. Toga, looking concerned with her blue scaly skin, red hair, and yellow eyes, wondered about her appearance. Luke explained that it was part of her mutation, and although she usually shapeshifted to appear normal, she had chosen to embrace her true self, adopting the name Mystique. Izuku approached a large metal crate marked with an X in tape and opened it, revealing its contents. Bakugo commented on Juroda's busy work, while Aoyama expressed his surprise at being American and questioned the necessity of their uniforms. Luke confirmed Aoyama's new hero name as Havoc and noted that Izuku was British in this universe. The scene transitioned to an Air Force base, where the mutants donned yellow and dark blue uniforms, each slightly different. Kirishima complimented their appearance, while Bakugo criticized the yellow spandex. Luke suggested that black leather uniforms were actually what the later team wore. Toga inquired about Jiroda's whereabouts, and just then, they heard his voice as he approached, his outline visible in the dim light. When he stepped closer, they saw that he wore a uniform similar to theirs and had blue fur, though he looked much like his counterpart in the audience's universe. Jiroda questioned the dramatic reveal, noting that the only difference was his blue fur. Luke explained that in this universe, Jiroda had initially sought to enhance his mutation but ended up transforming into a blue beast instead. Toga reassured Jiroda, telling him that this was who he was meant to be, encouraging him to stop hiding. Luke mentioned that Toga and Jiroda had a unique relationship in this universe, which surprised Jiroda. Toga clarified that Jiroda wasn't really her type, but Luke noted their chemistry throughout the story. Bakugo complimented Jiroda's new look, but Jiroda reacted defensively, growling and grabbing Bakugo by the throat. Izuku urged him to let Bakugo go, and after a moment, Jiroda released him. Bakugo admitted that Jiroda did look impressive, suggesting a new name for him, Beast. Jiroda confirmed that Beast was indeed the name of his quirk. Present Mike then asked if Jiroda could fly the military jet they were preparing to board, to which Jiroda confidently replied that he could. Shishida mentioned that he had designed the aircraft. The scene shifted to Cuba, where a Russian cargo ship was navigating between a fleet of American and Russian military vessels. Inside one of the American ships, the captain inquired about the status of the cargo ship. A crew member reported its bearing and speed, while another indicated the time remaining until the embargo line would be crossed. The captain expressed concern about the potential consequences of crossing that line and ordered the crew to prepare for battle. The alert echoed throughout the ship as crew members donned life vests and helmets. Meanwhile, aboard a Russian ship, a crew member questioned the captain's eagerness for new orders, to which the captain replied that he preferred to avoid another conflict. He then commanded his crew to battle stations, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Luke noted that if the cargo ship crossed the line, it would mean war. Back on the American ship, the cargo ship was approaching the embargo line. The American captain ordered the guns to target the cargo ship. The scene shifted back to the Russian ship, where a crew member reported that all weapons were ready. Another crew member attempted to contact the cargo ship, the Aral Sea, but received no response, indicating that it was not turning around. On the American ship, a crew member confirmed that they were ready to fire. The captain instructed them to stand by. Suddenly, a black jet flew past the ships, piloted by Shishida, who remarked on the chaotic situation. Izuku then used his telepathic abilities to connect with someone on the Aral Sea, seeing a figure named Dabi, who appeared menacing. Dabi questioned his appearance, and Luke explained that he had teleportation abilities. As Izuku returned to his own mind, he revealed that the crew of the Aral Sea was no longer alive and that Shigaraki had been involved. Bakugo noted that Shigaraki was still present somewhere, while Izuku explained that the ship was on a course toward the embargo line, which would provoke a military response. Ochako, dressed in military attire, expressed concern about the impending conflict. She questioned why she wasn't in an X-Men uniform, to which Luke clarified that she was a CIA agent assisting the team. Izuku then raised the possibility that the American forces might not be their allies. The scene shifted back to the Russian ship, where a crew member reported a loss of control over the cargo ship and urged the Americans not to fire. Back on the American ship, a crew member indicated that the Russians had signaled the cargo ship to turn around. The captain dismissed it as a trick and ordered his crew to prepare to fire. As the countdown began, Izuku seized control of a Russian crew member, causing him to fire a missile at the Aral Sea. Just before impact, Dabi teleported away, avoiding destruction. In a submarine, Momo, Yarashi, Dabi, and All for One were present. Momo expressed confusion about her allegiance, and Luke explained that she had originally been recruited by Izuku and Bakugo but had switched sides due to discrimination. Izuku confirmed the parallels between the treatment of mutants and those with quirks in the past. Dabi noted that the Russians had fired on their own ship, and all for one appeared concerned. Back in the jet, Shishida requested a warning next time, and Izuku checked on the others, who were shaken but okay. The American captain demanded new orders after the missile incident, while the Russian crew member who had fired the missile began to regain control of his mind. The Russian captain congratulated him for averting nuclear war, but the crew member was confused by the situation. In the submarine, Dabi listened to the Russians and noted their reaction. All for one decided to implement a backup plan and donned a helmet designed to shield his mind from telepathic influence. Bakugo commented on the helmet's appearance, and Luke explained its purpose. Back in the jet, Ochako praised Izuku's strategy, but he admitted he still couldn't locate Shigaraki. Bakugo insisted they needed to find him quickly, and Izuku asked Juroda if there were any unusual readings on the radar. When Juroda reported nothing, it was concluded that Shigaraki must be underwater. And obviously, they didn't have sonar, Shinshida noted. Present Mike and Izuku quickly confirmed they did. The three of them unbuckled from their seats, removed their headsets, and stood up. Back on the submarine, All for One declared they were ready for war. He mentioned needing to ignite another match to light the fuse and emphasized his own power as the most formidable weapon. He instructed to turn the nuclear reactor to full output and requested not to be disturbed before retreating to his quarters. Meanwhile, in the jet, Izuku urged Juroda to level the aircraft as he, Bakugo, and Mike struggled to maintain their balance. Juroda complied, stabilizing the plane. Present Mike playfully warned Bakugo to back off, to which Bakugo responded with a smirk, raising his hands in surrender. Mike commanded Beast to open the bomb bay doors, revealing the ocean below. Izuku reminded Mike that they needed to control the situation, emphasizing the importance of focus. He pointed to his own head, indicating that they would be in this together. On his mark, Izuku counted down, and Mike leapt from the jet, gliding with a specially designed wingsuit while expressing his surprise at his newfound ability. Luke explained that Mike could glide thanks to the suit May had created for him, which worked best when he screamed loudly. Mike splashed into the water, and Ochako, back in the jet, alerted the fleet that they might need to prepare for action. Underwater, Mike let out a powerful scream that resonated through the submarine, causing Yurashi to wince in pain upon hearing it. Back in the jet, Izuku asked Bakugo if he was ready to locate Shigaraki, to which Bakugo responded affirmatively. The scene shifted to a chamber within the submarine, its walls lined with mirrors. All for One entered, and Dabi activated the reactor from outside. As All for One grasped two handles, he began to undergo a transformation, his skin wrinkling as he absorbed energy, a power that had kept him youthful for decades. Momo inquired about his actions, and Luke explained the nature of All for One's abilities. The jet soared above the water, landing gears deployed, with Bakugo clinging to it. He struggled to locate the submarine using his powers. Izuku's telepathic voice reminded him of the balance between rage and serenity. Tapping into his full potential, Bakugo lifted the submarine from the depths. Tetsu remarked on Bakugo's strength, and the Americans and Russians watched in disbelief as the submarine floated. Shishida maneuvered the jet closer to an island to land the submarine, but Yurashi emerged from the hatch, conjuring a tornado that threatened the aircraft. Izuku called out to Bakugo to take his hand, while Shishida warned everyone that it would get bumpy. The jet was caught in the tornado, spinning wildly. Bakugo released his grip on the submarine, which crashed onto the beach. Izuku reached out for Bakugo as the jet lost an engine and began to roll upon landing. Bakugo magnetized himself and Izuku to keep them secure until the jet came to a stop. Once the chaos settled, they checked on everyone. Izuku called out for Ochako, who confirmed she was all right. Bakugo assisted Toga out of her seat and shared his telepathic insight about Shigaraki drawing power from the submarine, intending to transform into a nuclear threat. Ochako warned that time was running out as the Geiger counter spiked. Izuku quickly devised a plan, instructing Ochako to clear both fleets immediately. Bakugo announced his intention to go in, and Izuku directed Beast and Havoc to support him. He emphasized the need for Bakugo to disable whatever was blocking him from reaching Shigaraki. Toga insisted on joining the mission, but Izuku reminded her that they needed her to guard the entrance. Reluctantly, she agreed. Bakugo, Shishida, and Aoyama prepared to confront the evil mutants outside. Momo, with bug-like wings, took to the air, while Dabi wielded a sword and Yurashi summoned whirlwinds. Aoyama unleashed a blast of energy at Yurashi, but Dabi teleported behind him, attempting to restrain him. Shishida intervened, grabbing Dabi, but they were both teleported high above the American ships. Aoyama cried out as they fell, but Shishida caught him, digging his claws into Dabi. They landed safely just above one of the ships. Inside the jet, Ochako communicated over the radio, warning that Shigaraki was attempting to detonate a bomb. Back outside, Bakugo charged toward the submarine, using his powers to tear through the wall and enter. Izuku instructed him to head for the center of the vessel, where he believed Shigaraki was located, as that was the area his mind couldn't penetrate. The scene shifted back to Aoyama and Shishida battling Dabi. Aoyama attempted to fire at Dabi again, but Dabi teleported behind him, choking him while causing him to accidentally fire his energy wildly. Shishida charged at Dabi, but they both vanished in a flash of light. The soldiers surrounded Aoyama, their guns trained on him. Meanwhile, Bakugo was inside the submarine, searching for All for One. He approached the controls that Dabi had used earlier. Izuku instructed him to disable the nuclear reactor. Bakugo pulled the lever down, shutting down the handles that All for One had been using. Back on the ship, Aoyama was still surrounded by soldiers. One soldier shouted for him to stop and not move. Suddenly, Aoyama heard the buzzing of wings and looked up to see Momo flying above them. He warned her to get down just as she unleashed fireballs at the soldiers. One of the fireballs singed Aoyama's laser device, forcing him to remove it. Momo was about to circle back when Present Mike burst out of the water, unleashing a sonic blast that sent her chasing after him across the war zone. The scene shifted back to Bakugo, who had entered All for One's personal quarters. Izuku communicated with him telepathically, expressing concern that Shigaraki was not there. Bakugo insisted that Shigaraki had left the submarine, but Izuku urged him to keep searching. Frustrated, Bakugo shouted that there was no one there. Just then, the wall behind him opened to reveal All for One in a chamber. All for One greeted Bakugo with a sinister welcome, hinting that he would soon learn the full story. The scene returned to Momo, who continued to chase Mike, firing more fireballs that missed their target and splashed into the water. Back with Bakugo, he entered the chamber where All for One was waiting. The door closed behind him, and All for One questioned why Bakugo was fighting for a race that would turn against them once they realized their reign was ending. In response, Bakugo threw a punch, but All for One's head seemed to duplicate momentarily before returning to normal. The focus shifted back to Aoyama, who was being escorted to the brig by soldiers. He spotted Mike flying toward him and smirked, covering his ears. Mike let out a powerful scream, causing the soldiers to drop their weapons and shield their ears. Seizing the opportunity, Aoyama made a break for it and leaped off the ship. Fortunately, Mike caught his hand, and they soared into the sky together. Mike commented on how light Aoyama was, lifting him effortlessly with one arm while still flying. Aoyama laughed in excitement. He rolled out from his hiding place, preparing to fire an arrow at whoever had shot at him. Suddenly, another arrow from his enemy landed in front of him and exploded, sending Bakugo flying backward. As he regained his footing, Bakugo aimed to fire another arrow, but a shadowy figure in a red and yellow costume dashed toward him at incredible speed and struck him in the face. The impact caused Bakugo to misfire, sending his arrow into a pipe on the ceiling, which erupted in a cloud of steam. From the swirling steam emerged another shadowy figure, this time clad in orange. Bakugo swung his bow at him, but it shattered upon impact. The figure in orange then landed a punch that knocked Bakugo to the ground. As he struggled to rise, Bakugo noticed a train approaching on the tracks. It seemed as though the train had hit him, but the figures in orange and red and yellow, along with another figure in a green hooded costume armed with a bow and arrows, approached the spot where Bakugo lay, only to find an open grate through which he had escaped. The audience got a clear view of the three figures. The man in red and yellow wore a costume adorned with lightning bolts, featuring a prominent lightning bolt symbol on his chest. The figure in orange had blonde hair and a beard, dressed in an orange top, black leggings and green shoes. The man in green sported a hooded costume, complete with a bow, arrows, and a quiver, alongside blonde hair and a goatee, with a mask covering his eyes. Best Jeanist recognized the man in green on the screen and expressed his surprise. He learned that he was Bakugo's former mentor, Green Arrow, a member of the Justice League. The other two figures were identified as Aquaman and the Flash. Luke then announced that they would watch the show's intro. Kirishima expressed excitement about the situation. Ida inquired if he, along with Midoriya, Uraraka, Kaminari, Jiro, and Shinso, were all part of the sidekick team. Luke confirmed this. Ochako questioned her green skin in this scenario, and Luke assured her that she would find out soon. The scene shifted to a small mountain blanketed in snow, labeled Mount Justice December 31st, 7:16 Eastern Standard Time. Luke explained that Mount Justice served as the base of operations for the sidekick teams. As Ida, Shinso, Jiro, Kendo, Reiko, Kaminari, Izuku, and Ochako walked down a hallway in their unique costumes, Ida noticed gills on his neck and asked about them. Luke informed him that his hero name was Aqualad, Aquaman's sidekick. He continued to explain each of their hero identities. Shinso was Robin, Izuku was Superboy, Ochako was Ms. Martian, Kaminari was Kid Flash, Jiro was Artemis, Reiko remained as Reiko, and Kendo was Rocket. Shinso remarked on the troubling fact that their enemies were still obtaining inside information about them. Kaminari reassured him that at least they knew none of them were the mole as they entered the main room, where Aizawa, dressed as a bat, and a red robot with a blue cape awaited them. Aizawa confirmed his role as Shinso's mentor and the world's greatest detective, while Luke introduced the robot as Red Tornado. Aizawa revealed that the mole was Red Arrow and displayed a hologram of Bakugo, who was shocked to learn he was labeled a traitor. Luke urged them to keep watching, and Shinso expressed disbelief. Ida pointed out that Bakugo had been Green Arrow's protege for years, but Aizawa explained that the Bakugo they knew was actually a clone from Project Cadmus. Aizawa elaborated that the real Speedy had been abducted and replaced shortly after becoming Green Arrow's sidekick. The hologram displayed a younger Bakugo in a different costume next to the older version. Aizawa explained that the clone was programmed to join the Justice League, which explained his aggressive behavior regarding delays in his admission. The clone, unaware of his true nature, sought to prove himself worthy and ultimately attempted to betray the League. Aizawa had deduced Red Arrow's true identity and had prepared for this eventuality. Bakugo questioned the whereabouts of the real him, and Luke mentioned that the answer would be revealed in Season 2. Red Tornado added that while Kasaki had been subdued, Red Arrow was now a fugitive. Izuku reflected on how he would not have escaped Cadmus without their help. Luke revealed that Izuku was also a clone, created from his father's and a supervillain's DNA, which disturbed Izuku. Bakugo speculated that since the clone had taken his place immediately after he became Best Jeanist's sidekick, it would have had to be created quickly and be the same age as him. Luke confirmed this, explaining that the clone had started as a child and aged from there, while Izuku, despite appearing as a teenager, was less than a year old. He also revealed that Ochako, although appearing youthful, was 35 in human years, which caused discomfort among the group. Shinso asked about the real Katsuki, and Aizawa grimly stated they did not know his fate, suggesting the possibility that the real Katsuki Bakugo might be dead. This news weighed heavily on Shinso, Kaminari, and Ida, while Reiko offered comfort to Shinso. Ida expressed determination to find the clone, but Aizawa warned that Red Arrow was now a member of the Justice League and instructed them to leave the matter to them. Aizawa received a call for assistance on the watchtower and instructed Red Tornado to stay with the kids before teleporting away. Luke explained the Zeta tubes used by heroes for teleportation. Ida, undeterred by the clone situation, communicated telepathically with his teammates about pursuing Red Arrow. Luke mentioned that Ochako's Martian abilities allowed them to communicate in their minds. Suddenly, Red Tornado malfunctioned, prompting Ochako to telepathically call out. Izuku inquired about the cause, and Shinso checked a holographic screen, confirming that Red Tornado was powered down. Reiko sensed a low-level mystic force and recalled that she had felt something similar from Batman. Shinso noted that Batman had referred to them as kids, which was unusual. Kaminari discovered a biotech chip in Red Tornado's hand, leading to questions about Cheshire, Jiro's older sister in this universe. Ida took charge, instructing Robin, Kid, Reiko, and Rocket to work on getting Tornado back online while he, Izuku, Ochako, and Jiro set out to find Red Arrow. He emphasized that the problem was hardware, not software. But where do they start, Shinso wondered. Reiko glanced up at a circular door on the ceiling and shared her thought aloud. The scene shifted to Red Tornado, without his cape, lying on a table with wires connected to him. Next to him was a second robot body that appeared almost human. Kaminari plugged a wire into the side of the human-like robot's head. The AI system announced the download was in progress. Luke explained that the robot resembling a human was created by Red Tornado so he could experience life as a human. Kendo remarked that Tornado built this android for fun, to which Reiko added that it was a simplified version of the truth. Suddenly, the Zeta tube began to glow, and the AI system recognized a new arrival, Black Canary. A female version of Present Mike teleported into the base, greeting everyone. Mike was taken aback when Luke informed her that in this universe, she was a woman named Black Canary, with powers similar to her original self, and was also in a relationship with Best Jeanist. Mike was concerned about what they were doing to Red Tornado. Kaminari insisted it wasn't what it seemed, but Mike pointed out that it looked like they were downloading his consciousness into a new body. Just then, the holographic screen above Red Tornado's body displayed, "Download complete. Initializing system." As if on cue, Red Tornado sat up in his new human-like body and urgently instructed the team to leave the cave. In a sudden burst of energy, Mike unleashed a supersonic scream, causing chaos. The force of her scream knocked Red Tornado's human body off its legs and sent his legs crashing into Reiko and Kendo. Mike was confused about why she was attacking her teammates. Luke assured her that the reason would soon become clear. Shinso attempted to punch Mike, but she swiftly countered and threw him aside. Just as she prepared to unleash another scream, she noticed a beeping sound and felt a small device that Shinso had placed on her shoulder. The device activated, releasing a green gas that caused her to faint, while Kendo quickly created a force field around her. Reiko expressed disbelief that Black Canary had attacked them, but Red Tornado insisted that she was the least of their problems and that they needed to escape the cave. The scene shifted to a large metal sphere transforming into a giant vehicle. Luke introduced the sphere as Sphere, one of Izuku's pets. The Zeta tube activated again, recognizing 3 more heroes entering the base. However, it was too late. The team was already flying away in Sphere, with Mike tied up and Red Tornado's robot body with them. Red Tornado instructed everyone to stay off their radios to avoid being tracked by the Justice League, leaving Kaminari puzzled about why the League was after them. The narrative cut to the rest of the team in an invisible spaceship flying over the Hall of Justice. Jiro noted that computer logs indicated Red Arrow was headed to the hall from the watchtower, but he could be anywhere by now. Luke explained that the ship, called Bioship, was a living, organic spaceship from Mars, akin to Ochako's pet. Ida revealed that after Katsuki went solo, he had installed equipment caches in several major cities, including the one they were hovering over. The scene shifted to Ida kicking open a door inside the building, where Bakugo was aiming his bow and arrow at him. Ida assured Bakugo that he meant no harm but needed answers from him. Bakugo, however, demanded to know something personal, asking Ida to reveal who had broken his heart. Ida sighed and shared that May, the girl he loved, had chosen his best friend Garth over him, while his best friend was now aiming an arrow at him. Luke explained that in this universe, Ida, May, and Aquaman were all Atlanteans, with Aquaman as their king, and that Ida had gills on his neck. The scene then returned to them flying in Bioship, where Ida expressed doubt about Bakugo being the mole, but Bakugo confessed that he indeed was. The team was shocked by this revelation. Izuku noted that Batman and Red Tornado had said Bakugo was a Cadmus clone like him. Bakugo explained that he had been a sleeper agent, programmed to infiltrate the League, with Sports Master as his handler. A flashback revealed Sports Master taunting Bakugo, calling him Broken Arrow. Jiro recognized his father in the flashback, learning that Sportsmaster was a villain and that his mother, Huntress, was now retired and in a wheelchair. Bakugo explained that Sportsmaster had a key phrase that could shut him down, putting him in a hypnotic state to steal secrets or further programming. He realized that one of those orders had been to cast suspicion on his teammates. Luke recounted how throughout the first season, there had been suspicion of a traitor in the team, with Bakugo believing it to be Izuku, Ochako, or Jiro for various reasons. Bakugo apologized for the pain caused. Ida inquired how Batman discovered the truth and prevented Bakugo from betraying the League. Bakugo revealed that Batman had not intervened. The narrative shifted back to the rest of the team in the Super Cycle, where Red Tornado explained that the entire League was under the mental control of Chi Kasaki, with Red Arrow being his means. He described Kasaki's method, known as Stereotech, which infused individuals with alien biotechnology and magic, allowing him to reprogram them. Even Red Tornado's inorganic brain was not immune, but he had managed to create a subprogram that would disconnect his power cells if he attempted to infect another person. May expressed her astonishment at Red Tornado's ability to create a subprogram in such a short time and declared her intention to make her own version of him. Ida urged her to calm down, noting that fortunately, the Stereotech was body-specific. Red Tornado announced that he was now free of outside control. Shinso questioned how it was possible for him to no longer be enslaved, to which Red Tornado explained that he was no longer under the influence of Stereotech, but rather his Cadmus programming. Once he had fulfilled its final requirement, his mind began to clear. A flashback revealed Bakugo's realization that he had been a mole for the Justice League under Overhaul's control. Overhaul confirmed this, revealing his long hair, sideburns, and scars. Bakugo recounted how he had escaped from Overhaul's grasp, managing to flee through a Zeta tube. Back in the present, Ochako assured Bakugo that she could help cleanse any remaining programming from his mind. Shinso reached out telepathically to Miss Martian, who confirmed she was in range and began linking both squads while decamouflaging Bioship, which became visible above the Super Cycle. As they arrived at the Watchtower, the Justice League's base of operations, Luke explained the significance of the location. The AI system recognized the heroes as they teleported inside, and Overhaul inquired if there were any issues. Izuku expressed curiosity about Overhaul's powers, to which Luke explained that in this universe, Overhaul was an immortal supervillain. Mike revealed that despite an initial setback, she had managed to reinfect Red Tornado and Red Arrow, along with the entire team who were awaiting reprogramming back on Earth. Overhaul clarified that Stereotech did not reprogram minds but allowed for remote control. Nearby, Shigaraki monitored the situation, surrounded by red holographic screens, while his unusual haircut drew laughter from the League and hero students. A sudden blast of green energy surrounded the heroes, originating from a Justice League member in a glowing green costume, identified as Green Lantern. Overhaul dismissed the threat, asserting his control over the situation. He placed another piece of Stereotech on Mike, which dissolved into her skin, revealing his disdain for the Justice League's mission to maintain the status quo. Overhaul elaborated on his plans to push humanity toward evolution through various advanced technologies and methods of control. He expressed his belief that the heroes had inadvertently become agents of change, facilitating a new order. Meanwhile, in the Watchtower, Bioship remained camouflaged as the team prepared to move out. Shinso noted that Red Tornado had successfully bypassed security, ensuring their presence remained undetected. Ida commanded the team to proceed, while Shoji, a member of the Justice League known as Plastic Man, stretched his body to maneuver boxes. As Shoji worked, Jiro fired an arrow that released green smoke, allowing Kaminari to use his super speed to place an anti-Stereotech chip on Shoji's neck, rendering him unconscious. Luke explained Kaminari's powers, comparing him to the Flash, though he was not as fast. Hawks, known as Hawkman, walked down a hallway when he was attacked by Izuku, who punched him back. Shinso quickly followed, applying an anti-Stereotech chip that caused Hawks to lose consciousness. Elsewhere, MP Lady, now shrunken and in a blue and red costume, used a laser tool to slice an alien piece. Reiko cast a spell, causing the alien fragment to float. As MD Lady attempted to grab it, Ochako, while camouflaged, placed an anti-biochip on her back, leading to her collapse. Luke explained Ochako's abilities, noting her capacity to shapeshift, fly, phase through walls, and turn invisible, revealing that her green form was not her true appearance. Luke mentioned that he based his choice on a character from a TV show called Hello, Ochako. Reiko's power was essentially magical. The scene shifted to a hero with a fully blue body, adorned with red gloves, boots, and a symbol, walking down a hallway. Kendo then surrounded him with a force field. Ida landed behind him, and just as Kendo deactivated the force field, Ida used his water weapon to place an anti-biochip on the back of the hero's neck. Luke identified the hero as Captain Atom. The scene returned to Overhaul and Shigaraki. Shigaraki expressed frustration that the children had taken away 4 of his toys. Overhaul ordered a recall of all League away missions, declaring it was time to put the children in their place once and for all. Shigaraki eagerly agreed, and his cat meowed in response. He then wondered aloud if the 3 children should have returned by now. Suddenly, Mike unleashed a sonic scream that sent Green Lantern crashing into a wall. Red Tornado conjured a red tornado to distract Overhaul, while Bakugo rushed to Green Lantern and placed an anti-biochip on him. Mike shouted at Shigaraki, but Shigaraki merely created headphones to block out the noise, teasing that they would regret it. A portal opened, revealing Izuku's father, dressed in a blue and red costume with an S symbol. Midnight appeared next, wearing a red, blue, and yellow costume. Another Green Lantern, a man with green skin resembling Ochako, and a woman in a costume similar to Hawks's followed. Aizawa emerged last, taking on the persona of Batman. Luke explained that Izuku's father was Superman, the green-skinned man was Ochako's uncle, Martian Manhunter, Midnight was Wonder Woman, and the Winged Woman was Hawks's partner, Hawkgirl. Hawks acknowledged his identity but noted that he matched more closely with Hawkman in terms of powers and appearance, as depicted in the show. Luke apologized for the mismatch. Mike attempted to scream again, but Martian Manhunter phased through the sound and struck her, followed by Hawkgirl swinging her mace. Bakugo shot a flaming arrow at Martian Manhunter, which passed through him due to his phase mode, but the fire still weakened him, causing him to drop to his hands and knees. Bakugo then fired an explosive arrow at Aizawa, who deflected it, causing it to explode against the wall. Aizawa charged at Bakugo, engaging him in combat. Green Lantern, John Stewart, created a giant, glowing green hand that captured Red Tornado, while Hisashi and Midnight incapacitated him. Bakugo, Mike, and Red Tornado lay on the ground, defeated. Overhaul noted that the children had clearly reverse-engineered a Stereotech cure and vaccine, deeming them unnecessary to take alive. Shigaraki grinned wickedly at this revelation. The scene shifted to a Zeta Tube activating, with the AI system announcing the arrival of Captain Marvel, Icon, and Dr. Fate. When the audience got a closer look at Captain Marvel, they realized he was an adult Koda. Confused, Koda questioned his adult form. Luke clarified that Koda's superpower allowed him to transform into Captain Marvel by saying the word Shazam, distinguishing it from Kendo's version from the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, Ochako levitated above them in camouflage mode and used her telekinesis to throw an anti-biochip onto Dr. Fate's neck. Icon and Koda noticed her and Icon retaliated with a blast of blue energy, knocking her into a wall. Kendo then flew up behind Icon and placed an anti-biochip on him. Koda attempted to confront Reiko, but she cast a spell that made him say his magic word. Upon saying Shazam, he transformed back into a child. Kendo remarked that Curatech didn't work as quickly as Stereotech, expressing a desire to utilize the heroes. Ida noted it was a miracle that Queen Mara and the doctors had managed to re-engineer a cure and vaccine at all. Kaminari then called out telepathically from another part of the ship, prompting Ida to instruct the others to rendezvous with Robin and Superboy. Reiko approached Dr. Fate, attempting to remove his helmet, but was shocked. She tried casting a spell to remove it, only to be met with a blast of lightning. Koda rushed to her side, concerned for her well-being. Reiko expressed her desire to save Dr. Fate from Kasaki but lamented her inability to save her father from fate. Luke explained that Dr. Fate's spirit resided within the helmet, possessing whoever wore it. Her father had donned the helmet to protect her, but had been possessed ever since. The scene shifted to Jiro firing arrows at the Flash, who caught them effortlessly while running at super speed. He punched Kaminari, but Jiro retaliated with an explosive arrow that sent him flying back. Green Arrow aimed an explosive arrow at Jiro, but she evaded it, landing near Kaminari. Jiro expressed her amazement at their survival, while Kaminari noted that their enemies were being controlled, limiting their actions. Ida arrived, urging them to act quickly. Jiro shot a rope arrow at the door, and they all held on as the airlock opened. The Flash attempted to reach Ida but was thwarted by the vacuum of space. Just as it seemed they would be executed out, Ida closed the airlock, preventing disaster. The three possessed heroes slammed against the door, knocking themselves out. Kaminari hurried over to them, placing Curatech chips on the backs of their necks. Ida offered an apology to the unconscious Aquaman. The scene then transitioned to a forest area of the Watchtower, where Shinso and Izuku's pet wolf were battling Hawkgirl. Luke noted that Izuku had a pet wolf named Wolf. Wolf pounced on Hawkgirl, allowing Shinso to place a Curatech chip on her. Midnight prepared to use her lasso of truth on Shinso, but Kendo intervened by creating a force field around him. Midnight pulled the lasso away. Shinso communicated telepathically, urging Kendo to create a force field around Midnight. As Midnight attempted to punch her way free, Shinso inquired if she could escape the force bubble. Kendo explained that the more Midnight punched, the stronger the bubble became, but she was stuck in place, fearing that any action could risk freeing her. Aizawa leaped from an overhead platform, preparing to attack Kendo. Shinso warned Kendo just in time, but she managed to evade Aizawa's strike. It was now a showdown between Shinso and Aizawa, mentor against mentee. Kaminari sensed the intensity of the battle. Shinso launched miniature smoke bombs at Aizawa, who skillfully blocked them with his cape, and the two engaged in combat amidst the smoke. Meanwhile, Izuku faced off against Hisashi and Martian Manhunter on a higher level. Hisashi struck Izuku hard, sending him crashing into a wall, and he and Manhunter prepared to finish Izuku off. Just then, Sphere and Wolf rushed to Izuku's aid. Sphere landed heavily on Hisashi, but Hisashi effortlessly lifted Sphere and hurled him into the ceiling, igniting Izuku's fury. He began to throw punches at Hisashi in retaliation. Ochako stealthily approached Martian Manhunter, but he extended additional arms from his back, capturing her. As he shifted to face her, Ochako transformed into her true form, revealing a giant, white alien creature. Luke noted the significance of Ochako's transformation. She then used her telepathic abilities to immerse Manhunter in a vision engulfed in flames, exploiting Martian's vulnerability to fire. Seizing the moment, Ochako placed a chip on the back of Manhunter's neck. However, Hisashi retaliated by slamming Ochako into a wall, which fueled Izuku's rage. He charged at Hisashi, but Hisashi countered by punching Izuku through the floor, sending him down to a lower level. On that level, Shinso and Aizawa continued their battle. Shinso brandished two batons, attempting to strike Aizawa, but Aizawa countered by grabbing Shinso's leg and throwing him. Shinso quickly recovered, only to find Aizawa behind him, delivering a punch that sent Shinso tumbling through the hole created by Izuku, landing beside him. They realized they couldn't defeat their opponents one-on-one and quickly devised a new plan. As Hisashi and Aizawa charged at them, Izuku used his super strength to hurl Shinso at Aizawa, knocking him into a wall. Shinso took advantage of the situation and placed a chip on the back of Aizawa's neck. Luke explained that Hisashi was an alien, the last survivor of a planet called Krypton, while Izuku was part human and part Kryptonian. Izuku then seized Hisashi and slammed him into a wall, prompting Shinso to question if they were sure about this approach. Izuku insisted they proceed, and Shinso opened a small box containing a glowing green rock. The rock weakened both Izuku and Hisashi, causing them to collapse. Luke identified the rock as kryptonite, a substance harmful to Kryptonians. After placing a chip on Hisashi's neck, Shinso stored the kryptonite away. Izuku expressed his discomfort, And Shinso explained that kryptonite was why Batman kept it secured in a highly fortified vault at the Batcave. Momo interjected, pointing out that whelmingly wasn't a real word, to which Luke humorously referenced an ongoing joke about being whelmed. Meanwhile, Overhaul observed the security feed showing the League members breaking free from his control. He decided it was time to leave, while Shigaraki insisted they could take on the heroes. Overhaul cautioned that losing control could lead to destruction, emphasizing the importance of keeping the Justice League alive for their next phase. Shigaraki acknowledged his chaotic nature, and with a meow from his cat, they escaped through a red portal just as Ida, Kaminari, Jiro, and Reiko arrived. Ida checked on Red Tornado, who congratulated the team on their victory. Izuku, Ochako, Shinso, and Kendo soon joined them. The AI system greeted them with a Happy New Year, prompting Izuku to realize it was New Year's Eve. Kaminari lifted Jiro into his arms, expressing that he should have done this long ago, leading to a kiss between them. Izuku and Ochako followed suit, sharing a kiss as well. Reiko surprised Shinso with a kiss, while Kendo expressed her growing fondness for the team by kissing Ida on the cheek. Red Tornado remarked on the perplexities of human customs. Luke noted that Shinso and Reiko's relationship didn't work out, as Shinso eventually found a different partner in the actual Young Justice series. He also mentioned that Ida's character took a different direction in later seasons, while Kendo ended up having a child with someone else. The scene shifted to Izuku and Ochako gazing at Earth together. They shared a kiss before Ochako departed, just as Hisashi arrived. Hisashi commended the team's efforts and acknowledged Izuku's accomplishments. Izuku thanked him, and Hisashi revealed his secret identity as Hisashi Midoriya, which surprised Izuku. Hisashi expressed his approval of Izuku's chosen name, solidifying their bond as brothers in a unique way. The narrative then transitioned to a meeting table where Ida, Aquaman, Aizawa, Shinso, Mike, Green Arrow, Red Tornado, and Koda gathered. Bakugo expressed his turmoil, feeling like a traitor and a pawn, while Mike reassured him. Bakugo sought to find the real Katsuki and rescue Speedy, with Aizawa informing him that Guardian was already searching Cadmus. The scene shifted to Guardian, a hero, navigating a devastated lab filled with fallen humans and aliens. Ra's al Ghul was seen conversing with Inko and other villains, instructing them to leave no trace behind. Luke identified Ra's as an adversary of Aizawa's. The narrative revealed a giant ape moving another Izuku in a cryopod, with a backwards S burned into his chest. Luke explained that this was the original Superman clone, entirely composed of Kryptonian DNA. Raz expressed his belief that this clone could still prove useful, revealing the original Bakugo frozen in a pod. He was missing his right arm. The scene shifted back to the Watchtower meeting room, where Bakugo, Genist, and Mike were leaving. Ida expressed concern, sensing something was amiss. Shinso explained that the entire league had been under Chisaki's influence for just over a day. They had accounted for most of that time, but 6 individuals had gone missing for a full 16 hours, which they could not explain. The holographic screen displayed Martian Manhunter, Hisashi, Midnight, Hawkgirl, John Stewart Green Lantern, and Aizawa. Aizawa pondered what had happened during those 16 hours as ominous music played, and the view zoomed away from the Watchtower. The screen then went black. Luke noted that they would discover what had transpired during those 16 hours 5 years later. Sato found the situation thrilling and suggested that they should form their own team after graduation. The narrative continued with Luke announcing the finale of the Vigilante Deku-Verse. It began with Izuku leaving the Yakuza facility after a significant confrontation. Just as he was about to exit the area, he was knocked out by a blow to the back of his head. When he regained consciousness, he found himself handcuffed to a table in an interrogation room, facing Aizawa, Nizu, and All Might. Nizu informed him that he had caused quite a bit of trouble, and they were eager to uncover his true identity. Aizawa removed Izuku's mask and hood, and they gasped in shock upon realizing it was him. All Might was taken aback, while Izuku simply greeted them. Nizu questioned why he had chosen the path of a vigilante, expressing disappointment in his actions. Izuku explained that after being expelled, He recognized the flaws in hero society and decided to take matters into his own hands. Nizu reminded him that they had expelled him for breaking the law, to which Izuku countered that they had saved Kaken and that their actions were justified. He accused Nizu of enforcing unreasonable laws, leading him to follow his own rules. Nizu informed Izuku that he would not be able to continue his vigilante activities, as he was going to jail. However, Izuku confidently declared that he had other plans. Just as Aizawa prepared to restrain him, Izuku revealed a file from his jacket and placed it on the table in front of Nizu. Upon opening it, Nizu froze at the contents. He demanded to know where Izuku had obtained the information. Izuku dismissed the question, stating that if they did not comply with his demands, he would leak it to the public. All Might was shocked at the implication of blackmail, but Izuku preferred to call it extortion. Aizawa questioned what would prevent them from arresting him to stop the leak, to which Izuku revealed that his friends had copies of the information. He reminded them of the Crawler, Pop Step, and Knuckle Duster, who had taught him how to be a true vigilante. If they harmed him, the information would go straight to the press. Midnight pointed out that Himawari, Kazuho, and Knuckle Duster were no longer vigilantes, with Koichi having moved to America to become a pro-hero and the others living civilian lives. Luke explained that things had turned out differently in Narahata in this universe. Nizu contemplated the situation before asking Izuku what his demands were. Izuku requested to return to UA, to be reinstated in the Hero Course and Class 1A, along with Ida, Todoroki, Yairzu, and Kirishima. He also inquired about Eri, the girl he had saved from the Yakuza. All Might informed him that Eri was still frightened and only wanted to see him. Izuku then expressed his desire to be her legal guardian, suggesting that she could share a room with him in the dorms. Nizu agreed to make the arrangements but urged Izuku to refrain from taking lives, acknowledging the trauma Eri had endured but emphasizing that the massacre was unnecessary. Izuku conceded to this request. Afterward, Izuku was released, and he and his friends returned to UA. Luke remarked that everything returned to normal for Izuku and the class after that ordeal. Ochako was curious about the contents of the file, and Luke cryptically stated that everyone had secrets, even UA. He then directed his attention to the villains, warning them not to attempt to acquire UA's secrets, assuring them that he would prevent it. Luke acknowledged that he hadn't listed this chapter in upcoming chapters due to forgetting, but he wanted to conclude the Vigilante Deku universe as promised. As the narrative continued, Luke announced that he would be sending the kids away, given the violent nature of this universe. He explained that it was inspired by a game he had enjoyed called Team Fortress. He introduced the characters through their introduction videos, starting with Izuku, who was dressed in a red t-shirt, dog tags, and a baseball cap while holding a shotgun. Kirishima stood behind him in a red military uniform and black helmet, armed with a bazooka. They spotted enemies in a nearby building, and Izuku prepared for action, running toward the base while dodging bullets with incredible speed. He asked if he was some sort of runner in this scenario, and Luke assured him he would find out soon. The scene depicted Izuku leaping from rooftop to rooftop, narrowly escaping danger as a train passed by. A title card appeared, accompanied by the TF2 theme, identifying Izuku as the scout. He stepped in front of the title card, expressing uncertainty about how to introduce himself, and adopting a Bronx accent. The scene shifted to Sato, who was about to eat a sandwich when Izuku playfully tapped his head with his baseball bat. Izuku then reiterated his importance, asking if they had any idea who he was. Bakugo responded with confusion, and the scene showed Izuku easily dodging punches from the blue Sato. He confidently proclaimed that he was kind of a big deal, while the tension among the characters escalated. "Not all of you," Luke remarked. The scene shifted to Izuku, who stood in front of the title card, examining his slender arms. He expressed his admiration for their beauty. The focus then changed to Sato, who was playfully holding Izuku in a light chokehold before returning to Izuku, who continued speaking. He conveyed that grass grows, birds fly, the sun shines, and he had a knack for causing trouble. The scene transitioned to Izuku striking Sato in the stomach with a baseball bat, making a playful sound. He declared himself a force of nature. The action intensified as Izuku swung his bat at Sato's face, emphasizing his determination. He warned that if Sato were from his world, the outcome would be dire, showcasing his fierce spirit as he leaped down onto Sato, swinging his bat. Izuku cheered in front of the title card. The TF2 theme played, accompanied by an image of Izuku with his teammates. The scene shifted to Izuku sitting atop Sato, enjoying a sandwich. Sato humorously commented on being assaulted and having his sandwich stolen, calling Izuku a great friend. Luke added that there were many like Sato on both teams. The next video began with a blue pyro using a flamethrower before being blown away by a rocket. A blue demo man met a similar fate, followed by another blue Sato. The title card appeared again as the TF2 theme played. Kirishima speculated that he must be the soldier, referencing his earlier appearance in an army helmet. Luke took a moment to honor Rick May, the voice of the soldier, before continuing. The scene featured Kirishima in his soldier outfit, surrounded by others in similar helmets. He passionately quoted Sun Tzu, emphasizing the importance of fighting for victory, while Aizawa interjected that Sun Tzu never actually said that. The action cut to Kirishima charging at enemies with a shovel, skillfully dodging gunfire and returning fire with a shotgun and bazooka. Back in front of his soldiers, Kirishima continued his enthusiastic speech, claiming that Sun Tzu used his fight money to buy animals and then beat them up, questioning his own sanity. Luke humorously suggested they were all a bit crazy. The battlefield returned to focus on Kirishima, who alerted Izuku about a sentry. Kirishima leaped above the sentry, firing a rocket and launching himself into the air. He then targeted a blue Sato and Pyro. A blue spy attempted to sneak up on Kirishima, but he swiftly countered with his shovel, knocking the spy away. Mina commented on the brutality of the encounter. Kirishima laughed in front of his soldiers, concluding his earlier statement about animals being together in one place, calling it a zoo. The scene revealed that the soldiers were actually decapitated heads on a fence, causing the audience to react with surprise. The TF2 theme played again, focusing on Kirishima and his teammates. The next scene showed Kirishima looking down at a fallen head, humorously adding that unless it was a farm, it wouldn't count. The video transitioned to the next segment, where Luke announced that the pyro was Todoroki. The title card burned away, revealing legs walking through a scorched battlefield. Sato was shown in a dark room, speaking to a camera about his fears. The scene cut back to Todoroki approaching a blue Izuku and engineer, who locked the door, leaving Izuku outside. He expressed his frustration, trying to free himself from a microphone. Todoroki pondered why his friends were afraid of him, while Luke teased that they would soon find out. The scene shifted to Todoroki kicking open a door, entering a building with his flamethrower. The red spy was seen in a dark room, speaking in a French accent, leaving the audience guessing his identity. Todoroki unleashed his flamethrower on the town, clad in a red uniform and black gas mask. The spy mused about the inhuman thoughts behind Todoroki's mask. The camera zoomed in on Todoroki's mask lens, revealing a whimsical candy wonderland in his mind, where he wielded an instrument that created rainbows and bubbles, accompanied by a cheerful song. Sato appeared with a normal head but the body of a chubby baby with wings, joyfully eating a giant sandwich. The audience reacted in disbelief. Luke commented on Todoroki's delusions, suggesting he viewed everything as a wonderland while causing chaos. Todoroki lifted a giant lollipop in celebration, and Sato rushed over to him. Just as Todoroki was about to hand it over, the scene briefly cut back to reality, showing Todoroki swinging an axe down toward Sato. The whimsical imagery returned, depicting baby Sato with the lollipop in his mouth, while Todoroki noticed a baby Izuku flying toward him. He landed on Todoroki's instrument, and Todoroki playfully blew bubbles in his face. However, it shifted to reality, revealing Todoroki shooting Izuku in the face with a flare gun before returning to the whimsical wonderland. Todoroki then noticed baby Ida hiding in a giant present. He approached to open it, but the scene cut back to reality, where Todoroki was actually trapping Ida inside a barn and setting it ablaze. Natsuo commented on the situation, noting that he thought Tuya was the only arsonist in the family. Dabi retorted angrily. The scene transitioned back to the Wonderland, where Todoroki was frolicking with the baby blue team, only to cut back to the real world once again. The blue team was in chaos, with one member falling from a window and grabbing Todoroki's leg in desperation. Realizing who it was, Todoroki responded with a blast from his flamethrower. The TF2 theme played as Todoroki appeared with his teammates. He then walked off into the sunset in the Wonderland, but reality intruded again, zooming through a hole in Kirishima's chest. Kirishima collapsed, his helmet rolling away, while Todoroki whistled a tune and strolled through the burning town. Izuku remarked on how disturbing it was, and Bakugo agreed, expressing his frustration. Luke then indicated it was Bakugo's turn. The TF2 theme resumed, introducing Bakugo, who wore an eye patch over his left eye and a red uniform, brandishing a grenade launcher while running through explosions. The scene froze, capturing him midair with a smile. Bakugo's voice, now in a Scottish accent, posed a question about what made him a good demo man, asserting that if he were a bad one he wouldn't be discussing it. Bakugo groaned about his Scottish identity before shouting enthusiastically as he charged into battle with his teammates. He declared that none would survive, skillfully dodging missiles. He continued with a dramatic proclamation about explosives, cutting back to him in front of the camera with a beer bottle. Jiro speculated about how he lost his eye, and Luke agreed. The scene shifted to Bakugo fleeing from a blue Todoroki. He fired a grenade that ricocheted off a wall, exploding near Todoroki before cutting back to Bakugo chugging a beer. The montage continued with a sentry turret being set up, then back to Bakugo drinking and finally him destroying the turret in battle. Once again, Bakugo appeared in front of the camera, placing the beer bottle down with a somber expression. He lamented about his condition, feeling like an outcast. Mitsuki questioned his state of mind, and Bakugo began to drink again but paused, addressing his audience with a spirited Scottish bagpipe tune playing in the background. He challenged his pursuers, promising to wait for them with a fiery welcome. Bakugo declared himself a grim tale with a tragic ending, setting sticky bombs around a doorway just as the blue members approached. He saluted them before they all met a fiery fate. Todoroki wondered if anyone understood Bakugo's words. Bakugo laughed, crouching over the remnants of a blue member, taunting them about needing to be reassembled in the afterlife. The bagpipe version of the TF2 theme played as Bakugo stood with his teammates, transitioning to the next segment. Luke announced that it was the 25th birthday of Fallout in his universe, leading into the Fallout storyline. Izuku and Todoroki arrived at Tsu's office in Diamond City after confronting Bakugo. Tsu welcomed Todoroki, who remarked on their shared misfortune. Tsu turned her attention to Izuku, eager to learn about their case. Izuku explained that Bakugo had kidnapped his son and was working with the Institute, revealing that they had taken Toshi. Tsu expressed her familiarity with the Institute, describing them as the Commonwealth's feared boogeyman. Todoroki confirmed the truth of her words, and Tsu elaborated on the Institute's methods of operation, noting the mystery surrounding their location. Todoroki speculated that Bakugo, who had access to the Institute, might have information. However, Izuku pointed out that Bakugo was dead, complicating their investigation. Tsu sighed, acknowledging the tragedy of Bakugo's demise while emphasizing the ongoing mystery they faced. Izuku lamented that Bakugo wouldn't have talked even if he were alive. Todoroki proposed an alternative, a place called the Memory Den, where they could relive memories. He suggested that Dr. Shizenji, the expert in memories, could help them retrieve information from Bakugo's brain. Izuku inquired about Dr. Shizenji, and Recovery Girl revealed that she was indeed the one they sought, cautioning them to keep her identity a secret. The focus shifted back to their mission, with the understanding that they would need a piece of Bakugo's brain to proceed. Todoroki expressed the need for enough gray matter to bring to Shizenji, hoping it would lead to a solution. Tsu reacted with disgust, finding the idea gruesome. Todoroki acknowledged the grim nature of their plan but emphasized their lack of options, suggesting that the old merc's brain might hold the secrets they needed. Izuku then revealed he had a piece of technology he retrieved from Bakugo's body, which he believed could be useful. Todoroki recognized the potential of the cybernetics and felt they might have struck gold. Tsu pointed out that they couldn't all rush across the Commonwealth, prompting a discussion about who would go with whom. Todoroki mentioned he needed to visit the memory den to introduce them to Shizenji and offered to head there together if they wished. Curious, Izuku inquired about the memory den. Todoroki explained it was located in Good Neighbor, a place where many people paid to relive the best moments of their lives. However, their mission was to dive deep into someone else's mind. He suggested they could meet there or go together. Izuku decided they would go together, and Todoroki reassured him that they would get Bakugo back soon. Tsu mentioned she would conduct more research and would be available if needed. After sending Tsu back to the truck stop, Izuku and Todoroki made their way to Good Neighbor. Upon arrival about an hour later, they encountered a man at the entrance who seemed to recognize Todoroki. He made a sarcastic remark about Todoroki tracking down another wayward husband. Todoroki countered with a question about whether someone had stood the man up. The man then turned his attention to Izuku, questioning his association with Todoroki. Izuku made a light-hearted joke about their hiring needs, but the man persisted, suggesting Izuku looked like someone who needed insurance. Izuku firmly declined, stating he wasn't interested unless it was to keep troublesome people away. The man then threatened them, implying that accidents could happen if they didn't comply. Before the situation escalated, a ghoul dressed in colonial attire intervened, addressing the man and questioning his actions. The ghoul, known as Hancock, greeted Todoroki warmly. The man, Finn, expressed his disdain for Hancock's leniency towards outsiders, but Hancock insisted they let Todoroki and Izuku go. Finn's hostility prompted Hancock to approach him, and in a surprising turn, Hancock attacked Finn, leaving him lifeless on the ground. He then turned to Izuku, asking if he was all right and commenting on Izuku's keen observation. Hancock explained that Good Neighbor was a place for misfits and that everyone was welcome, as long as they understood who was in charge. Afterward, Izuku conversed with some shop owners before he and Todoroki proceeded to the memory den inside. They approached a blonde woman lounging on a long chair, who greeted Todoroki playfully. He assured her that he hadn't forgotten her, and she directed him to Shizenji, teasing him about his flirtatious nature. Izuku noticed large pods in the room, which he assumed were used for reliving memories. Some people were already using them, and one pod contained a familiar figure. The detective duo descended to the lower level, where they found 2 more pods and Recovery Girl at a terminal. Todoroki addressed her, and she questioned their visit's purpose. Izuku dramatically declared they needed to reverse death itself, which shocked Recovery Girl. Todoroki clarified their request for the memories of a deceased individual named Bakugo. Recovery Girl expressed disbelief, pointing out the ethical and practical issues with their request, emphasizing that the memory simulators required living brains. Izuku pleaded with her, insisting that Todoroki had told him she was the only one who could help. Todoroki added that the dead man had crucial knowledge about the Institute, which was vital for their mission. After a moment of contemplation, Recovery Girl reluctantly agreed to examine the situation, asking if they had the necessary material. Izuku handed over the piece of technology he had retrieved, and Recovery Girl examined it closely. She recognized it as part of the hippocampus and noted the neural interface attached to it. Todoroki commented on the familiarity of the circuits, and Recovery Girl explained that the technology was consistent with what she had seen from the Institute. She continued, revealing that Todoroki, being an older generation synth, could potentially have the brain implant fit him, but it would be a significant risk. Recovery Girl expressed her concerns about the implications of wiring something to his brain, but Todoroki reassured her not to worry about him. Todoroki mentioned that he was well past the warranty date. Izuku expressed his appreciation for Shoto's help. Todoroki replied that thanks would come after they found Izuku's son and encouraged them to get started. Recovery Girl instructed Todoroki to sit down whenever he was ready. As Todoroki settled into the chair, he joked about cackling like an old mercenary and asked to be pulled out if he did. Recovery Girl began her work, focusing on the hippocampus at the back of Todoroki's head. She emphasized the importance of keeping him talking, as any change in his cognitive functions could be serious. Todoroki described experiencing flashes and static, struggling to make sense of it all. Recovery Girl expressed concern that the mnemonic impressions were encoded, indicating that the Institute had a failsafe in place that locked the memories within the implant. Izuku inquired about how memories could be locked, and Recovery Girl explained that the implant was encoding mnemonic activity like computer encryption, and they lacked the password. She proposed loading both Izuku and Todoroki into memory loungers to run their cognitive functions in parallel, with Todoroki acting as a host while Izuku navigated through the memories. Izuku asked what he might see, and Recovery Girl admitted she had no idea, but given the limited portion of the brain they had access to, it likely wouldn't be cohesive. Izuku was ready to begin, and Recovery Girl instructed him to sit down and keep his fingers crossed. Todoroki, before entering a memory pod, expressed concern about what memories would be revealed, particularly any embarrassing ones. As Izuku settled into his memory pod, it closed, and he saw a message on the screen that read, "Please stand by." Recovery Girl announced the initiation of brainwave migration between the transplant and the host, revealing that mnemonic activity was present, albeit degenerated. She prepared to load him into the strongest memories available, cautioning that they might not be stable. Suddenly, everything went white, and Izuku found himself standing on a bridge made of neurons. Recovery Girl's voice reassured him that the simulation was functioning, though the memories were fragmented. She would guide him through the intact memories in hopes of uncovering clues about the Institute's location. A bridge of neurons formed, leading to a floating room that Izuku approached. Before entering, Recovery Girl reminded him that he would experience these memories as Bakugo, which might be disorienting. Upon entering the memory, Izuku saw a young Bakugo, no older than 10, sitting on his bed in pajamas, engrossed in old comic books. His mother sat nearby, reading and listening to the radio. From another room, a voice shouted angrily about the radio being too loud. Bakugo's inner thoughts reflected on his past, revealing feelings of guilt about not protecting his mother from his father. He acknowledged that he had run away, not just from the NCR's rules but from the guilt of his inaction. Izuku then interacted with young Bakugo, causing time to freeze in the memory. Bakugo's voice echoed his regret, expressing that he had been naive and had failed to protect his mother. He recalled how she had loved him in her own way and had shielded him from his father, which had come at a cost. The realization hit Masaru, Bakugo's father, as he grappled with the horror of his actions. Izuku then turned his attention to the radio, where Bakugo's voice reflected on people's hopes for a better future, often leading to disappointment. Mitsuki, Bakugo's mother, dismissed the radio's messages, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance and warning Bakugo against believing in false promises. As Masaru's anger echoed from another room, Izuku noticed Mitsuki handing a revolver to young Bakugo, instructing him on the importance of protection in a harsh world. The gun, though different in appearance, was reminiscent of the one Izuku had used in a tragic moment. As the memory faded, Recovery Girl noted that this didn't seem to be what they were searching for and directed Izuku to another intact memory nearby. He crossed the newly formed neuron bridge, leading him to a memory of Bakugo as a young adult with Kami. They were in what appeared to be a kitchen, washing dishes. Izuku gazed out the window and caught sight of the Golden Gate Bridge, prompting a memory to surface. Bakugo's voice echoed in his mind, recalling his arrival in San Francisco, filled with hope and ambition. He had once been the confident gunslinger from the hub, believing he could carve out a new life for himself. The memory continued, with Bakugo reassuring someone that everything would be fine. Izuku then turned his attention to Kami, who expressed her concerns about their situation. She reflected on how meeting Bakugo had changed her life, suggesting that perhaps she would have been happier had she never crossed paths with him. As the memory played on, Kami voiced her worries about their new life, especially with a baby on the way. Izuku felt a wave of confusion at the mention of a baby, but soon heard soft babbling. He turned to see a crib nearby, where a baby girl named Katsumi lay. It was surprising to see a softer side of Bakugo, even as a cold-blooded killer, now a family man. Izuku interacted with the baby next, feeling the weight of Bakugo's regret as he reflected on his unworthiness to be a father. Bakugo then approached Kami, trying to reassure her about their future. He spoke of his steady work and the potential he saw for them, promising that he would provide for both her and little Katsumi. Kami expressed her concerns about Bakugo's new associates, but he remained confident, insisting that he would soon be running his own crew and could give them everything they desired. Cammy, tapping into her maternal instincts, worried for his safety, but Bakugo reassured her that he would be fine, emphasizing that most of his work involved security. Bakugo then revealed his revolver, a symbol of protection for his family, promising that it would keep them safe. As the memory shifted, Bakugo reflected on happiness, noting that it often goes unrecognized until it's lost. He acknowledged that true happiness is only understood in hindsight. Katsumi began to cry, and Bakugo assured Cammy that he would take care of her. As the memory faded, Recovery Girl encouraged Izuku to keep searching for the next memory. Izuku crossed another neuron bridge, leading him to a scene of Bakugo, now armored and armed with an assault rifle, walking down a hallway. An unknown voice taunted him, suggesting that he had underestimated the consequences of his actions. Bakugo arrived at a door, prepared for confrontation, and the memory ended abruptly. Luke speculated that Bakugo had attempted to betray some associates, leading to the tragic fate of Cammy and Katsumi. The revelation shocked everyone, as they realized that this version of Bakugo had also experienced profound loss, similar to Izuku's own past. Recovery Girl found another memory to explore, and Izuku stepped into a scene where Bakugo, now marked by a scar over his eye, sat at a bar table. Two men stood before him, accompanied by a woman who seemed to be the bartender. Bakugo's scar hinted at a darker past, possibly linked to his quest for vengeance. The men asked if they could join him, and Bakugo gave a nonchalant response. As Izuku engaged with Bakugo's memory, he heard Bakugo reflect on his aimless wandering, trying to escape his past. Next, he interacted with the bartender, who shared her vague memories of that time, filled with the constant presence of bars. The two men then took a seat, and Bakugo narrated his experiences as a hired gun, explaining how there was always work for someone like him, regardless of the target. One of the men inquired about Bakugo's services, and he confirmed that he would take on their problems for the right price. They discussed payment terms, and Bakugo asked who they wanted eliminated, setting the stage for a new chapter in his tumultuous journey. There was a family living down the creek, as one man mentioned. People were appalled by Bakugo's actions, taking lives, even families, for money. The memory faded away. Recovery Girl noted that they were getting closer and encouraged Izuku to try the next memory. He crossed the neuron bridge, leading him to a scene of Bakugo in a room with a woman dressed in a sleek, futuristic uniform, accompanied by 3 first-generation synths. The woman greeted Bakugo, expressing her pleasure at his decision to meet. Bakugo, while smoking a cigarette, remarked that he wanted to see if the institute truly existed. Izuku engaged with Bakugo's memory. Bakugo reflected on his journey to the Commonwealth, stating that he had come to terms with life and was no longer foolish enough to care about others. It was just him against the world, and he felt the world deserved it. Next, Izuku interacted with the woman from the institute. Bakugo described the rumors surrounding the institute, initially believing they were just a convenient scapegoat for misfortunes. He learned they were real but struggled to operate on the surface, relying heavily on their synths. He had the expertise they needed, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement. The woman confirmed their capabilities, and Izuku then focused on one of the synths. Bakugo noted that the first-generation synths were not particularly impressive, but the Institute continued to improve their creations. Despite their unsettling nature, one had to adapt to work with the Institute. Bakugo inquired about the woman's concerns, to which she responded that he had been disruptive to their operations and that it needed to stop. Bakugo asserted that he did what he was paid for, suggesting that if he worked for her, the problem would be resolved, as he believed she could afford him. The woman indicated that Bakugo might not fully grasp his situation, to which he confidently replied that he understood. She then instructed one of the synths to initiate an action. The synths moved to confront Bakugo, but he swiftly took control, disarming 2 of them before dealing with the third. Snipe commented on Bakugo's quick reflexes, while the woman acknowledged his impressive skills, hinting at potential discussions ahead. The memory ended, and Recovery Girl remarked they were getting warmer, hopeful that one of the memories would provide answers. Izuku crossed the bridge again, and Recovery Girl noted they were running out of viable memories. She found one that appeared mostly intact and connected to it. Izuku recognized the scene. Bakugo in the outfit he had seen before, accompanied by two Institute scientists in familiar hazmat suits, in the cryopod room of Vault 111, the memory where Ochako had died. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him. The Vault computer announced the suspension of the cryogenic sequence, prompting Izuku to rush down the hallway toward the pod containing Ochako and Toshi. She looked as radiant as the day he lost her, and he noticed himself in a pod nearby. The male Institute scientist checked the logs, while Bakugo urged him to find the necessary information. The scientist identified the pod they needed, and Izuku interacted with him. Bakugo reflected on how the scientists had never respected him, but they needed his skills. As Bakugo and the female scientist approached the pod, he pulled out his revolver, confirming it was the right one. The woman opened the pod, and Ochako began to cough while Toshi cried. She asked if everything was over, to which Izuku interacted with them, feeling the weight of the moment. Bakugo admitted he was relieved he didn't have to harm the child, recalling the coldness he had developed but acknowledging his humanity. He was grateful he didn't have to take her child and leave her alive. Suddenly, the Institute scientist attempted to take Toshi, but Ochako refused to let go of her child. Bakugo, aiming his revolver, warned her to let the boy go. Ochako screamed her refusal, and the scene unfolded as Izuku remembered, filled with tension and despair. Ida expressed his horror at witnessing Ochako's death again in this universe, while Bakugo, frustrated, ordered to get the child out and move on. He approached Izuku's pod, locking eyes with him, filled with animosity. Bakugo remarked that at least they still had the backup. Izuku then engaged with his own memory, reflecting on the mistake of leaving Toshi alive. He understood the desire for revenge all too well but had been overconfident in his ability to handle a pre-war vault dweller, even if he was thawed out. He felt assured that the Institute would eventually face consequences for their actions. If he could take me out, they wouldn't be able to hide from him for long, Bakugo thought. Midoriya was going to deal with those Institute individuals decisively, Kaminari mentioned. The Vault computer system announced that cryogenic stasis had been reinitialized as Izuku was refrozen. Bakugo and the woman holding Toshi approached the male Institute scientist at the computer. Bakugo inquired about the delay. The male scientist replied that he was almost finished and just needed to confirm something, then assured Bakugo that they were good to proceed. As the memory faded, Izuku watched Toshi disappear. Recovery Girl expressed her regret that Izuku had to relive that moment and informed him that she had found another intact memory, ready whenever he was. Izuku crossed the neuron bridge leading to the final memory, which showed Bakugo in his house in Diamond City, accompanied by a 10-year-old boy who looked remarkably like Izuku, except for his brown hair. Recovery Girl speculated that the boy might be Bakugo's son, noting that this appeared to be a recent memory, which could be good news. Izuku covered his mouth in surprise as he interacted with Toshi, who was dressed in a black and white striped shirt, jeans, and sneakers, sitting on the floor engrossed in some old pre-war comics and magazines. Bakugo reflected on how settling down with the kid in the middle of Diamond City hadn't been his idea and that he initially thought it was a terrible one. However, it had been one of the old man's projects, and they ended up forming a sort of happy little family. Bakugo admitted that he had grown fond of it, seeing it as a reminder of what his life might have been if circumstances had been different, though he knew it was only temporary. Izuku then interacted with Bakugo, who was polishing his revolver while seated. Bakugo narrated that the setup in Diamond City was part of an elaborate plan by the old man, indicating that they were bait for their friend from the vault. He wondered if he had been outsmarted in the end, questioning whether another loose end had been tied up. Ochako expressed her disbelief that the Institute was using Bakugo and Toshi to lure Deku into a trap. Luke encouraged her to watch and see what happened next. Moments later, an adult Shinso entered the room, dressed in a sleek black leather jacket and aviator sunglasses. Bakugo reassured Toshi that everything was all right. Izuku interacted with Shinso, who explained that the new breed of synths could easily pass as human, but the coursers were designed as killing machines smarter, stronger, and faster than almost any real human. Bakugo expressed his relief that they had always been on his side. Shinso confirmed that he was a synth, specifically a courser, as Luke reiterated Bakugo's words. Bakugo warned Shinso that one day he might get himself into trouble barging in like that, to which Shinso replied that minimizing exposure to civilians was a priority. Bakugo dismissed his concern and stood up, asking what the current crisis was. Shinso informed him that one of their scientists had gone rogue, revealing the name Dr. Jiroda Shishida and that he was hiding somewhere in the glowing sea, presenting Bakugo with his file. Bakugo expressed surprise that he had been with the Institute, realizing the implications of Shishida's actions. He noted that heads would roll for this situation and inquired whether the mission was to capture or eliminate Shishida. Shinso confirmed that elimination was necessary due to the classified nature of Shishida's work. Bakugo acknowledged that Shishida was one of the top bioscience experts and concluded that Shinso would be taking Toshi back with him. Toshi asked if he was going home to his father, to which Shinso affirmed and instructed him to stand next to him and hold still. Toshi complied, and Shinso prepared for the teleportation. Toshi bid farewell to Bakugo, expressing hope to see him again soon, just before they were enveloped in bright blue light and disappeared. Bakugo watched with a sad expression as the memory concluded. Recovery Girl explained that teleportation made sense, revealing why no one had found the entrance to the Institute because there was no entrance. She offered to pull Izuku out of the memory pod when he was ready. Melissa acknowledged the impressive technology of the Institute, capable of creating human-like robots and teleportation devices. The television in the room turned on, displaying a "Please Stand By" screen, accompanied by the song "It's All Over But the Crying" by the Ink Spots. Izuku awoke from the memory pod and exited it. Recovery Girl cautioned him to move slowly, unsure of any side effects from the procedure, and asked how he felt. Izuku reassured her that he was okay. She advised him to monitor himself for any long-term damage and asked if he was ready to discuss what he had experienced in the memory. Izuku revealed that he had seen Bakugo's life, the man who had ruined his family and whom he had killed. Recovery Girl reminded him that Bakugo was a human being with his own reasons for his actions, however cruel they may have been, and asked how that made him feel. Izuku contemplated this, recognizing the similarities between himself and Bakugo. Both had families taken from them and had acted in revenge. He admitted to Recovery Girl that he wasn't sure how to feel. She acknowledged that there might not be a right way to feel and redirected the conversation to the important discovery they had made about the Institute's greatest secret, teleportation. She then asked what their next step should be. Izuku suggested they needed to find the rogue scientist, Shishida, and Recovery Girl agreed, noting that he could provide answers to many questions. She expressed concern about Shishida's location in the glowing sea, a place no one dared to go, not even in desperation. Izuku concluded that Shishida's choice to hide there was a strategic move to deter the Institute from pursuing him. Izuku was using the radiation in the glowing sea as a shield, a way to gain an advantage. If Shishida had found a way to survive there, he would have to do the same to follow him, Recovery Girl explained. She mentioned the need for chemical compounds like Rad-X and Radaway, suggesting he gather as much as possible. A sealed environment suit or a suit of power armor would be ideal. Izuku assured her he would find a way to navigate the radiation. Recovery Girl informed him that she had unplugged Mr. Todoroki first and removed the implant while he was waking up. She mentioned that Todoroki was waiting for him upstairs. After gathering some supplies, including Rad-X and Radaway, Izuku headed upstairs to find Todoroki sitting on a couch. Todoroki greeted him with a hint of humor, referencing a past encounter. Izuku was surprised to hear Todoroki's voice momentarily sound like Bakugo's, which led to a brief exchange about the possibility of leftover impressions from the implant. Todoroki felt fine and was ready to move on. When Izuku asked for advice about the glowing sea, Todoroki suggested that an old suit of power armor could be very helpful, or to stock up on Rad-X and Radaway from chem dealers. They left the memory den and spotted Siro on a balcony of the old state house, addressing the citizens of Good Neighbor. Siro encouraged everyone to remember what mattered and to stick together against threats. He humorously acknowledged a female ghoul in the crowd, which lightened the mood. Siro emphasized the importance of unity in the face of danger, specifically mentioning the Institute and their sins as a real enemy. As Siro rallied the crowd, Izuku and Todoroki observed the strong spirit of the people in Good Neighbor. Izuku approached a man he had seen in Diamond City and Bunker Hill, feeling a sense of suspicion. Their brief exchange revealed the man's intentions were unclear, but he claimed everyone was welcome in Good Neighbor. That night, Izuku and Todoroki decided to stay at a hotel called Hotel Rexford. On their way to their room, they encountered a ghoul whose clothing looked familiar to Izuku. The ghoul recognized Izuku, revealing he was the Vault-Tec rep from the beginning of this universe. The rep expressed disbelief at Izuku's appearance after 200 years, while Izuku explained that he had been frozen in a pod. The rep lamented his own fate, having lived through the decay and bloodshed of the world outside, now transformed into a ghoul. Izuku inquired about other ghouls from before, and the rep mentioned a couple of familiar names but lamented being left behind by Vault-Tec. Izuku felt a sense of sympathy for the rep, acknowledging the harsh reality of their situation. Izuku felt a mix of surprise and concern. He had just met someone who shared a connection to his past, someone who felt just as isolated in this world. The rep expressed his loneliness, revealing that no Commonwealth settlement wanted a ghoul with 2 centuries of experience in Vault-Tec sales. An idea sparked in Izuku's mind. He suggested that the rep could return to Sanctuary, promising to visit him there. The rep's face lit up with hope, and he eagerly agreed to the plan, expressing his excitement about their future meeting. Seeing the rep's joy brought smiles to both Izuku and Todoroki. Later, in their room, Izuku settled into bed and drifted off to sleep. Todoroki, not needing rest, sat in a chair and enjoyed a cigarette, lost in thought as the screen faded to black. The narrative shifted as Luke introduced a new universe inspired by his second favorite video game series, Assassin's Creed. He explained that this world was set before the series lost its way, focusing on the 8th game, Assassin's Creed Unity. While he criticized the game's mechanics, he acknowledged its decent story, strong characters, lovely soundtrack, and beautiful graphics when they weren't glitching. Luke delved into the lore, explaining how humanity was created by an advanced civilization known as the ISU, who initially intended for humans to be their slaves. After a series of events, most of the ISU and humans were wiped out, but the survivors rebuilt society. Throughout history, 2 factions, the Assassin Brotherhood and the Templar Order, had been secretly at war. The Templars believed that mankind was too violent and sought to control humanity using powerful artifacts called Pieces of Eden. In contrast, the Assassins valued free will and believed that no one should wield such power. The story unfolded during the French Revolution, a time when peace briefly existed between the Assassins and Templars. Izuku was an assassin, while Ochako was a Templar, complicating their relationship. Izuku's father, an assassin, had been killed by a former assassin turned Templar, who had a knack for manipulating fate. After Izuku's father was murdered, Ochako's father, the Grand Master of the French Templars, took him in, and they grew close over the years. However, tragedy struck when Ochako's father was killed by fellow Templars, and Izuku was wrongfully imprisoned for the crime. In prison, he met Aizawa, an assassin who had worked with his father. Aizawa trained Izuku, and together they escaped, leading to Izuku's induction into the Brotherhood. Eventually, he and Ochako reunited, but the Templars who had killed her father were now after her. Despite initial resistance from the assassins, Nizu, a master assassin, agreed to consider helping her. However, Nizu was soon murdered, and Izuku and Ochako were determined to uncover the truth behind his death, suspecting it was an assassin. The scene transitioned to Izuku, wearing a blue hooded coat and sporting a scar across his left cheek, meeting with Ochako. She spoke with a hint of a British accent, inquiring about their location. Izuku explained that they were at the site where the apothecary had delivered poison, hoping to trace its origin. As they discussed their mission, Izuku activated a special ability called Eagle Vision, which allowed him to see hidden trails. A glowing yellow fog appeared, leading them toward their next destination. They followed the trail to the Sainte-Chapelle, a church with a secret network of tunnels beneath it that connected to the French assassin hideout. Izuku turned off his Eagle Vision, confirming that the trail ended there. Ochako, ready for action, reached for her sword, but Izuku urged her to wait. He insisted on going in alone, placing a reassuring hand on her arm. After a moment of silence, Ochako reluctantly agreed, expressing her concern for his safety. As Izuku prepared to enter the building, he noticed the trail of yellow smoke leading up the walls of the Sainte-Chapelle. Determined, he began to climb the structure, showcasing his agility and skill. Observers marveled at his prowess, likening him to a ninja. Another assassin ability is that they can grab onto and climb almost anything, Luke explained. Izuku ascended the Sainte-Chapelle until he reached one of the upper outside floors, where a man in a green outfit and brown cape stood with his back turned. "It took you long enough, Pisspot," the man remarked. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure. It was Aizawa. The revelation shocked everyone. Shota Aizawa was the one responsible for Nisa's death. "So it seems the teacher of Class 1A murdered our principal. Why am I not surprised?" Monoma mocked, only to be silenced by a swift hit from Kendo. "Should have known it would be you to find me. The only question is what happens now," Aizawa said as rain began to fall, revealing a scar running down his left cheek. "You poisoned Nizu," Izuku accused. "He poisoned us. Peace with the Templars is a fairy tale," Aizawa replied, turning to face Izuku. "And you're the only one who can save the Brotherhood?" Izuku challenged. "Do you think this is the first time this has happened? The assassins have had to purge their leadership before. The Order has rebuilt itself from nothing multiple times. Masyaf, Montergione, the American colonies. We've risen anew, stronger than ever. But now, we've lost our purpose, Izuku. We've mired ourselves in politics and revolutions. We're not a nation, we're an army. In an army, making peace with the enemy is called treason," Aizawa said, stepping closer to Izuku. "But no, I'm not the only one who can save the Brotherhood. We can. Together," Aizawa added. "Aizawa, you know I can't do that," Izuku replied. Aizawa nodded, a sad expression crossing his face. "That's a pity." Suddenly, a blade shot out from a bracer Aizawa wore on his left wrist as he attempted to stab Izuku. Izuku quickly caught Aizawa's wrist, but Aizawa retaliated with a strike to Izuku's stomach. The two began to fight fiercely. The assassin's main weapon is the hidden blade, a concealed wrist blade used to eliminate enemies, Luke explained. "Where can I get one?" Toga and Stain both inquired eagerly. Izuku and Aizawa drew their swords, the stormy backdrop illuminating their battle. "Aizawa, please. Come back to the council with me. We can resolve this like reasonable men," Izuku pleaded as they clashed. "Reasonable men don't treat with Templars, boy," Aizawa retorted. The fight continued until Aizawa dropped to one knee, visibly injured. Izuku prepared to strike, but Aizawa caught his wrist, and they struggled for dominance. "Bah, you're a stubborn one, aren't you?" Aizawa exclaimed. Izuku locked his arm with Aizawa's sword arm. "Ask anyone," he replied. "He's the most stubborn person I've ever known," Shigaraki chimed. Izuku then headbutt Aizawa and kicked him through a door into a small room. They swung their swords at each other, but Aizawa managed to throw Izuku through another door and back outside, this time to the front of the building. As the battle raged on, Izuku landed several powerful blows on his former mentor. Aizawa, weakened, found himself being pushed toward the railing. "I had hopes for you. I thought you could think for yourself." Aizawa spat. Aizawa. I just don't think like you." Izuku replied, pinning Aizawa against the railing before they both toppled over it, landing in front of a large, circular window of the church. "Open your eyes, boy," Aizawa urged as they both rose to their feet. "I've seen Templars destroy entire villages just to kill one assassin. Tell me, in your vast experience, what have you seen?" Aizawa challenged. "I've seen the Grand Master of the Templar Order take in a frightened orphan and raise him as his own son," Izuku declared defiantly. They resumed their fierce combat. "Your father would be ashamed of you," Aizawa shouted as their swords clashed amidst the rain. Izuku had Aizawa on the verge of defeat, the older man bleeding significantly. "Midoriya can be really relentless, even against his own teacher," Kirishima observed. Izuku pressed the blade of his sword against Aizawa's before shoving him off and charging, both crashing through the large window and falling to the floor below. Izuku, bleeding as well, got to his feet, only to find Aizawa missing. "Izuku!" Ochako called out, trying to enter the building to assist him, but a gate blocked her way. "I'm fine. Stay there," Izuku assured her, weapon at the ready, anticipating Aizawa's next move. "I should have left you to rot in the Bastille. Did you ever truly believe in the creed, or were you a Templar-loving traitor from the start?" Aizawa's voice echoed from the shadows. "It doesn't have to be this way, Aizawa," Izuku called out. "You're the one making it so. If you just see reason, we could elevate the Brotherhood to heights not seen in 200 years. Aizawa insisted. "Yes, killing everyone who disagrees with you is a brilliant way to start your rise from the ashes," Izuku replied sarcastically. "Look out!" Ochako shouted. Izuku glanced up just in time to evade Aizawa's attack as he attempted to land on him. "So," Aizawa said, pulling out a flintlock. "Now we see the heart of it. It's not Nizu that's poisoned your mind. It's her. She's the last piece of this madness," Aizawa remarked, casting a glance at Ochako. "Aizawa!" Izuku began, stepping forward, but Aizawa aimed his gun at him. "You'll thank me for this one day," Aizawa said before turning the weapon toward Ochako. In a swift motion, Izuku fired a small metal bolt into Aizawa's wrist from a miniature crossbow hidden in his hidden blade, causing Aizawa to drop the gun. Izuku's hidden blade has a unique feature called the Phantom Blade, a built-in miniature crossbow that can shoot both regular and poison bolts, Luke explained. Once again, Izuku and Aizawa drew their swords, resuming their fierce battle. During the fight, Aizawa dropped a smoke bomb, disappearing momentarily. Every time he attempted an aerial attack on Izuku, he rolled out of the way at the last moment, thanks to Ochako's timely warnings. The former mentor and mentee exchanged powerful blows until Izuku finally had Aizawa weakened and on one knee. The students and teachers watched anxiously, uncertain of what would happen next. Aizawa, though weak, urged Izuku to act with conviction, challenging him to make a decisive move. Izuku hesitated for a moment, grappling with his emotions. Aizawa's insistence pushed him to act, and he struck Aizawa with his hidden blade. As he did, time seemed to slow around them, and a flashback unfolded in Izuku's mind. He recalled Aizawa witnessing his father in battle against a Templar, stepping in to finish the fight. In this moment, Izuku could see fragments of Aizawa's memories as he delivered the final blow. Aizawa thanked Hisashi, Izuku's father, for their bond, and the scene shifted to Aizawa in the Bastille, reflecting on the same pocket watch Hisashi had given Izuku before his demise. Aizawa opened the watch, surprised to find Izuku sleeping in the same cell, and the memory transitioned to a conversation between Aizawa and Nizu. Aizawa expressed his doubts about trusting a girl, despite his faith in his protege. As he prepared drinks, he secretly added poison to Nizu's. Their glasses clinked together, and Aizawa uttered a phrase of farewell, which Nizu realized too late was a final toast. The memories faded, returning to the present as Izuku withdrew his blade from Aizawa's body, gently closing his mentor's eyes. He echoed the farewell, a solemn moment marking the end of their journey together. Izuku and Ochako exited the Sainte-Chapelle, the rain having ceased, and a message appeared, indicating that the memory was complete. Luke explained the universe's premise, detailing how a person's DNA contained ancestral memories, leading to the creation of a machine called the Animus. This allowed users to experience their ancestors' lives, and modern-day assassins were currently using it to access Izuku's memories. The screen went black, prompting Ojiro to comment on the dark nature of the universe, while Shinso expressed discomfort at witnessing Izuku's actions. Aizawa acknowledged the difficult choices that had been made, emphasizing that there had been no other way. As the narrative continued, Luke shared humorous memes and references, introducing characters from various anime. Ochako reminisced about Izuku's childhood cuteness, while others discussed voice actor similarities among characters. The light-hearted banter contrasted with the earlier tension, showcasing the camaraderie among the students. Amidst the laughter, they acknowledged the challenges they faced, with All Might and Aizawa discussing the complexities of defeating formidable foes. The conversation flowed, blending humor and reflection, as they navigated their shared experiences in this intricate universe. It was Dabi, Luke noted. Shigaraki expressed his frustration towards Dabi, who simply responded with a dismissive gesture. Luke commented on how Ochako received far too much negativity from others. He believed that anyone who was toxic and rude was truly scum. Jiro agreed, feeling fortunate that Kodo wasn't a villain. Hawks shared the same sentiment. Mike recalled a time when he was bullied in his first year, which made Midnight laugh heartily. Torino inquired about what Kotaro had done to Shigaraki, but Shigaraki retorted that it was none of Gran Torino's business. Luke declared himself a legend, referencing another amusing MHAX SpongeBob meme, while admitting his preference for anime. Izuku wondered about the different versions of themselves, and Luke explained that they were prototype versions mentioned by Horikoshi. He offered a clearer look at them. Izuku learned that his name had been Yamikumo, while Ochako discovered her prototype name was Mikumo Akitani. Luke explained that she and MT Lady were the same character in the prototype, along with a girl named Yui from Class 1B. Yui and MT Lady were surprised to hear this. All Might asked if he had simply been referred to as superhero, to which Luke confirmed. Ray pointed out that this was how Shoto had first spoken, and Aizawa advised the kids to be less shocked by such revelations. Luke mentioned a girl from an anime his sister loved. Ida expressed concern that Midoriya hadn't received enough attention, while Izuku affirmed his presence. Luke found humor in certain situations, joking about Ochako's interest in money and referencing the movie Brightburn, suggesting that if Overhaul had his powers, they would all be in trouble. Luke teased Bakugo about his rank as the #1 hero, to which Bakugo responded with annoyance. Luke lightheartedly asked Dabi if he liked jazz, but Dabi was not interested. Luke lamented that Dabi had ruined his joke, while Izuku defended his mother, insisting she wasn't a bad person. Luke clarified that it was all in jest, and Shigaraki made a note to avoid kidnapping Izuku, deeming him not worth the trouble. Ida found the idea unsettling. Eri proudly presented Mirio with a drawing she had made of him, which excited Mirio. Kirishima remarked that not all their parents looked like the ones depicted in the drawing. Luke acknowledged this but said he wanted to use it, declaring that was all the memes for now. Afterward, Luke suggested they move on to something else. They entered the cafeteria, which was adorned with decorations, many featuring the number. Izuku asked what was happening next. Luke explained that in the universe where everything was one big fanfiction, this marked the 100th chapter his alternate self had posted on Wattpad. He anticipated that his alternate self would document their celebration, so they should celebrate. Vengeful Key appeared again, this time alone. Ochako inquired about Ryan, Hollow, and the rest of Luke's friends. Luke revealed that he was no longer in contact with Ryan and Hollow and hadn't heard from the others in years. He quickly shifted the focus back to the celebration, and they all danced and partied, with Luke playing an incredible song. Luke mentioned that he had never watched any of the Planet of the Apes movies, but found the song amusing. After about an hour, they returned to the theater. He stated that he would show them a few more universes before sending them home for good. Reflecting on his journey, Luke acknowledged how far he had come since starting the book 3 years ago. In the finale of the universe where Izuku became a dictator, Luke explained that after defeating Shigaraki, Izuku established a dictatorial government known as the Regime, or the One Earth government. Many, including some villains, joined him, while Ida formed a rebellion called the Insurgency. After 5 years, Izuku nearly captured them, but Ida, with Melissa's help, summoned alternate versions of himself and his friends from another universe who were not evil or dead. Ida needed them to unlock a weapon designed to weaken Izuku, which required their handprints. However, it was Melissa who ultimately used the weapon, but things did not go as planned. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Melissa had been secretly aiding the insurgency while appearing to support the regime. She donned a mech suit and prepared to fire the weapon at Izuku, but Aoyama, a member of the regime, struck her with a powerful beam, weakening her. In his rage over her betrayal, Izuku ended her life. The audience gasped at the revelation. Izuku, consumed by his anger, did not realize that the act was broadcast live, revealing his true nature to the world, which began to fear and despise him. In response, Izuku decided to instill terror by ordering his forces to destroy Muzutafu, which had already been devastated by Shigaraki, and threatened to annihilate the universe where the alternate versions of Bakugo, Tsu, Todoroki, and Kirishima resided. Aoyama attempted to reason with Izuku, but when he mentioned Ochako and what she would have wanted, Izuku struck him down, ending his life. Momo, another member of the regime, recognized that Izuku had gone too far and planned to leave. Before she could escape, she fought Todoroki, another regime member, but ultimately managed to inform Ida and the insurgency of Izuku's impending actions. The scene shifted to an army of ominous soldiers and tanks rampaging through the streets of Mizudafu. Muscular was among them, wreaking havoc while wearing a high-tech collar. Luke explained that Izuku had Muscular under mind control due to the collar. Muscular headbutt a building, causing it to collapse and topple others like dominoes. The scene then showed Izuku soaring above a bridge filled with cars as people attempted to flee the city, clad in a darker, more intimidating version of his costume. He aimed his arm at the bridge's base and flicked his fingers, unleashing a shockwave that caused the structure to crumble, resulting in countless casualties. A sinister smile spread across his face. Todoroki expressed disbelief at Izuku's monstrous transformation. Luke elaborated that initially, Izuku had tried to maintain his heroism even after losing Ochako and his children. He had killed villains but attempted to do so without excessive brutality. However, as time passed, his obsession with order and control overshadowed his desire for peace. The group had witnessed universes where Izuku was evil before, but never had they seen him kill so many innocent lives without hesitation. The scene transitioned to Hosu, where Izuku's soldiers clashed with a group bearing an symbol on their uniforms. Luke explained that these soldiers had defected from the regime to avenge Melissa, with this representing her last name. Dabi, dressed in a general's uniform, observed the battle from a distance. Luke noted that some villains had joined the regime, with Dabi being one of Izuku's top generals. Dabi noticed a hole in the street nearby, and Kaminari, wearing a heroic costume, emerged from it, followed closely by Todoroki, who donned a more sinister appearance with blue flames on his left side. The two engaged in combat. Luke clarified that Kaminari was from the heroic universe, while this version of Todoroki belonged to the current universe. Dabi had altered Shoto's fire to match his own. Shoto questioned why he would align himself with such an evil cause or emulate his brother. Luke explained that in this universe, Shoto had agreed that another nuclear explosion in a city could never be allowed, especially since his mother and sister had been in Mizudafu when it occurred. The event that changed him happened during the second year of Izuku's reign, when his father and a group of pro-heroes, including Miruko, Hawks, and Best Jeanist, attacked Izuku's forces, believing he had no right to seize control. The battle resulted in many casualties, including Natsuo, who had tried to reason with both brothers. In the chaos, Dabi had approached Izuku, seeking to join his government, and during the fight, he bestowed blue flames upon Shoto, symbolizing his transformation. Natsuo's tragic fate unfolded when he was killed by Tuya while Shoto was unaware. Tuya informed Shoto that Endeavor had accidentally killed Natsuo during the fight, and the blue fire had begun to corrupt his mind. In a moment of madness, he had used a spike of ice to sever his father's arm and unleashed a concentrated blast of blue fire through his chest. Luke explained this to Shoto, who was left speechless, his head bowed in disbelief. Natsuo was shocked that his own brother could do such a thing, while Endeavor felt responsible for the turmoil among his sons. Meanwhile, Tuya began to feel guilty for abandoning his family. Miruko asked what had happened to the rest of them. Luke replied that she and most of the other pro-heroes had been overwhelmed. The scene shifted to the Todoroki from a different universe battling another member of the regime, followed by a glimpse of Momo, who had once been part of the regime, fighting another regime member. The focus then turned to Mei from this universe, who was attempting to escape, but the Bakugo from the good universe intercepted her, sending her crashing into a wall with a small explosion that knocked her out. Luke explained that in this universe, Mei had initially sided with Ida. However, when she realized that Izuku was more likely to win, she decided to join him, provided he promised not to harm Ida once he was captured. The Bakugo they had seen was also from the other universe. Ida expressed his appreciation for Mei's concern, stating that he would rather endure suffering with her by his side than be unharmed with her against him. Bakugo inquired about his counterpart in this universe. Luke revealed that he and Kami had been part of the insurgency. Near the end of the first year of Izuku's reign, they, along with Ida, Mei, and a few other insurgents, had snuck into a location Izuku considered his fortress of solitude to steal a pill that would enhance their powers. This was the same pill that most of Izuku's forces used. However, when they arrived, they found All Might and Inko inside. After Izuku took over, many world governments attempted to stop him by taking his mother and the man he viewed as his father hostage. Fortunately, Izuku and the regime managed to rescue them, and he had kept All Might and Inko in his fortress for their safety. When Izuku discovered the insurgency's presence, he mistakenly believed they were trying to kidnap All Might and his mother, which led to a furious confrontation. While Bakugo attempted to hold Izuku off, he accidentally injured All Might. In a fit of rage, Izuku retaliated violently, and despite Bakugo's efforts, he was unable to survive. However, he ensured that Ida and the others escaped with the pill. The insurgency mourned Bakugo, especially Kami, who had been married to him and was pregnant with their child, Katsumi. Bakugo, filled with concern, asked what had happened to his wife and daughter afterward. Luke reassured him that Kami had given birth to Katsumi a few months later. During a battle between the regime and Endeavor's forces, Izuku nearly killed Kami, prompting Luke to intervene once more. He revived Kami and brought her and Katsumi to a universe where Bakugo was alive and had lost his version of Kami. Now, the three of them were a happy family in that universe. The scene transitioned to Redestro emerging from a hole and knocking Kirishima to the ground, before cutting to Ida from that universe and Ida from the other universe in Ida's base. The Ida from this universe had a more worn and damaged costume compared to his counterpart. Ida too expressed urgency, stating that things were getting worse by the minute. Ida 1, focused on getting the multiverse machine operational, declared that once he finished, they would all return home. Ida 2 acknowledged the situation, sharing his own fears about Midoriya potentially losing control. He emphasized that without assistance, they would all perish, including the insurgency. Ida 1 resigned himself to the possibility of that being his fate, but Ida 2 insisted they did not believe in fate. He approached a computer to assist, but Ida 1 attacked him, leading to a fierce confrontation. As they fought, Ida 1 proclaimed that this was his world and his fight, while Ida 2 countered that it had become theirs when he brought them there. The battle continued until Ida 2 managed to gain the upper hand. He urged Ida 1 to focus, as they were losing precious time. Ida 1 insisted it was a mistake to bring them there, but Ida 2 reminded him that he had done so out of faith that they would uphold the values he had fought to defend. They needed to trust each other to end this conflict. Ida 1, realizing he did not know how to operate the machine, reluctantly accepted Ida 2's help. Together, they activated the multiverse machine, and a figure began to materialize in front of them, wearing a familiar green costume. Luke confirmed that they were indeed bringing in the Deku from the other universe. After everything was explained to Izuku, he stated that they needed to act quickly, as innocent lives were at stake. Ida 2 assured him they would take care of the others to allow him to focus on their Midoriya. They agreed to work together to minimize casualties, acknowledging that Muscular would be a challenging opponent. Turning to Ida 1, who was deep in thought, Izuku 2 asked if he had anything else to add. Ida 1 approached them, acknowledging that while the situation was not entirely accurate, it was good to have Izuku 2 back. The scene shifted back to Hosu, where the insurgency and heroes from the other universe were engaged in battle against the regime. Redestro was about to hurl a car at Kirishima when Izuku 2 intervened, destroying the vehicle. He warned Redestro that if Daika City existed there, it would be wise for him to leave. The two then clashed in an intense battle. Redestro declared that insurrection would not be tolerated. Kirishima wondered if he was the owner of that large company. Luke hinted that the truth would eventually be revealed. The League of Villains began to feel the pressure. After a fierce battle, Izuku managed to take down Redestro, stating that his evil must come to an end. Just as Redestro prepared to attack again, Izuku swiftly knocked him out. Suddenly, Dabi unleashed a massive blast of blue fire toward Izuku, causing everyone to pause in shock. Dabi laughed and fired more flames at the spot where Izuku had been, but when he turned to check, he felt a tap on his shoulder from Izuku. Dabi spun around, ready to strike, only to be knocked out by Izuku. Izuku too then turned to Todoroki 1, urging him to seize the opportunity to do what was right. Todoroki extinguished his blue flames and surrendered. The scene shifted back to Muzutafu, where Melissa's soldiers were retreating from Kirishima 1 and his forces. Izuku too stepped in their path, ready to confront them. Kirishima 1 challenged Izuku, asking if he was prepared to face the might of his hero agency. Izuku confidently replied that they were ready. Suddenly, several pro-heroes appeared on nearby rooftops, led by Tsu. Luke explained that these heroes had once been sidekicks to the regime's Tsu, who had intended to help destroy the cities. However, the Tsu from another universe had defeated her evil counterpart and convinced the sidekicks to fight for good. The sidekicks with ranged quirks began to fire at Kirishima 1 and his forces. Kirishima activated his quirk to defend against the attacks, while his allies created protective barriers. Tsu's ground forces launched an assault on Kirishima's troops, and Izuku too engaged Kirishima 1 in combat. Kirishima insisted that Izuku was not welcome, but Izuku quickly overpowered him, asserting that while he may not be wanted, he was clearly needed. Izuku too approached Tsu too, who informed him that they had broken the enemy's ranks and that they were retreating. Izuku acknowledged the need for assistance with rescue and recovery, and Tsu promised to send a group of sidekicks to help. They exchanged gratitude, with Izuku complimenting Tsu on her efficiency. However, their conversation was interrupted when Muscular hurled a massive vehicle at Izuku, sending him crashing through 2 buildings. Muscular landed where Izuku had fallen, moving the vehicle aside and lifting Izuku up. Izuku broke free, and they engaged in a fierce battle. Momo commented on the amount of fighting in this universe, to which Luke jokingly attributed it to Mortal Kombat. Izuku seized Muscular and hurled him into the sky, where they collided with the base of Izuku. Muscular declared his intent to destroy Izuku, but Izuku countered that Muscular would be disappointed. After a hard-fought battle, Izuku too managed to send his evil counterpart soaring into space before following him and bringing him crashing back down to the ground. As Izuku 1 fell to his knees, Izuku too declared that his reign was over. Approaching Izuku 1, who attempted another attack, Izuku too blocked him and sent him crashing into a wall. He then threw Izuku 1 to the ground and delivered a final blow to his face, stating that he would no longer terrorize the people. Izuku 1 insisted that fear was the only language the people understood, claiming that one day Izuku 2 would learn this truth. As Izuku 1 lost consciousness, he was surrounded by Izuku 2, Tsu 2, Todoroki 2, Kirishima 2, and Ida. Izuku 1 defiantly stated that they would have to kill him, but Ida 1 responded that there had been enough killing. The scene shifted to the regime members being transported in a police vehicle, with Momo also being taken away. Luke explained that Momo's only punishment for helping to stop the regime was the inability to use her quirk. The narrative then showed Shigaraki being held at gunpoint by Toga, who was bringing him to a portal. Luke clarified that this Shigaraki was from another universe and had intended to destroy Muzutafu but had been accidentally sent to the regime universe. Todoroki 2 was seen bringing Todoroki 1 and Dabi 1 to stand trial. Ida 1 noted that Deku's accomplices had either been rounded up or had surrendered, and their next task was to restore civil order. Tsu 2 was shown overseeing Tsu 1 being taken away, while Izuku 2 remarked that the transitional government had its hands full but was ready to assist if needed. Ida 1 insisted that the people needed to feel in control, not the heroes. At Melissa's memorial, Izuku 2 asked Ida 1 if he had changed his mind about joining the government. Ida 1 respected the president's offer but felt he did not belong in that role. When Izuku 2 inquired about Ingenium's future, Ida 1 expressed concern that crime and corruption would return, stating that he was being realistic. Finally, Izuku 2 asked about Deku's fate, to which Ida 1 replied that he would stand trial, along with the others. The narrative concluded with Izuku 2 and Ida 1 discussing matters in a high-tech prison, where Izuku 2 reflected on the truth of their situation. Izuku contemplated the weight of Ida's words, pondering what he might become if he were to lose those he cherished. The thought of transforming into a monster lingered in his mind. Ida expressed a hope that Izuku would never have to face such a fate. As they walked away, Ida reminded Izuku to keep something important in mind. Izuku, curious, prompted Ida for more. Ida assured him that if the worst were to happen and Izuku lost control, he would be there to help him. Izuku responded with a light-hearted challenge, suggesting that Ida would have to wait his turn. The scene shifted to reveal Izuku, clad in a prison uniform, trapped within a high-tech cell illuminated by ominous red lights. Luke explained that the lights were designed using Aizawa's DNA, specifically to suppress Izuku's quirk. Tension filled the air as the camera zoomed in on Izuku, who gritted his teeth, his eyes faintly glowing green. The screen faded to but Luke mentioned that there was a sequel to this universe, where Ida and the heroes would need to collaborate with Izuku and the regime once more to confront All for One, but that was a tale for another time.